Over in the WWE, Thurman Sparky Plug, of course, the NASCAR driver turned wrestler, is making his WWE debut. Owen Hart stepping out of his brother's shadows finally and turning on him during a tag team match. The Undertaker is sealed in a casket by Yokozuna and ascends to heaven. But over in World Championship Wrestling, my guest today is taking over the reins and about to embark on a year of power moves that really set the stage for much of what's come to be talked about on various streaming networks and whatnot as a war and all this conjecture that gets thrown in. But 1994, safe to say, the year that the seeds were planted?
First of all, thank you.
Oh, thank you for being here. Yeah, sorry.
Being here, Sean.
You jumped right in.
No, it's 93 was really probably the most tumultuous year and exciting year in some ways because it precipitated a lot of the changes that allowed me to take advantage of a situation or be propelled into it. 94 was definitely a big year for us for a lot of different reasons, but it was exciting. It was the beginning of a very, very important era in my life and in some ways within the industry.
Let's start with your role at the beginning of the year. Your ascension to executive vice president happens prior to 94, but get us up to speed and talk about that move.
Yeah, and you know, Sean, so much of that stuff happened so quickly and there was so much going on around it. So if I make a mistake, forgive me.
You're off the hook.
All right. But I will say that I was made executive producer either in 93 or 94, and then shortly after that, vice president, and then shortly after that, executive vice president. So where those titles kind of fell into the timeline, I'm not really sure. But it was about 94 when I went from being more or less in charge of the television product to becoming more active in the overall business of WCW and probably taking a little bit more of a participatory role in the live event side of things, the talent side of things, as well as to a certain degree the creative side of things, which hadn't happened before.
What is Ted Turner's role as you become vice president? How hands-on is he? Is this something where you're talking to him once a week?
No, you know, and I think there's a big misconception about that, you know, within the wrestling community because people think that, you know, and part of it is precipitated by the narrative that has come out of WWE for so long, and especially during that time when we were really, not during that time, but like 95, 96, 97. But the narrative out of WWE is that, oh, Ted Turner just wanted to, you know, kick Vince McMahon's ass, and it was a Vince McMahon, Ted Turner war. It really wasn't. I'm sure that made Vince feel better while he was getting his ass kicked to say that it was Ted Turner doing it and not some guy that had just auditioned for him with a broom 4 years earlier. I get it, but it wasn't Ted. Ted was a little busy doing a lot of other really big things at that time. You know, wrestling was important to Ted, and I heard that. I knew that kind of anecdotally through the people that I reported to who reported to Ted, but I had very little contact with Ted Turner.
Okay.
I just knew that he was there and he was supportive.
Who is booking when you first take the reins?
Even that's somewhat hard to remember because there were so many transitions, you know, when you say booking or, you know, I refer to it as writing or being a showrunner, but the booker at that time, I think when I took over in 93, was really, you know, I came in kind of after the Bill Watts debacle. So Ole Anderson was kind of involved at the time. I think Dusty Rhodes may or may not have been involved at the time. But when I first more or less took over as executive producer, took over television as executive producer, I had nothing to do with booking. Nothing. In fact, I couldn't get far enough away from it, to be honest with you. I didn't want to become involved with it. But after I immersed myself more and was, I don't want to say forced into it, but I saw that if I didn't take a little bit of control over it, then I wasn't going to be able to control anything. I put Dusty into that position, I believe initially. Dusty was my choice. So I had a great relationship with Dusty.
When you first get the title, What's the company's financial situation? Are you made aware of that, even though you just run on
Oh
television?
yeah. No. When Bill Shaw said, look, again, going back to the Bill Watts disaster, so many things went so wrong, and it wasn't just Bill Watts. I mean, prior to Bill Watts, things had, Kip Fry was a disaster, and Jim Herd was a disaster, and there had been a series of disasters along the way. But Bill Watts took it to a whole new level with the nature of some of the things that he did. But the end result, when I took over the company, I remember specifically, it was a company that was grossing, but I mean, all revenue in was $23 million a year, and it was losing $10 million a year in the process. That was the financial status of that company when Bill Shaw said, hey, you be my executive producer. And that was just fine for me.
You didn't feel like you were being walked onto the Titanic at all?
No, I was too young, too naive, too excited. My eyes were too big, and so were my balls. So it didn't really scare me. Right now,
like that?
Yeah, it would now, because now I know what I didn't know then.
Right.
In that time, again, it's a hard one. That's a hard question to answer at that time. If everything were the same, absolutely, I'd do that again 10 times a month. But yeah, it was an exciting time, and I was excited to do it.
What's the morale like backstage? Do you walk into a divided locker room, a depressed locker room?
I walked into a locker room that was, it's hard to, you don't want to generalize, because not everybody was the same, but I think the general feeling was, this is just a big payday, and once they sign you up, you can retire here. I remember Larry Zbyszko. Larry Zbyszko, and I worked together at AWA. Larry was one of the first interviews that I ever did in the industry. And Larry came to WCW before I did. And one of the very first things that Larry Zbyszko said to me, and he was one of the very first people to approach me once I showed up on location to shoot a show. He said, Eric, once you sign the dotted line here, you get a paycheck for life. Just keep your head down. That was kind of the prevailing vibe, if you will, there. It was so big, it was so out of control and loose that everybody knew this. Turn money. You get a gig here, you got a gig for life.
How important an addition is he?
At the time I hired him, I didn't know. I didn't know Zane. I had never really talked to Zane or worked with Zane prior to that. I was relying on input from other people. I knew that we needed a great promoter. I knew that we didn't have anybody in-house. And we had talked to a couple other promoters that none of them really made any sense to me, or none of them made me feel like it was a good choice, I should say. But Zane came highly recommended, and we made that decision.
What would his duties be? I mean, back in the day when you were fragmented into territories, a local promoter promoted his town, but now you're a national company, national TV. Mm-hmm. What's a promoter's job for WCW at that time?
He was boots on the ground. So if we're going to put on a show, and I'll use Denver, that's where Zane lived. But in the case of Denver, Zane knew the building. He knew the building managers. He knew the security staff. He knew, whatever regulatory or licensing people needed to be dealt with. He was on a first name basis with them. He knew the local radio stations. He knew where he could get the best deals. He knew who listened to what, radio stations and read what newspapers. So we knew where to put our advertising. He was really the heart and soul of the promotion at that level. We funded it, obviously, but being in Atlanta and not knowing the market, you can't, it's a little easier now with technology being what it is. But back then, if you didn't live in the market and have direct relationships with those people, you didn't really know if you were buying the right ad or buying the right radio station. And that's what Zane's job was.
He's a hire from WWEF. We're 2 years away from what's come to be called the Monday Night Wars. How competitive are you at this point with what's going on the other channel?
None. I wasn't competitive at all. My only goal when I took over, when I say took over the company, but when I was handed when I was given the responsibility as executive producer and then as vice president, executive vice president, and so on, my only mission was to turn the first dollar of profit that company had ever turned in the history of that division. Ted bought the company from the Crockett's in 88 or 89, whatever it was, and since the minute he had purchased it, it had been losing money hand over fist. When you add to the fact that not only had it been losing money hand over fist, it became kind of an embarrassment under the Bill Watts regime for a lot of reasons that everybody probably knows about. And it was critical. And I was told by Bill Shaw, the gentleman that hired me, say, Eric, this is the last shot we have at this. If we don't turn this company around and make it something that's viable for the Turner portfolio, this company is going to go away. And by viable, it meant stay out of the headlines, don't do any stupid shit, and turn a profit, because the company never had. So my goal was just to make $1. That's all I wanted to do.
We were pretty much autonomous at that point, as far as I knew. I mean, I didn't know the exact ins and outs of the contracts or whatever between the companies. We were pretty much our own company and ran it as we wanted to. But I knew that there were certain things that we did have to lay in line with the NWA. That's why I think the Eastern Championship belt was called a heavyweight title, not the world title. And that, of course, is what led into the whole point of the tournament for the new NWA champion. They saw ECW, Eastern Championship Wrestling, as getting pretty hot at the time, and for obvious reasons thought they could use that catapult of what little bit of fame we had at that point in that area to try to, I guess, relaunch the NWA.
So you were in contact with the board, or whoever was representing the NWA, for the big decisions?
That, my guess would be yes. I mean, I'm not trying to be.
When I say you, I mean someone there.
Yeah, I'm sure Paul and Todd and those guys were. Todd ran everything pretty much as a businessman, so I'm sure he did. Knowing how the NWA operates, that they probably, I'm sure, had their things done their way or wanted to.
Bill Clinton is in the White House. The Dallas Cowboys and Buffalo Bills, I will show no partiality, are headed to Super Bowl 28, which Dallas won. Hero by Mariah Carey is topping the charts. The average American household salary, $37,070. We'll get there again soon. Gas is only $1.09 a gallon, and our guest today, it may have been a kid, but he was making some very powerful friends, and would begin this year to chart a course to, can we say wrestling superstardom?
Say whatever you want.
Can we say wrestling political superstardom as well?
Say, of course you can.
It's Sean Waltman. He's going to take us back to 1994.
I'm going to do my best.
Now, you're developing the franchise gimmick around this time. Right. Tell me its inception and how it comes to be.
Paul gave me the idea at Valley Forge. We had a show at Valley Forge sometime shortly before that. He said he had an idea for this character, and the only direction he gave me on it is he's the captain of the football team that steals everybody's girlfriend. And I said, well, I know that guy, so yes, that was easy enough for me. And he never fleshed out beyond that. So the character really, I would say the better part of the first year, if you go back and watch closely, you'll see bits and pieces of the character changing week in and week out. There was, this, and then it was gone, and then maybe this move, and then it was gone. At one point, Paul did want me to start mimicking Flair, doing his woo and his chop. And I said, as the heat that's between us, and to where I thought that, in my mind, where I saw that franchise character going, the last thing in the world I could do was to look like a Ric Flair imitator. So I intentionally stayed away from that stuff as much as I could.
Talk about Sherry and working with her.
Wow, she was fantastic. I miss her because she was, when you see her in character, for those people that don't know her, she seems like such a crazy broad. She was the sweetest girl. She had a real soft side to her, was very caring about the guys. When somebody would get hurt in the dressing room, she was the first one there checking to make sure that they were okay and if there was something she could do. But a funny story about Sherry, well, a couple of them. First of all, the night that I threw the belt in Funk's face, when we were doing the promo, we did that at the Marriott at the airport, the old Marriott. And we're doing this pull apart, there's all these guys on both sides pulling apart. And I'm hooked and I can't get loose. And I'm literally fighting to try to get loose and I can't get away. And when I went back and watched the tape afterwards, it was Sherry. Sherry had me scissored. So Sherry was a lot tougher than most people realize. But the other one was when we went down, it was a match right before we did the three-way dance. And they were interjecting me into a match with Funk and Sabu. When I ran down to ringside, the timing was as soon as I got there, Sabu would planche over. So I turn my attention and I see Sabu's feet leave the mat. He gets to about here and boom, kicks me in the back of the head, I thought, and I'm down on the floor trying to shake the cobwebs loose. And I'm thinking to myself, man, I really mistimed that. I mean, that was bad. I thought had a lot more time than that. And I hear Sherry's screeching voice, "This motherfucker's got a board." This guy came up behind me, and it's when we still just ropes. Guy came up behind me like a baseball bat and just...
A fan.
Yeah, like he was swinging for a home run and caught me dead center in the back of the head. And but she was right on top of me, protecting me. She would have taken the next shot if it came.
You worked a lot with Funk in '94. Talk about that experience.
Well, for me, it was an incredible learning experience. It was the first time that, up until that point in my career, prior to ECW, I was considered nothing more than a mid-card white meat babyface. Back whenever I was a kid breaking into the business, if you didn't have a wart right here and weigh 320 pounds and an ogre face, you couldn't be a heel. And so that was right around that time that it was starting to change somewhat. And when Paul put me into that role, I can't think of anybody better to have put me with than Funk. Because Funk's not a B, C, D type of coach. He's not going to say, go out and do this, this, and this, you're going to be a great heel. You just go out and you work with Terry, and he never even tells you what you're learning, but at the end of the night you realize you've picked something up from him. And I credit Terry with the edge that the franchise character had, that in your face, will say anything that comes to mind. That I learned from Terry, and the way I learned it from him was being in the ring with him. The first couple times in the ring with him, I legitimately thought he was pissed with me because he was cussing me out and calling me a fucking pussy, and I wasn't sure if he was hot and just not liking the match or hot at me. And after about the fourth or fifth time working with him, I realized, well, that's just his MO, that's his character, and you start figuring that out. So that really was where the franchise began. Terry, had I not worked with Terry Funk, I think the franchise character, whatever it would have become, would have been vastly different than the edgy character that it became. My understanding was he was on the ring crew. He was setting the ring up, and then there were a couple guys that after they'd set the ring up, they would just start doing spots in the ring, just goofing around, and they'd clean the ring out and stuff as they got ready to go. And I think Paul saw that and said, "Hey, we might be able to do something with this kid." I may be wrong on that, but that was my understanding whenever I saw Mikey in the ring as a ring crew guy.
Now, at that debut, who's the one in the locker room that goes, there's someone who's going to be a heavyweight champion someday?
I don't think anybody did, probably even Paul.
Right.
It was, but only in ECW could that have worked.
Yeah, that was part of the special formula.
Yeah,
anything can happen.
That's right.
Is it true that the name Mikey Whipwreck was a rib on Dennis Whipwrecht, at that time a promoter in Maryland?
Yes. I don't know the exact story behind it, but there was a play on words with his name and a promoter. I didn't know that was what the guy's name was, but there was an inside rib to it.
suitable partner for you?
Oh God, yeah. Are you kidding
You
me?
were able to go where you wanted to go?
Oh yeah, he was a fantastic partner. I mean, he really taught me a lot. I learned a lot working with him, being partners with him. I learned a lot about tag team wrestling.
Had you watched him?
Oh, of
Brian,
course. Yeah, of course. I mean, everybody had.
You know, this is one of those kind of lost WCW footnotes. Talk about
For a good reason.
Yeah, well, talk about some last-ditch efforts to save Fred Ottman from himself.
You know, I honestly, I wish I could remember more about that because people keep bringing it up, and I feel guilty about not having more recall. But that was not my idea. Not that I'm more than willing to accept my responsibility for a lot of bad ideas because I have a lot of them I can take credit for. But that particular one wasn't mine. And I'm not really sure I can remember why we were trying to resurrect him, other than it was hugely embarrassing. He was a great guy.
He's a good guy.
And everybody felt for him and wanted to try to make it right.
This is a one-week title run.
Right.
How was this proposed to you, and why as a one-week title run?
I think it was just something to. I think it was like part experiment. Because okay, here's the thing. At that point, Vince was, he was already indicted on the federal charges, and he was taking into consideration the fact that he might be incarcerated. So he brought in guys like Bill Watts and Jerry Jarrett, to see how they would do. God forbid Vince had to go to jail for, extended length of time. So this was a Jerry Jarrett idea, according to Jerry.
Just to kind of try you guys out?
Jerry thought he saw something in us, and it wasn't something that he got behind. An idea that he got behind, coming in, and it worked. I mean, it wasn't, to me, it didn't take a genius to figure out it would work, but.
What could I see, even as Jerry Jarrett, giving you guys 1 week?
I don't know about the 1 week thing. I don't get that part. And this, we lose the titles in the last match. We lost them in the main event. Like, it wasn't the main event, but it was the last match that night at the Garden. So we made the people go home pissed, and we didn't even lose them on TV.
Could it have been a last-minute decision?
Could
or
have
were
been.
you told in advance, listen, this is just going to be a quick thing, guys. You're going to have this for a week, and then we're going to take it back?
Not really. Like, it was kind of, it wasn't, there was no, definite stamp put on it one way or another. I forget who I was doing it with. It might have been Adam Baum or something. I was doing that spinning head scissors thing that I used to do with Jerry Lynn a lot. And just, a guy wasn't used to doing it. And ended up doing some damage to my medial collateral ligament. And, looking back, it wasn't a huge injury, but at the time I'd never, injured a knee before. So when it went out, that was an odd, really icky feeling.
Were you carted out?
Yeah, I was carted out in a stretcher, and Tony Hom, Ludwig Borga, was hurt that night too. So we both were in the same ambulance on the way to the hospital. We didn't have two ambulances because Ivan Putski commandeered the other one. He figured it was more important that he get a ride back to the hotel.
Ivan Putski?
Yeah, sure. Why not, right? Fuck us. But I do remember, talking with Brad about the whole, angle with Owen and how they, were planning on doing that, and, how they were trying to really, really shine Owen up nice, before he had the title match with Brett, or before he had the Mania match with Brett.
Right. Is he someone that you thought could run with it?
Yeah, but I think I don't think a lot of people thought it was going to do as good as it did, to be honest with you.
Workers or fans?
Maybe the workers.
Because the criticism was that
Maybe Owen wasn't, a big enough star or whatever. But, I mean, obviously he was.
big enough in popularity or skills?
Skills and, not so much popularity, but at that point he had turned heel anyway, so you don't got to worry as much about getting cheered. It's a lot less stress, man, when you're a fucking heel.
Most people prefer. Right?
Well, especially when you're coming into a place, you don't want to come in as a babyface and have people like half-ass shitting on you,
Right. Is the genesis of this idea entirely Bret's?
That's a good question. I can't remember. I think it was.
Is that maybe why it was met with a little eye rolling too? Oh, okay, so this is who's going to be at the top of the card now, his brother.
It wasn't that. We were happy for Owen.
Okay.
And, it's just like, I just think there was a lot of uncertainties as far as business goes back at that time.
That's true.
Business was soft. We can look back with fond memories on this stuff, but, try being on the road at that time and getting a draw and then no fucking money on your pay when you get your check in the mail. So, it was, we might have been the big time, but we were still struggling. The whole him going up into the
Yeah, a little bit of silliness.
a little bit, but like people got it. It was pushed for back then. It was stretching it, but it was WWF, and
Is this?
I think that was okay. It was the whole Papa Shango and the Ultimate Warrior spewing up shit and all that stuff that was a little over the top.
Pushed it a
for
little
me
too much.
personally.
Yeah. This is when Mark was taking time off for a baby? Is that what the...
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Gunner was already born at that time, I think.
Okay.
But Mark was going through a lot of nagging injuries. He was working through a shit that nobody would even be allowed to work through these days.
Right.
You can't even walk through the curtain to the ring in the shape that Taker, half of us were, back then. Here was the thing. It was obvious that the powers that be, or whatever, how you want to put it, were behind Lex. I don't know, first clue might have been the big fucking boss. In the aircraft carrier.
That went over well.
It was a good, honest effort. I'll say that. And it was just it just wasn't Lex.
That was already 93, though. But
That's true, yeah.
Why now have
There were
to
still,
have
though,
Bret?
Well, here was the deal.
Minimized.
They were still, Vince was still, Luger. We want to shove Luger. Meanwhile, the people were saying something different. They wanted Bret. And Luger even, I remember him coming back from the ring after they had like a 6-man or a tag match or something, and it was Bret and Luger on the same team. And, Bret does his entrance, and he never did. You never see me go to the corners. Like, everybody obligatory goes to the corners, right? I never did that because I remember Bret telling me everybody does that, and he always just went to the middle of the ropes, right? Raised a hand. It was different. Nobody else, everybody else going to fucking corners. But Luger goes to the corner and yells a big old yell, and you could hear a fucking echo come back, And even Lex acknowledged it when he come back. People have spoken,
Wow.
And, that was when, the title was given to, the championship was given to Bret instead of Lex.
Safe to say his star-making moment,
Yes,
and deservedly so.
I believe so. Yeah. Kev was like, when he first came to work for Vince, he was really like not smooth at all. And I mean, it was a motherfucker working with them. Because I had some of his first matches, and they were really cement mixers, man.
Well, that time as Oz didn't...
Oh, fuck me.
Okay.
Whew.
So, okay, well, that brings up a good point then. So now is anyone going, him?
Yeah. Yeah, the smart ones. You fucking, the people tell you, you know, like,
Yeah.
I don't understand sometimes, you know, in our industry, we're so worried about trying to, like, program the people when they're the ones that tell us what they want, you know? And if you just let them tell you what they want, like, it makes it a lot easier for everybody.
So
you
there's
know,
no
instead of trying to
inkling.
shove something down somebody's fucking throat.
Well, that's Vince's tactic, but so there's no inkling on your part or many of the talent's part that this guy can go as far as Kevin did at this point.
Well, within the car, we knew.
What's your perspective on the oft-discussed altercation?
You know, I remember it. I haven't thought about it a lot, but I remember it when it happened. I was sitting. I wasn't on the European tour where it happened. I was sitting at home with my wife and my kids, and I got a phone call, late one morning, like 2 or 3 in the morning, telling me what had happened, and it was a little surreal. You know, I couldn't imagine it. And on one hand, I couldn't imagine it, but on the other, I could. It was uncomfortable because I wasn't there, and I wasn't able to control anything, and I was relying on input from people who were pretty upset, some of whom had seen it, some of whom were in the hospital, some of whom were dealing with local police, and the information I was getting was pretty sketchy. So my reaction to it at that moment was a little frazzled as a result. Afterwards, I was just disappointed, you know, because I understood it. I'd been around situations like that, you know, my entire life, but in the wrestling business. And I know how it would have or could have happened, and I was, more than anything, I was disappointed and embarrassed for everybody.
How persona non grata is Sid stemming from this? Is there any consideration of bringing him back throughout 94 at all?
No. He could not have buried himself in a deeper hole just from a... You know, from a liability perspective as a company, from you know, a public relations perspective, it didn't make any sense to bring him back at that time.
Was there a final straw in removing Dusty and wanting to go with a committee?
You know, I don't remember the details, but clearly you've done your research, and if Bill Shaw was on that committee, and I remember vaguely that he was, it would have been probably his desire to have a committee, which is a typical kind of a corporate structure kind of thing to do.
Did you feel it was wrong instinctively?
No, because I didn't have enough of a feel for booking and creative at that time to know whether it was a good idea or a bad idea. I kind of, you know, look, I still love to this day, and my partner Jason Hervey and I, you know, we have a team of great people in Los Angeles, and one of the things that I love about being in the entertainment business is getting in a room with a bunch of people and just riffing ideas. Because ideas, it's hard to, you know, people say, who came up with that idea? You know, in interviews like this in particular. But the genealogy of an idea usually is a result of 6 or 7 or 8 or 10 more people, you know, pitching in and taking a kernel of an idea and then growing it or shaping it. And I liked that process, but at the end of the day, when it comes to the wrestling business, you've got to have somebody that says or is willing to stand up and say, no, we're going to do this, and here's why, and have everybody fall in line. If you have a committee of people where everybody feels like they have an equal voice and nobody is willing or able to step up and say, okay, let's move on. We're going to make this decision now. Let's go to the next challenge. It ends up just being muck. You know, there's a saying in life that a camel is a horse created by committee. And I've experienced that. So I probably liked it in the beginning because it's my nature to riff and vibe with a group of people, but I'm sure that I got frustrated with the lack of decisiveness.
Because you could maybe kind of have it as long as there was a Lorne Michaels to say, you know, Chevy's bit, Gilda's bit, John's bit, that's what goes this week.
Yeah, but there wasn't. You know, what you had was a bunch of people,
Right.
some of whom were very political, some of whom were kind of jockeying for position, some of whom were just saying, oh, this Bischoff kid's going to, go up in flames in another 6 months and somebody else will come in, because that had been the pattern. You had Eric Bischoff, who was sitting there as the executive producer or vice president or whatever the hell my title was, who didn't have the experience or the strength of experience to be that Lorne Michaels or be that guy that said, okay, we're going to do this. I just didn't have that at that time. It took me a while to get there. So it was oftentimes a camel that was created by committee.
I'm going to steal that. Is it wrong to say that Ric Flair becomes a de facto head booker of the committee or decision maker of some kind?
No, that would be wrong, because it wasn't de facto, it was intentional.
Okay.
I brought Rick in, when Dusty, and Dusty got stressed. Dusty still is to this day, and I haven't talked to Dusty in years, but to this day, I love the experience I had with Dusty and respect Dusty immensely. And I think to this day still is one of the most creative people I've ever met in this business. The problem with Dusty is he, at that time at least, I don't know what he's like now, but at the time he wanted to keep that all to himself. And he can't really work that way. And I couldn't let him work that way based on what I wanted to achieve. So I think the stress got to Dusty, and it got to me and my relationship with Dusty. We remained friends, don't get me wrong. There was no animus between us. But it was obvious that we had to make a change. I brought Ric Flair in intentionally because at that time, from my point of view, Rick had a lot of respect from the guys. And that was the thing that we didn't have, because we didn't have that Lorne Michaels or that Vince McMahon or that one guy that sat at the head of the table, and when he said, run that way, everybody went, okay, I may not want to run that way, but I'm going to run that way as fast as I can. We didn't have that guy. And I was trying to find it. It wasn't me, because I was new on the job. It wasn't Dusty. And I thought Rick could possibly be that guy. He had the experience. He was obviously a great talent. And he had a great relationship with a lot of that talent. Not all of it, but a lot of it.
How important is it for you to have Bobby Heenan aboard, and how do you go about making it happen?
How important was it? It was an important piece of the overall puzzle. The overall puzzle was I wanted to take WCW from being a small, regional, southern NWA perceived territory. I wanted to have a bigger, more mainstream national feel. I wanted to attract national advertisers. I wanted television stations in the syndication community, when syndication was still a really, really important part of our business. I wanted them to perceive our business differently than they perceived it as WCW. That was my primary goal, and Bobby was important to that. And I knew Bobby from Minneapolis. That's the other part of this. And a lot of the, changes that I made is I went with what I knew, just like coaches do, and musicians often do, and directors and producers do. They go back to people they've worked with in the past or respect from their past. And Bobby was, I came up in Minneapolis as a young man, a teenager, watching Vern Gagne, and Bobby was like Bobby Heenan. So when we had the chance to get him, I jumped at it.
Getting away from the Southern identity thing you said, is that something you could verbalize down there, or was that a bit of heresy? No, you didn't.
No, I did, which is probably one of the, there's a lot of reasons I started out with as much heat as I did. One is I deserved it. I was young. I didn't really have any experience, really. I mean, I did. I started out in 1987. I came up in the wrestling industry through syndication sales. I learned production by staying after I was done doing all my sales work and making all my calls and being on the road. I would come in and I would stay late at night on my own time, not getting paid for it, and just learn how to edit or learn how to dub tapes, because I was fascinated by it. I just didn't know how it worked. I wanted to know. So I did that, and then I ran camera, and then I did interviews, and then I promoted house shows. So I was like a jack of all trades. I was a master of none of them, but I was able to, because of the situation, expose myself to almost every internal aspect of the business, of the wrestling business, so that when it came time to make a change in the industry, from my perspective, what was most important is that we emerged from being perceived as a small regional wrestling company to being something more mainstream and more palatable for people like M&M Mars and GM and Coors Light and mainstream advertisers. Because that's what was really hurting us. We couldn't get national advertising.
There's wisdom in it. I just wondered if you were able to say that at a table in Turner's headquarters.
I did. It got me a lot of heat. Yeah. Got me a lot of heat. I was the kid from Minneapolis that never laced up a damn boot in his life, and all of a sudden now I'm kind of taking. I didn't mean it to be. Didn't want anybody to take it personally, but I'm taking shots at people that were from the South, and that didn't go over all that well.
You'd recently hired Gene. Now here comes Bobby, and Hogan's coming later. Is there a master plan brewing now for you that you're going to cherry pick from?
It wasn't that master plan. The idea was never to cherry pick, and again, that's part of the narrative now that's been out there for so long. It's in some cases it's fact in the minds of those who just weren't around at the time or looked under the hood enough. But the idea was never to pick cherry pick anybody from WWF. Those people came to me in those cases. I didn't go to them. I didn't sit in a room and go, okay, who can I take from WWE? That never happened. It was more along the lines of I was conducting my business and all of a sudden I would get a phone call from, insert name here or insert name here's agent. And it was like, hey, would you be interested in talking to whomever? Bobby Heenan. I didn't go out and pursue Bobby Heenan. Bobby Heenan came to me. I didn't pursue Randy Savage. Randy Savage came to me. I probably pursued Hulk Hogan because we were kind of in the same area at the same time. But there was never this master plan to sit back and pick WWE apart.
When Bobby comes in, does he speak of a favorable relationship with WWE, or was it a tenuous one for him?
From what I recall, Bobby was a class act. He didn't come, even the way that he went out the door, which I know bothered Bobby a lot when they kicked him out the door and he had a bunch of women's underwear in his bag and all that. I think that was a little humiliating for Bobby. I don't think he really liked it. And I certainly don't want to speak for Bobby. He may feel differently about it than I recall. But my impression, at least at the time, was that it stung a little bit, but he never really had a bad thing to say about WWE. Okay. I really don't.
What was he like during his time there? Is he someone you'd call a good employee, easy to deal with?
Wrestlers aren't. First of all, they've never been anybody's employees. They've always been a unique breed of people. When I say, I'm not talking about a class of relationship here, but as independent contractors, they're very independent. They're a little bit like gypsies, and especially again going back to the mid-90s, WCW is probably the last remnant of the regional territories. A lot of the people that were very important within WCW had come out of those regional territories. The company had morphed into the corporate kind of animal that it became in the late 90s, and certainly not what WWE has become. So there was a lot of that independent territory mentality that still existed, and Michael was one of the guys who was probably at the center of that. So was he a good person? Was he a good person to have around and work with? In many respects, yes. Michael had a great mind. Michael was a really smart guy, very creative guy. But to me, going back to the Southern thing, that whole Freebird, overweight Freebird gimmick was tired and old in 1994. It was tired and old and kind of dated. So I can't remember if we quit or if I let him go, but if I offered him $75,000, it was probably my polite way of saying you're fired.
Right, yeah. You're one of the first guys I talked to that I can ask about this that might have an answer for me. You mentioned he was nobody's employee, and you're right. How do offices of wrestling companies now, when workers are precluded from going elsewhere, taking jobs elsewhere, taking a picture for somebody outside of the control of that entity that cuts their 1099, how can they still consider them an independent contractor? If they don't have the freedoms that a traditional independent contractor would have, if I hire you as a plumber to come over, I can't tell you can't go to the house down the street after you finish me. How are we still getting away with this in 2015? When's this going to stop?
Yeah. Number one, hopefully it won't. I don't think it's as, people want to say it's a bad situation and that, there should be all kinds of benefits and there should be insurance, and that's an ideal world. And maybe it could work. But if you go, I think the IRS, you can Google IRS and independent contractor, thresholds and requirements, and there's a list of 15 or 20 or more things that you have to check off your list in order to be considered an independent contractor. And when you look at that long laundry list of criteria, I don't know the answer to that question.
I have, and the onus is more on a company proving someone isn't an employee from that list than there is in saying someone is a 1099 contractor. And I wasn't even going to the benefits thing. I'm just thinking from a corporate structure, how has it evaded being, I know lawsuits were brought in the past. I think the statute of limitations ran out on Raven and his cruise thing. But it's always confounded me because it's one of the clearest examples. You can't work for WCW if you work here, wherever here might be in Connecticut. And that, by definition, is an employee.
Yeah, and then when you go even further and start mandating that people adhere to a specific schedule or adhere to certain behaviors or adhere to this or adhere to that, the more control you have over someone, the less likely you will be able to justify your position vis-a-vis being an independent contractor. So, I'm certainly not an employment attorney, nor do I want to be one, but it's a tricky thing, and I think WWE is WWE. For someone to come along and sue and challenge that in court, you've got to be really, really well funded and well prepared and have a good case, and that's hard to do.
Talk about the Nasties for a minute. Them
Do we have to?
working for you.
Really? Do we have to? I say that lovingly. I love those guys a lot. Still to this day, we're close.
The lawsuit, actually, that Bobby Walker eventually files against WCW in 2000 states that his Caucasian opponents were instructed to make him look bad and that he was told he would never hold a championship belt. He stated he was paid less than many of the company's Caucasian wrestlers because he was African American and made to look loud, obnoxious, pompous, and shiftless. End quote.
That describes 90% of the people that have ever worked in a wrestling business.
Irrespective of color.
Come on. I made an entire freaking career out of doing that.
Ron Simmons was never shiftless, was he?
No. The fact that Bobby Walker filed this suit, I've got nothing against Bobby, but the fact that Bobby Walker filed this suit, 4, 5, 6 years after the fact, when Turner was completely upside down and everybody was rushing for the free, lawsuit payday.
Right.
Big guy, Al's you stand next to Al, he's a physically imposing guy, 6'5", 6'6", around in there somewhere. Just a big, thick, stout guy. And you can tell can take care of himself. He's got that look to him. And there were a couple times in the early days that Taz and he, I think they were both trying to, fight for that. Who's the tough guy in the dressing room routine? And they would, jaw jack each other, and they would yell back and forth. I don't think it ever came to blows or to contact, but Al was just like a big teddy bear. So when you see him go out into that ring and do the stuff that he would do, it was very limited in scope, and that was Paul's idea because obviously Al, if you put him out there too long, he'd be exposed. But what he did and the way he played it for that short span of time, I think we got as much out of that as we could have. He put very well at it.
Did anyone in the locker room have a problem being laid out by the chokeslam?
No, that's the thing that's amazing about ECW. I'm sure along the way there was probably somebody complaining here or there. But my exposure to the dressing room, and I was they're in depth pretty much, from the very beginning. I never saw anybody complain. In fact, to the contrary, guys like Sandman and Tommy were insisting that they get laid out, which to me was completely different than anything I'd seen in the business before that. ECW was truly from the very beginning a team concept, and not in the sense that Paul sat us down and said, "Okay, everybody, you guys got to get along great and be friends." It was nothing like that. It was nothing that overt. It was very organic, very true, very grassroots. That you'd go out to the ring and give your best effort, and you'd come back, and the guys that were at the monitor and the girls, I say guys colloquially, at the monitor would stand up and give you a standing ovation when you came back. And the thing that always impressed me in ECW was, unlike other places where somebody come back and say, "What the hell did you do? Go out there and work your ass off." "I got to work harder." In ECW, it was almost like a challenge. Go out and do your best, because we're going to go out and try to top it. Paul felt very strongly that because of his history and the connection to Sabu, that that it would be a perfect idea to bring him in.
How was he towards everyone in the locker room?
Fantastic. Sheik was incredibly professional, and even like years later when we went to Sabu's wedding, he was just as gracious and professional and gentlemanly as he could have been. The funny thing about the match was we spoke, working with Terry and Sabu was always like that. We spoke very little prior to the match. It was maybe one or two things just that might necessitate a key timing point or something. But that match started off with Sabu and I going the first 15 minutes, and then Terry came down. Sabu got hurt and left for 10, 15 minutes. The match during the match, I think prior to that I had some semblance of an idea, but that was right around the time where I was starting to get my feel for the ring down. I could tell when a match was going well or when it wasn't. Now it's instinct to me today, but at that time I remember the entire time thinking, this match feels like hell. It just doesn't feel right. And I think in hindsight, because it was such a different type of match, but I remember at the end of the match, whenever I roll under the rope towards the hard camera, blown sky high. It was hotter than hell in the building that night because of the people. And I'm laying there, I'm really hot, because I thought, boy, we had a real classic opportunity to do something special here. And at that moment when I'm laying there and the crowd starts to give us a standing ovation, Sherry Martel goes, "Holy shit, look, 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 look." And I pull my head up and I look around the building and I see them giving us a standing ovation. I thought, they're just being polite, because it just felt like a crap match to me. And not that it was a horrible match, but it just didn't feel like it gelled or it flowed. The chemistry didn't feel right at that point. But when I went back afterwards and watched it back, then I got it. I was able to take the whole panorama of the crowd involvement and Terry's genius and Sabu's athleticism and sanity, and just how it all played together, part and parcel, like the three-way sleeper, which has now become a standard in every three-way dance. That was something that just happened. That was the kind of chemistry that Sabu and Terry and I had. We could each feed off of each other just instinctively. And that's what Terry and Sabu and I had. And we formed it that night, the bond between the three of us working together. Sabu, prior to that match, had a base level mistrust of me. I don't think he thought that I was trying to get over on him. Just his business instinct was telling him, Shane's the top guy, and so he's going to try to get over on me, I think. And I found out later that part of his mistrust was because I used to call him his shoot name. It was just that was the way I was broken into the business, and I used to call him Terry. Well, that really pissed him off. He goes, "I'm Sabu," And so once I realized his mindset and everything. And then when we had that match that night, from that point forward, me and Sabu have been very good friends, best of friends in the business. And again, I don't mean to keep sounding like patronizing, but I really do credit Funk with that, because I think if you put me and Sabu in the ring with anybody else, we could have done some pretty good stuff. But Funk, if you go back and watch that match and you understand the ebb and flow of the psychology of it, it's Funk. He'll go into something and go over there with Sabu for a second and pull that story that way, and then he'd come over and showcase me for a bit. It was, Terry was the one that was really working his ass off in the match psychologically.
Is it recognized beforehand that this could be a spotlight moment for the company? Does Paulie come to you and say, "This is going to be it"?
That sounds like him, but no, he didn't say that. I wasn't sure. I knew that we could have a good match. It was in that building. It was starting to get to the point where, you'd expect to have one or two damn good matches in that building, because it was just the magic in that building and the chemistry of that building. And in the back of my head, knowing what Sabu was capable of and what I was sure Terry would bring to the table, I knew from that standpoint there was an opportunity for it. But I never go into a match, even today or at any point in my career, that I ever think like, this one's going to be a home run. I know it's certain to be a guaranteed home run.
Talk to me about hour-long matches in general. What's the key to keeping people interested, especially at this time? Take '94, where the Broadways had really fallen out of favor in the United States. We were looking for quick shots. And so what's the key to keeping me there for 60 minutes?
I credit Paul with that, because he wanted to make sure that the franchise character, if he was going to stand up as the lead guy for this company, that he had to prove to be everything that he said he was in the promos. If I said I was the greatest and was better than Flair and blah, 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 but was going out and doing 3-4 minute matches and they were sort of half-assed or whatever, Paul realized quickly that facade would deteriorate very fast. So he was the one that came to with the idea, I want you to be the new 60-minute man. I beat Funk's ear about that. I would call Steamboat and ask him his input. I would say it was probably about the third or fourth match, 60-minute match that I had, that I didn't go to the ring with my chest pounding, scared to death, because 60 minutes at that time even was a long time. Like you said, the 60-minute matches had fallen out of favor. It was, but Paul was the one that came up with that idea. The key to it, I think, is obviously pacing yourself, but you have to also be aware, and this is one of the things that I think is missing from the business today, is in teaching, we call it monitoring and adjusting. You sit and you're paying attention. Is the crowd buying this? And if they're not, you damn well better be able to adjust on the fly and go to something else. When you have guys like Sabu that were so damn capable, and most of the people in ECW, that could go out there and do 9 million different things. For me, it was easy as a heel calling it, because I knew that anything I would pull out of my rear end, these guys were going to be able to execute. And then the whole ECW style, the violence that you could throw in at any point when you wanted to take a breather or get a few minutes to get your brain back in the right place and get some more creativity flowing. You could take a walk, and go out and fight in the crowd. The reason we would do that, though, is even that had a point of design to it. Was Joey Styles, as phenomenal as an announcer as he is, sitting at home watching the TV, Joey Styles could explain to you, till he's blue in the face, in however creative terms he wants, how hard we're hitting each other. But Paul knew that you sitting at home watching the monitor, and say Sabu and I are out there fighting in the crowd, that these people that are surrounding us, if you go back and watch their faces and you see their excitement, you can tell those guys must be knocking the snot out of each other, because look how the crowd, the guy's 12 inches away, he can feel it. And it was really, people say that the mad genius thing on Paul, and really it's amazing to me, whether it was by luck or design, how everything fell into place there. Like that, everything had a purpose.
When you guys are done with this Broadway, you go to the back. Mm-hmm. What's the reaction from everyone? Does Sheik say anything to you?
Sheik, first Sheik went right up to Sabu and gave him a hug. I remember that. And I remember him coming over and shaking my hand, and then of course sat down and started talking with Terry. At that point, I still had no idea in my head. I still had the feeling that match that we had screwed it up.
First of all, I want to take Disney. Talk to me about the process and the philosophy about shooting there.
It was necessary. You know, if you go back and look at 92, look at WCW television product 92, 93, 94, before Disney, it was horrible. It was horrible. Center Stage, you've referred to a couple times. It was a theater in the round facility that held maybe 450 people. We had been producing shows there for so long, every Monday, basically, giving tickets away, papering the house, that the only people that would come to that event were people that got free tickets, and half of them would show up with a bag of wine and fall asleep halfway through the show. And you probably would get an average of 15 teeth per set, you know, if you counted them on average in the audience. It was just a horrible, you know, nothing against the people that came, but your audience is a big part of your show. And I've always believed this, that the audience is the third character in the ring. I mean, you have the good guy, the bad guy, and then you've got the audience. And the referee fits in there a little bit. If your audience isn't the audience you need for that show, I don't care who the two participants are in the ring. It doesn't matter, because the people at home are going to look at it and go, oh, why am I watching this? I kind of feel like I need a shower just because I'm interested. That's what we had. We would go to Georgia, the Georgia Mountain Center in Cartersville, wherever the hell it was, Gainesville. We'd go all around Atlanta, and you could get 250, 300 people to show up. You'd turn the lights down so dark so nobody would see that there was nobody there, and those that were sleeping. It was horrible. So Disney was born out of necessity. I had to figure out a way that we could shoot our show, lighten it up, brighten it up, and give it that mainstream feel. And most importantly, I knew at that time that for WCW to emerge from being considered to be that distant number 2 Southern regional promotion, if we could co-brand ourselves with Mickey Mouse and Disney, and at the very head of our show, it would be coming to you from the Disney MGM studios with a big flyover of the soundstage, the perception of our industry towards us would be dramatically different.
I'd imagine also that the amenities for the boys increased too, being
Not really.
on the studio lot.
Not really.
No?
I mean, in some respects, yes, but in some respects, no. There was no strip bars right down the street. That
Well,
they could go
ample
to after the
dressing,
show.
ample dressing room
Yeah,
space.
but there really wasn't.
Food.
You know, the food was better, of course. You know, we took care of them, but it was tough. You know, you refer to it as marathon tapings, and they were. Guys would show up, and they were used to, again, put yourself in the boots of a wrestler or a performer. You know, it's like get in your car with your buddies, drive to the town, show up, do your work. By 10 o'clock at night, you're going to the next town with a couple beers in your lap. It doesn't suck.
Right.
It's hard, but when you're 25, 28 years old, it's not the worst thing in the world. Then you show up at Disney MGM, you've got to be there at 9 o'clock in the morning, you're starting interviews at 11, and you're shooting shows till 8 or 10 o'clock at night. It's a little, you're having 4 matches in a day. It's a little different.
Pretend we have a truth meter here, and I want you to tell me where this stuff lands from 0 to 10. Problems in Disney shooting in front of tourists because of disinterested fans?
It was a big problem.
Okay.
Sure.
So
it
that
was.
ranks high on the meter.
Yeah,
Something that was
one of the-
concerning you. Yeah.
Well, we knew it going in, though. We knew the audience we were going to get. We knew they would look good. We knew they could go, yay, boo, whenever we asked them to, because that's what soundstage audiences do. But there's a big difference between that and people who know the characters, know the stories, and are emotionally invested. The emotional investment is what we did not have at MGM.
Right.
But we didn't have it center stage either.
Right, because they were
'Cause they were
falling
drunk.
asleep without teeth. What about because you have to shoot so much product in such a concentrated amount of time, you're giving away stuff that they shouldn't see. Was that a problem?
No, well, maybe it was. I've not thought about it in that regard, but what we did going in, knowing the challenge, I mean, there were a lot of challenges, but knowing the pay-per-view, everything that we were doing was driving towards a pay-per-view, so you had to be very careful about what you exposed and what elements of a story you exposed, because you didn't want to give away too much that mitigated the pay-per-view or the
Right.
need to buy the pay-per-view. So it was a constant balancing act, but it was difficult.
Did you reveal less on those tapings because of that? Yeah, okay. What's the relevance of the weekly taping at this point? I mean, pretty soon we're going to have everybody's going live, but it's also not the syndication days where they're bicycling the tapes. Did you still see having product on at a certain time on a certain channel every week as really the linchpin to the company?
We did. Even when we were doing Disney MGM, we were still doing center stage. So syndication, Disney MGM was, for the most part in the beginning, our syndicated product, and we were still doing our key driver,
Right.
which is TBS, over in center stage. I was just trying to reduce the amount of pressure that our syndication schedule put on our arena schedule, because we were not only doing center stage, we were going to the Georgia Mountain Center and traveling around, the Southeast to produce our syndicated shows, and that's what I was trying to eliminate.
What happened with Missy Hyatt being fired?
There were a couple issues, but the one for me, I'll only speak for the one that I remember vividly, is we were at Disney MGM. I had just hired Sherry Martel, and Missy pitched a fit. She was loud, she was out of control. She was saying things in front of people that was just inappropriate. And it was Missy Hyatt, for crying out loud. It's not like it was Hulk Hogan or Ric Flair or Roddy Piper. It was Missy Hyatt. And I just said, it's enough. I'm done with this. It was just too much maintenance. Didn't really bring anything to the equation. She was kind of a leftover from eras or creative prior to me, just kind of there. And then when she turned into what she turned into, I just said, see ya. So the rest of that was kind of her reaction to getting canned. But
Well, blessing in disguise. She'd not have had her acting career had you not done that.
The world would have been starved from the opportunity to enjoy the amazing talent that is Missy Hyatt.
How about that?
That's pretty fucked up.
Yeah. Did you guys all
The
kind of feel
perception
that way
was-
as well?
I don't know, because there was guys that had dealings with Jim from WCW days and even prior to that maybe had issues with him that I didn't,
Right.
because I always, and I still do, I think the world of Jim.
But is this something that you or somebody who didn't have a problem would come up and say, hey, listen, this, between you and me, it's really fucked what they're doing to you?
Yeah.
What exactly is his relationship with Vince McMahon? You look historically at stuff like this, and then later on, you'd think that's a very strained...
Yeah, it's strange, because I remember one time being in the office with Vince, and it was just Vince and Jim. And Jim was sitting there eating a plate of food at the time. And, Vince and I, we were having a disagreement about something. We were debating something. And he was nice enough to, to fucking humor me, by participating in this debate with me.
Okay.
I learned a lot from these debates. Finally, when he told me I was right, was like the last time, I think I was gone after that.
That's the price.
Yeah, exactly. You get over it and finally you're gone. But, where were we?
There's Jim Ross eating, and you're talking to Vince.
Yeah, and Vince has explained to me how sometimes you gotta learn to like the taste of shit. And then he looks over at Jim and he goes, right, Jim? And I remember Jim just going like that, and it was like, fuck.
Like that scene in The Toy where
Wow.
Jackie Gleason makes Ned Beatty drop his pants.
Something like that, yeah.
Well, there's a reference I probably will edit out of this. You were often put in with potential hires, and you would kind of come out and give the thumbs up or the thumbs down, right?
They were already hired by then.
Oh, okay. So when someone was
I never
starting-
had tryout matches with guys. They were already hired.
So it wasn't people they were considering. They were already. But they would turn to you for your.
It was just on how far they were going to go.
Was this a formal, like, would Vince turn to you for this, or were you just with the other boys saying this?
Both.
Right.
It was just, that was the, and then, I mean, it wasn't planned that way. It just ended up being my position in the company.
And what were you
You
looking
know?
for in these guys?
Timing, just the fact that we were on the same page, you know, that they comprehended the way a match works, and a lot of it's just the timing aspect of
The
it.
physical.
Yeah, it's the physical, but it's the, just like, for instance, say like a 1 second pause and something could make all the difference in, how big a reaction you get. Things like that.
So it was personality you were gauging.
That too. It was just, it was overall, the whole recipe. And, every recipe is a little different. So, I mean, whenever we talk about something like that, it always goes back to like the Shane Douglas thing, well, I guess, he had his matches with me and they weren't very good. I worked with Shane after that when he was way better than he was when he went to come in for Vince that first time, or the only time. Sorry.
Right. The Dean Douglas.
Yeah,
thing,
well, and now he had some shit working against him. That was one of them. That gimmick was brutal. I mean, fucking rotten. And you do the best with what you're given, but I mean, come on.
But the physical was off too.
Yeah, and he was like pretty high impact. We're performing at a pretty high level, and you got to be ready to go when you back then.
But let's talk about Wildcat Willie, because that's really what's important here. The acrobatic mascot, Gary Hedrick.
Sounds familiar.
Okay, he entertains the crowd between matches, gives away merch. Are we just kind of continuing the kind of the Disney vibe, mascot?
That was really a Bob. And by the way, I think it was a good idea. So I'm not trying to fade that heat. If I would have been faced with that, somebody would have come to me and said, "Do you think this is a good idea?" Back then, I would have said yes. If someone were to come to me in a similar situation now and said, "Hey, we have an idea. How about this?" I probably would still give it a whirl. NFL does it. NBA does it. Cheerleaders and, somebody to go out there and entertain the people in between breaks during 3-minute, commercial breaks when the audience is sitting there on their hands. You don't want them to get up and go get something to drink. You want to hold them in their seats. So you need somebody to entertain the crowd when there's not a match going on. But it was Bob Dew because he worked at the Omni. He oversaw the Omni for Turner Broadcasting at that time, I believe. He was the one that brought the Wildcat Willie idea to the table. And look, it may not have worked, but it was a good, the rationale was a good idea.
Let's talk about the redesign. Who comes up with this? Is there a design firm that you hire? Is this something that's pitched to go look with a futuristic look?
We sat down with the team being Craig Leathers, probably Keith Mitchell at that time, a group of people who were in our production staff. And we said, okay, look, we've got to hit the refresh button. Our graphics are old and tired. The lighting is old and tired. We need to make the show look a little fresher. Again, if we want the advertisers to look at us as something other than a small soundstage wrestling company, and we want to attract more advertisers that are willing to spend more money, we have to be worth it. We have to look like the kind of product they want to be associated with. So we had to update every aspect of our show. Graphics and opens and music are the easy things to fix. The environment of center stage, not so much. We didn't own that stage. I don't know where the information came from about the $400,000, maybe accurate, may not be. But we weren't really able to do much to the sound stage itself because we didn't own it.
But there were, the entrances were augmented now.
Yeah, but that's this styrofoam and a couple gallons of paint.
Is there talk about this in the locker room? Can't imagine there wouldn't be. at the
Yeah,
time.
because I mean, it was like, you know, first Vince got, you know, charged, and then it was a few months later, and there's that with Jerry. It was like PR-wise, it was a really tough time
Is this something
for the industry.
King had a reputation for? Like a well-known, you know, when you pass an 11-year-old girl at the guardrail, say, oh, there's Jerry's fans, or did this catch people off guard?
It didn't seem like it caught anybody off guard. But, I mean, you know, I mean, there's always stories that go around about people, you know, until they are stories, until you actually
Are in court.
are in court or fucking are witness to something, you know.
Were you witness to anything?
Never, no.
Mel Phillips with the feet. Were you witness? That was
He
before
wasn't
you. That
around.
was before you.
No.
Okay. Were you ever hurt by him, first of all?
Never hurt, but I was roughed up a couple of times just because he's so huge.
I was going to say, he was not malicious, right? It was just that it
No,
was impossible.
no, it was just like he was doing things that he hadn't realized yet that can't do to guys, you know, like that are working full time.
Right.
You know, I remember when he dropped on Kevin's back in fucking Pittsburgh. Oh my God, I can't believe he didn't get fired. It was all, I mean, because Kevin didn't, you know. Kevin was like, no, don't fire him, but because he told him before, don't fucking do that
That's right.
move.
He told us about that. Yeah, that was
did
in his
anyways.
timeline.
I didn't wrestle that night. I went to ringside, but I was barely allowed to go to ringside because I have an irregular heartbeat. It's called atrial fibrillation. After the World Wrestling Network tapings, I would carry a letter from my cardiologist telling whoever that I had no restrictions, no physical limitations. But at that time, the commission that night wouldn't allow me to wrestle and perform because of the atrial fibrillation. So, but I remember there being a crap load of talent there, not just the ECW crew, but you know, a lot of it. Missy Hyatt was there, and you know, just a ton of other people, Crockett, and you know, there was all this hype to it. I think those of us, like the ECW crew, thought that with Crockett involved, and you know, this name being thrown around, and we thought maybe that might be the vehicle that would take ECW, you know, and really take it to the heights that it would later earn on its own. But fell apart very quickly.
What went wrong?
It just, it almost, from like now looking back, 'cause I've never been asked that question, never really assessed it. I think there was a sort of a micromanagement aspect to it. There was so much emphasis put on, we're going to go out and kick Vince's ass, and we're going to, you know, we're going to be better than them, and we're going to top them. This is, you know, the NWA didn't work, but this is going to be the new thing. And we're going to, you know, the idea, especially, you know, now in hindsight, looking at the live streaming and everything that's, you know, stuff that's become commonplace today with the technology, at that time was in its infancy at the outset. And, you know, had they capitalized on that and been able to bring that all to fruition, all the stuff they were talking about,
Right.
you know, it could have been successful.
So they had all the buzzwords. They had HD, they had streaming on the internet, they had the vigor of going to kick Vince's ass. They just forgot to make a product.
Yeah, that was, I think, where it fell short. And I'm not sure Paul, you'd have to ask him this question, but knowing Paul like I know him, my guess is Paul probably didn't put his full effort. Not that he tried to, you know, any subterfuge or, you know, intentional undermining, but, you know, ECW was Paul's baby, you know, and that was his first child. And, you know, for him, that was like any of us that are parents, you know, how much we will do anything for our kids. Paul would literally at that point do anything for his kid in the ECW. What an incredible transformation. I mean, you know, the surfing character was nothing happening. You know, that was never going to work. I think Sandman realized that at that time he saw a trend. A lot of those original Eastern Championship Wrestling guys were slowly disappearing from the dressing room. And not for any malicious reason, but, you know, when Paul would say, okay, well, Salvatore Balongo, as great a guy as he is and everything, he's not really going to help us get to that next level where Paul envisioned the company. So Sal would be sent home, and then Eddie Guerrero would be brought in. Or this wrestler goes home, and in comes a Dean Malenko, or a Chris Benoit, or, you know, all the luchadors. I mean, just go down the list of talents. Each time bettering the dressing room to the point that I think we clearly had the best dressing room in wrestling. And I think Sandman realized that. It was either change, you know, get on board to something that's more in line with what Heyman's envisioning. And I don't know how much of that was his idea, Paul's idea, an amalgamation of them, whatever. Sheer brilliance. Because when I first saw the character, I thought, this is dumb. You know, the old school purist in me said, you can't let a guy drink and go to the ring like that. You know, but I got to tell you, I was dead wrong. I mean, this guy, when Paul first talked about putting the belt on him, I was adamant that belt could not go there. You know, in my head, I'm thinking, you know, Terry Funk and, you know, the Wrestler Classic and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, again, I was dead wrong.
But the old school purist in you must have loved the fact that this was authentic.
Yes.
To who he was. He wasn't playing a guy who drinks and smokes.
Right, and that's what made it work.
Yeah.
You know, in wrestling, there are very few great actors. You know, very few. And I'm certainly not one of them. I think the reason the franchise character works so well is because the franchise character is that side of us. You have it, everybody has it, every person watching out there has it. They want to go to work and tell their boss to kiss their fucking ass, but they can't for obvious reasons. For me, that character was just an extension of every man, but everybody else has to keep it in check. The franchise didn't. Sandman is an extension of Jim Fullington. That is Jim Fullington with all the veneer stripped away. That's him. You know, the guy can drink like a fish and smoke more. You know, but again, that's what made it work. And the fans, that entrance, I will say, is to me the most magnifying entrance, or the most mesmerizing entrance when he comes through that. At that time, that song had just hit from you know, Enter Sandman, and was so big and powerful of a metal song. To see that and see him come out, the only thing that I ever saw that was bigger was Hulkamania in its prime. You know, granted, smaller building and stuff, but Fullington had that same kind of electricity with the crowd, with that crowd, that Hogan had with the WWF fans back when Hulkamania was in its infancy.
All things being equal, yeah.
Correct.
Sure.
The Tasmaniac character was, you know, not going to be what took Pete Sinurcha to, you know, to any kind of heights or stardom. JT at the time, though, Paul was in love with the character. You know, the whole singing Frank Sinatra, "Fly Me to the Moon," and, you know, Paul was really enamored with that and used to sit back. Paul very seldom would watch a segment live. He might watch it on monitor, he might go to the curtain, but he would make it a point to every time JT would go to the ring that he'd be at the crow's nest or at the curtain to be able to watch him sing that live. Big ear-to-ear grin on his face and just cracking up. He really, really did enjoy JT's character. And I think because of that, he wanted to get the belt on him. The Tasmaniac character at that time was, you know, nobody had ever heard Taz talk yet. The character was so cartoonish and so not what ECW was. I mean, it was there was no authenticity to that character whatsoever, including, you know, the bad cut job on the fur. You know, so I think that Paul realized that and knew down the road he was going to do something differently with Pete Sinurcha, and that at that time saw more value in JT.
I could give a
the
shit about
Wapaho
that,
tribe?
but yeah, that went over big. But I want to talk about the Chief because you mentioned some agents before, and Chief is sometimes one that we hear about being unpopular with wrestlers.
Yeah, except for me and my friends, we like Chief. We
So
loved
why
him.
does he get?
Because he was a hard ass. He was a hard at. If you you know, if you were acting a fool or acting up, like he taught me a lot. You know, he tried to talk sense into me when I first got there, but I was still too worried about, you know, amusing the boys and, you know, fitting in and shit like that. You know,
What was he telling you?
it's just like, you know,
Take it
this
more
isn't show
seriously?
friends, it's show business, or, you know, different little one-liners, or, you know, he'd pull me aside and say, look, Trailer, you know, he called me Trailer because I was always the last guy to get to the building, like the caboose, you know. He's like, Trailer, you know, when you're at home hurt, how many of these guys think I'm gonna call you? You know, he'd always be telling me shit like that, you know. And our Chief was a wise man, wise guy, and he took a liking to me when he found out I was a Malenko guy. That I was like, you know, because Malenko, Dean's father, really helped Chief out a lot early on.
Talk about these joint shows. Are you paid similar to what you'd get at a WWF show?
Got paid dog shit. I remember getting like $200. I'm like, fucking ribbing me?
So when you're told you're going to work Smoky Mountain, this is nothing you're
It's a
happy
fucking, yeah, you're basically told, yeah, you're going down there to work for free. Fucking like it, bitch.
And this is just so they could get some new names from Smoky Mountain on television?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was awesome.
Kevin became part of the booking process because Ric Flair, excuse me, I think it was Dusty. It was either Dusty or Rick, but I'm pretty sure now it was Dusty, believed that Kevin Sullivan was particularly good at getting heat. That was his forte. Couldn't get over a babyface, didn't know how to build a babyface character, but really understood how to get heat, which is an art within an art. You know, wrestling is an art in my opinion, but getting heat is the art of the art, within the art. And Kevin was good at that. And that's how he was recommended, and that's probably why he was brought in.
How does he jive with Flair?
Pretty good. Kevin was a good politician, didn't threaten Rick, supported Rick in many ways. And look, Kevin was an asset back then. He was good at what he did.
They do the brother gimmick with Dave Sullivan and Eve Adams. Is that Kevin's brainchild?
I don't remember who came. It's like I said before, you know, ideas are generally,
Right.
if you try to track down the genealogy of the idea, it's a little frustrating, but probably so. It was the kind of story that I think
Sounds like a Sullivan.
Kevin would have liked.
Do you guys like these meet and greets before, or is it, you're not being paid extra for this, right?
I don't recollect getting paid the extra. You know,
So
I mean,
now-
that was just shit that was expected of you. You know, I mean, there were certain things that just expected from talent, you know.
Is the payday big enough for WrestleMania that you just
At that
Accept.
point, at that position, you know, even though I was figured in, like, politically and, you know, shit like that, like, still, I was so new. Like, I mean, I was still on the bottom end of the pay scale then, so.
ultimately, why is the decision made to go with him over Lex? Does it go back to what you said? It was entirely decided by the audience?
That and the boys. I think pretty much the boys had kind of come to the conclusion from what, mind you, we're the ones that are making all the towns, so nobody knows better than us, you know.
Would Vince solicit your opinions?
Sure. And even if he didn't, we'd give them to him anyways. That was a nice thing about having Sean with us.
You could grab his ear and say, listen, we think that. Would it be as blunt as we think he should get the push? Or was it more subtle? Like, how do you approach a Vince McMahon and tell him how to do his job?
Fuck. We left Sean to that.
Oh, so you put it in Sean's ear and Sean's
Sure.
bill.
Why not? I mean, because everybody can't talk at once.
Right.
You know, and, you know, I just get on what he said.
Right. Is it thought that this perhaps would be an all-time classic beforehand? I mean, are they really making a commitment to make this hot, or was this just something these guys could go out and do whenever they wanted?
Both. Like, that wasn't even the fucking nearly the best ladder match they ever had. There were matches that weren't ever taped on house shows that would blow that fucking match away. Believe it or not.
Really?
Oh yeah.
What was it about these two that made that match so special? Could it have happened
bond?
with him and Owen? With
Well, not
Razor
that.
and Owen?
I mean, it would be different, obviously, because you're talking about different people, but it would still be, you know, comparably successful, I think.
So you mentioned the Bond. How much of it do you think was that?
Tons, because, okay, for instance, like one of the best matches, maybe top 3 matches I've ever had in my life were Scott and I versus Sean and Kevin as Diesel.
Right.
Very first Action Zone main event. It was taped in White Plains, Arnie Scolin's old building, and we were the last match of the night. Like 4 hours of fucking tapings, right? And the people were dead, and we got them right back. They were fucking on fire by the end of that match.
And again, it's the friendship. It's the being able to speak in shorthand and knowing what the other guy's going to do. Are they going over this? Are they doing a lot of pre-planning for this, for the ladder match?
Just experimenting with different spots, things like that.
Go into the ring before a card begins and try stuff with the ladder?
No.
No.
Very rarely. I don't ever remember that. It was just come up with it and do it. You don't fucking practice shit like that beforehand.
Well, but with a
don't do
with
it.
a ladder, though, it doesn't.
I don't
add
care,
another
man. You
element?
don't risk, like, you know, getting hurt right before a fucking. Because I remember Hunter and Vince many years later, like, going over some shit, and they were climbing up this. It was in Minneapolis, is why I know it so well. They were climbing up this ladder together, and they were practicing taking this bump off the ladder together, and Vince falls right on fucking Hunter's knee, you know, and big old cloudy Vince, you know, at the time he's all jacked up, you know, landed right on, and like, I mean, Hunter was fucked. His knee was fucked. He needed surgery after that, and he still went out there and had a hell of a match.
You think Vince would know better? You still get paid?
10 grand.
Okay, so what ran long that night, or did they just?
The ladder match.
Were you being facetious when you said you were heartbroken, or?
No, I was heartbroken. It was my first fucking WrestleMania.
Right. Okay.
You know.
Who tells you? Do you remember?
No, we found out just by being on deck and not fucking going.
And your name is just never called. No one comes and says, "Guys, we got to skip you tonight."
Well, not really. I don't remember. It was just like. Remember that? Sorry.
Celebrities that were in attendance. Bring up.
Cy Sperling.
Yes.
The fucking
we'll
hair
get
club
to
for men guy.
Anything interesting or any
guy was
funny anecdote?
Terrible joke teller.
We'll start with him.
Fucking
then.
Burt Reynolds. Fucking whiskey nose. Rocking the house. He was so fucking drunk or something when he went in the ring.
Did you have any one-on-one with Burt, or he was just around?
Well, we took pictures and bullshitted, you know. Right. He's a Seminole FSU guy.
That's true. Did he get it? You know, some
he
celebrities
got it.
get it. And
Sure.
Sometimes they're above it all.
He got it kind of like Captain Kirk got it, you know.
Another
He's a
one
ham.
that I thought who told us, was it Diesel or whoever did that maybe there was something on the breath. Throughout the,
sure.
Little
but
Richard.
that wasn't really that uncommon,
No,
you know,
it's-
back then. Captain Lou running around.
True. A Little Richard.
Oh, that's right. because I got a picture with Little Richard, yeah.
He must have got it. He must have been in his glory.
In more ways than one. Anyway, boom, yeah, it was cool meeting Little Richard. Who else?
Jenny
Rhonda
Garth?
Shear.
Jenny Garth.
Jenny Garth, yeah.
Of 90210 fame. Donnie Wahlberg.
Yeah, little brother of Mark.
Some Bill Clinton impersonator, right?
It was a pretty good one, too, if I remember correctly. And didn't we have the Jennifer Flowers? Or was that the next WrestleMania?
Wasn't this year. No. Rhonda Shear you had, though.
Up all night.
Did you have Rhonda Shear?
No.
I had Rhonda Shear.
She wasn't my cup of tea. She was already a little long in the tooth for me.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
You were very young, I forget
I
this.
was.
At that point, I'd been in the business for about 11 years, I think, maybe going on 12 at that point. So I'd been around the business long enough to know that being put into that position, work or no work, it's a slap on the back from the company that they trust you in that position to draw the money, to help take that company on the ride that they expect you to draw the crowd in. So from that standpoint, it was intimidating to me to some degree, but also rewarding to know that to this, snot-nosed kid that grew up watching wrestling, get in trouble for jumping off the couch on my brother and sisters, that, here I am standing at the, the peak of this company. The fact that it's with Funk, that he was as gracious as he was, as professional as he was, to take the time to teach me how to be the heel that I would become. When I first went to play that heel role, my mentality was, well, just do the opposite of what a babyface does, and that is so not what a great heel does. But again, I learned that from Funk, night in and night out, and by making a whole lot of mistakes. It was Funk was never one to come back and say, God damn it, Shane, you fucked up tonight because of this or that. He would come back and say, well, damn, you fucked that one up, and it was just like a comment to let you know that he knew you fucked it up. And then you went on from there. It was not a lecture. There was not a browbeating that came associated to it. And again, like I said earlier, there's no doubt in my mind that you could have taken any other veteran, any Steamboat or whomever, put him in that role. The franchise character, I think, with the tools that I brought to the table, but built on the foundation that Funk had taught me in the ring, that franchise character became the character that everybody would talk about in '96, and really what I think changed the way the heels are introduced and built today. That's something I'm proud of. The fact that, like I said prior to that, you had to be a 300-pound wart-faced ogre to be a heel, and suddenly here's a guy that looks like he could be the babyface champion, and instead is so full of rage and contempt and himself that this character works, and those were things, again, that Funk taught, and again, not in, okay, on page 1, you got to have the attitude, on page 2, you got to be a prick, and on page 3, you got to be a tough guy. It was not that kind of learning experience with Terry, but I think part of the reason I could get what Terry was explaining or trying to explain with his in-ring work was I had been a mark for Terry for years and years and years. I mean, from back at the time that he made the movie with Stallone, I was watching the Funks, Dory and Terry both, and that whole style of wrestling. I was never, growing up, I was never the guy that was, nothing against Hulk Hogan, but that wasn't my style. I loved, the wrestler like Flair, Steamboat, Funks, and there was something about the Funks that, especially Terry, that even as a kid used to enamor me, because you'd look at this guy and say, man, he looks like he's half insane, but what a great wrestler. You could never really classify Terry. You could say, well, he's crazy, but he knows every move. He's nuts, but he can counter anything. He could talk without screaming and convince you that he meant it. There were so many facets to the Funk character, Terry Funk's character, that for me to pull from and to learn from. And I think for anybody that's as big a fan of Terry Funk as I was all those years, if they look at the franchise character, they can pull it out.
Right.
They'll say, okay, that he got that from Funk, or this from Flair, or whatever. but he's. I asked Terry one time, because this business can really get to you. As you know, sometimes you get ready to strangle somebody. And one night there, I forget even what it was over, but I was so pissed off at everything. Right around this time when I was working, right when I was at the outset of working with Terry, I went to him. I was so pissed, I was ready to strangle somebody. And I said, God damn, Terry, how do you keep your sanity in the middle of all this bullshit? I mean, how do you keep yourself from not wanting to strangle somebody? And he said, goddamn Shane, Shane, I'll tell you, Shane, it's, you just got to be crazy. That's a Shane, you got to be crazy. You know what I'm talking about? Because goddamn, you got to be crazy. Crazy like a fox. And they went right back into character. And it was the only time, and even till today, that I've ever seen him drop the facade of Terry Funk, that crazy old cowboy routine, just for that split second. And that was another way for him to teach me, don't lose your temper like this and don't get all pissed off and ready to strangle somebody. That was his way of teaching me just one more business side of it. It was always learning experience with Terry.
Did the plastic bag get over?
It did. That was Terry's idea. The fans at the time, I was concerned with it because at that point of the match, it wasn't gimmicked. It was there was a legit plastic bag. We didn't have a gimmicks department, believe it or not. We were short on props, and he came up with that idea. And I'm thinking at that point of the match, it's so late in the match, you get winded, and by doing that, I mean, things can go bad very quickly in that kind of in this business like that, with something that crazy. So when he wanted to do it, I wasn't, but he said that's what we're going to do, and you don't tell Terry no, but it did. The fans, I remember at the end of the match, the fans, were very quiet at certain points of the building. There wasn't a real big crowd that night. It was the only time I think, to my knowledge, we wrestled in Valley Forge. And he, at that time, as the match finished, it felt like a flat finish because it was quiet. And I think looking back on it was in part because the fans that were there were concerned that, Terry might be having trouble. Terry was so damn good at selling stuff, that you weren't quite sure if when he was really hurt or when he wasn't, and I think that's part of why that finish sounded flat.
Silent heat, I think.
Silent heat, right.
What brings this about?
Just bringing back, classics.
With
Probably somebody would be asking, what's that about if they bring me around these days,
Can you be as entertaining in the locker room as Lou Albano?
Yeah, just in different ways. I mean, Lou would come in, and I thought Lou was the funniest fucking guy in the world for about 2 weeks. Until, he told me the fucking penguin joke for about the 20th time. Or, it was the same fucking anecdotal shit. If you're around long enough, you hit the loop,
So I was just going to say,
hey, did you get your tickets, get your money?
What is that?
He'd always come in, get your money, get your tickets. I didn't know it was your fucking job, to tell us to go get our money from Arnie.
Well, he was being like the Papa Bear, right?
He was charged. He was always a little bit lit,
Yeah. Great
And
stories.
they always put up with them,
He what?
They always put up with them.
Right. Well, that was
Even
the thing.
going
He
back
was
to Vince Sr.
a leftover from Vince Sr. So I think what they say is that was kind of one of those few requests that Vince Sr. made to Junior was there's some people
Makes
that you
sense.
should take care of.
Were drugs in general, not just steroids, a problem in ECW at this time?
You said ECW, and
I'm sorry, WCW.
WCW.
We all know they were a problem in ECW.
Look, I think they were probably yes. Not going to bullshit. They were probably a problem everywhere. The entertainment industry as a whole, wrestling is no different than the music business or actors or anybody else. Athletes. Back in those days before testing was as exact of a science as it is now. Yes, it was a problem. It's the way people entertain themselves, whether on the road 200 days a year, 300 days a year.
Is wrestling held to an unfair standard? I mean, I've never been asked to pee in a cup by Paramount or any company I've ever worked for, and as far as I know, it doesn't happen at the talent level for any production company. Why is it expected to happen in wrestling? Is it sports? Is it entertainment? Where are we on this issue?
It's a really interesting question, and probably worth a show or two of its own. But, you know, when you think about it, wrestling is no different than Breaking Bad. Are those actors subjected to drug tests? They're performers. They're artists. They're independent contractors. They're not handling heavy equipment. They're not flying airplanes. They're not putting public safety at risk. So therefore, why the hyper-focus, and I'm not suggesting that there shouldn't be, by the way, but just from a theoretical point of view, why the focus on one particular form of entertainment? Because it is high profile, no doubt about it. There were horrible, sad things that have happened as a result of drugs and drug abuse. But the same things happen in the music business every day.
Say Chris Farley. I mean, you can go. Why is it held to a
Because
standard?
I think wrestling for so long tried so hard to convince everybody that they were athletes. And for some bizarro reason, most of it financial, a lot of states required that wrestling operate under athletic licenses. And then once you became, you know, kind of a ward of that state, then you had to adhere to all of the things that went along with that. So it's just a certain amount of, in my opinion, control. And some of that, you know, the wrestling industry brought upon itself by creating the perception that it was a sport.
Can you imagine what we would have as a society missed out on if record labels began drug testing from the 50s?
From the 50s, my ass,
through
from
the-
like last week.
No, from the 50s up through today.
I mean,
What the art that would have been lost. April 17th.
we would have never heard of Snoop Dogg.
No, well, that's where
My
I was
life
going.
would be less
The
as
hell
a
with
result.
Hendrix. True.
Sure.
Sean had a lot of nagging injuries.
Yeah, he did.
Kevin would tell us. Usually right around summer.
Summer.
Yeah. So
Around
here
the
we
same
are in
time
April.
Sid would go fucking play softball.
Right. What about this segment and Michaels as a host of the Heartbreak Hotel?
I think it capitalized on his, you know, arrogance and, you know, persona at the time. It's a good segment.
So
you
you
know?
okay? So you were looked at it
Yeah, I was.
positively.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, you privy to McMahon's reaction to the lawsuit at any point throughout?
No, but the attorney that represented Jesse was my attorney. So later was my attorney after I got Barry Bloom. For the agent, like, you know, he turned me on to David Olson, who was the attorney in Minneapolis, which is where I lived. So it made sense that I used him. Except for, the thing is when I went to go back after Bischoff fired me, they wouldn't deal with David because of past animosity. Then when fucking Jesse became governor, next thing you know, everybody's asshole buddies and fucking friends, and next thing you know, Barry Bloom and fucking David Olson are at the shows and fucking, you know, everything's all fine.
That's the sole reason Vince would ever deal with Jesse again, right? Is because he became a figure beyond wrestling and therefore even more valuable than wrestling could make.
Sure.
How come nobody else sued for this? He wasn't the only one.
Probably, it takes a lot of resources to go against a fucking machine like that, you know? And maybe other people didn't have as much of a case as Jesse did.
Because he was on color for
Yeah.
all the matches.
Yeah, that's what most of it was about.
Right. But you don't ever hear Vince uttering any kind of like,
Yeah.
don't mention
I
oh,
remember, yeah, because Jesse told me, because we were at the gym, and he told me, like, he called one time, and the only thing that fucking Vince was so, he couldn't get over the money thing. That's my fucking money, more or less is what he told Jesse. You know?
the awards,
This was before he became governor.
the settlement. You
Yeah.
would say to him, that's my money.
That's my fucking money.
You were never given a dictate, don't ever utter the name Ventura around me again?
No, never.
Okay.
He would never do anything like that. He would never say anything like that.
Vince.
Never.
Why? Because it shows weakness, or it
Yes.
shows you got to him a little bit?
Yes.
Right.
I think Arn was sort of perplexed by it, like, these guys are nuts. And I think Bobby saw, well, they both obviously saw it for what it was and for the value in it. But I think Bobby was a little more intimidated by it. You know, when you see somebody out there swinging a kendo stick and chair shots and the blood and everything else, that, you know, Bobby was a lot more in that old wrestling, from that old wrestling school, you know, the arm drags and the drop kicks and the style of wrestling that I grew up watching. Arn, I think, as a businessman, understood it a little bit better, but I think Arn also, when he walked out, you know, probably walked out thinking, like, these kids are crazy, you know.
Why'd they come down?
Well, for Paul, first of all, you know, Paul had called in some favors, and there was at that point, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. There was something going on between the WCW office and our company that they were providing talent to us for some reason. And looking back, again, that'd be an interesting question to find out, because I know that Bischoff hated Paul, still hates Paul, and Paul the same about him. Not really quite sure why they were. At one point, I remember they were supposed to make Austin available to us, and that's when they sent Pillman instead. And that's how Pillman got his foot in the door. So I'm not really sure what the connection was to the companies and what was going on, but there was something, because there were continued trips from WCW talent up for us.
In my notes, I have that Paulie originally wanted Austin and Pillman, but got Arn and Eaton instead.
It's possible, yeah.
okay.
But I think that would have also been because he had known Arn and Eaton for years and worked with them.
No, I'm sure a group of us or a group of others sat in a room. I'll throw myself in that room. I'm sure a group of us sat in a room and laid the whole thing out and went, wow, that'll be really good. People will get off on that. And, you know, anybody that's ever been afraid to admit to being a part of a bad idea has never really been in the business of creating good ideas. So I'll take responsibility for that one. It was a convoluted, screwed up finish. It was desired to get a rating 4 days later.
Well, 4 days later, it draws a disappointing 2.4 against a 3.5 for Yokozuna versus Earthquake in a sumo match, for fuck's sake. Are you frustrated when something like that happens?
No.
I mean, this is before you overtake Vince.
No, because at that time I didn't compare myself to Vince. You know, our 2.4 for us, yeah, it was probably a little bit of a disappointment, but TBS never really got huge numbers, and we certainly never compared ourselves to WWE at that time. It was just like apples and oranges.
How does she come into the company? Is she someone that calls you?
She didn't call me because I wasn't really hiring people at that time. So I would have had to approve it, obviously, but she came in probably through Rick. She had a good relationship with Rick. She either came in through Rick or Mike Graham or Terry Taylor or any number of people that were kind of out feeling, you know, the talent situation.
What'd you think of her work as a manager?
I love Sherry. She was a riot to be around. She was committed. She was tough as nails. I had met Sherry in AWA, so I had known of her, you know, before then. So she was right up there. You know, I liked Sherry a lot.
It's revived the following year when you can put Hogan on the cover. Is it considered a big loss to the company? Is it an expense that maybe you're happy to have off the top line?
I wanted it off the books.
Yeah.
The magazine was never really a successful, you know, ancillary part of our revenue model. it was there. Everybody kept trying. We kept trying to do third-party deals and doing deals with other people in publishing to get it off the ground, but it never worked. So to me, it was just like, yeah, good riddance.
Right.
I'm pretty sure the only reason it came back is somebody came back with a third party attached to it that helped make it make sense.
So you were carrying the entire cost for publishing the magazine. This wasn't somebody else licensing WCW and your talent. You guys were producing
In the
magazine
beginning,
here, yeah.
In the beginning, and then I believe I could be way off because it just wasn't something I paid a lot of attention to. But when it went away because it wasn't viable any longer. There was no hopes of it being viable, and I didn't want to keep losing money on it. When it came back, the only reason I would have brought it back is if there was a reason to.
Right.
Meaning somebody else was taking
the risk.
responsibility.
Sure.
It was just a sad, thing. The guy wasn't qualified to be in the ring,
But with these size payouts that the company's making, you already said your checks are slim. Now you're seeing this stuff. Is the writing on the wall? Are you guys sending out the proverbial resume, making other calls?
No, we never thought about that. We never thought about leaving.
Really?
No, we were fucking, we were in it for the, we signed up for the long haul, That was the way we felt. I was like, I went out and met with Barry Bloom to talk about doing movies, not to talk about jumping to a different wrestling company. I'd never even thought of it.
At this point, April 30th, are you guys all friends?
Oh yeah.
Any resentment from Sean or Razor that Diesel's getting?
No. No.
So you guys are all
Matter of fact,
close.
we were trying to make sure, he had the best run possible. Which, we were trying to make sure, regardless of who it is, but it does, mean more when it's your friend.
Right. Getting the real Guardian Angels involved and being able to use the trademark and whatnot, is that something you're involved in,
Yes.
in pitching? Is it as simple as going to them and saying, hey, listen, we have this idea. Why don't you come on and make him a Guardian Angel?
Yes. I reached out to Curtis Sliwa, and I don't remember the conversation in detail, but I remember reaching out to him because I saw a lot of Curtis and the Guardian Angels. At that time, they were kind of active in New York City and prominent. There was a lot of news stories about him, and the whole vibe on, the Guardian Angels was pretty positive, but still had a street edge to it, and I thought it would be a good association. It would help get a little bit of mainstream attention. So yeah, I reached out to Curtis and
He was receptive.
flew into Atlanta. We talked through it, and yeah, he was.
Were there things that you'd be allowed to do and not, like could a Guardian Angel get beaten in the ring on television?
I don't recall that there was that conversation with Curtis. I don't recall him being too adverse to storylines. He was probably a little sensitive to the types of things that the Guardian Angels would do on camera, so that they didn't put the Angels in a bad light publicly. But winning and losing and getting beat, not getting beat, I don't think was part of it.
That was where I thought I was going to make my money. And I had an established name there. I think most of the guys didn't know what to do out there in front of the Japanese crowd, because even though you're bringing the show to them, like, there still are certain things about the Japanese crowd where you kind of got to cater to them specifically. If you really want the best reaction, out of your matches.
Did you school anybody on that
Yeah.
stuff beforehand?
I tried to, but it's kind of hard. Nobody. And then if you watch any of the video footage of the shows, you can tell. Like, I was rocking it every fucking night. Matter of fact, I had a match with Martel the first night, and besides being blown up, like, we had a hell of a match. They wanted it to be a DQ, and you know how Japan is with fucking DQ finishes.
Right.
I'm like, no, that's Rick Martel, former world champion, Boston Crab. You know, that's what the people, you know, they wanted to see. So.
Did the fans, with so few people on the card, knowing how to work that style for those fans, did they walk away disappointed?
No, they were happy.
Because they
had Bret Hart,
Right.
who was a world champion.
Right.
You know, that was the thing. And Tenryu was on the shows, and that was where I got to work with Hakushi and
Right. Well, when
Shinsei
you're working with
Shinzaki.
Shinzaki, right. When you're working with the native guys, is it? I mean, are you getting?
huge, yeah. Best fucking reaction of the show, except for maybe Undertaker.
Are they clamoring over each other to work with you in front of the Japanese crowd, as opposed to being put with someone?
No,
else?
they were because I was going to work with who I was going to work with. I mean, it was already, you know, and I wasn't that high up on the card where it fucking really mattered, to be honest.
But I mean, over there though, agents wouldn't give deference to you.
They didn't know any better. I had to kind of school everybody as how to do things over there. It's like, as far as like doing jobs and you know.
Who goes over with you, agent or company office?
J.J. Dillon was there, remember? Because Owen and I kept him up all night, fucking with him, you know, ribbing him.
Does Vince go over?
No.
Too much trouble back home.
Maybe,
Can't
yeah.
get out of the States. They want to keep an eye on him.
He was there like sort of the comic relief, you know, Paul was using, I think, to try to bring some brevity in the middle. I think at that time, I remember Paul at one point saying to me, you know, he's the comic relief in the middle of the blood and guts. That he was meant, the intention for it, I think the concept was to, in the middle of all this insanity, to have somebody do something that, you know, has a little one-liner quip or whatever. The fans, I think, didn't see it the same way. It was sort of like, you know, Conan O'Brien in the middle of ECW, in the middle of all this this hurricane of violence. You know, but I think that's where you know, Paul's concept later for the franchise was that in the middle of all that violence, the champion was going to be a wrestler, and that was the way he would keep it grounded. You know, the guy that did the Matty Rule was, you know, a good guy, and he certainly wasn't his fault. As I recall from my recollections, and I may be wrong on this, week to week and point to point, but I remember more times than not, like the fans it wasn't translating to the fans what Paul was trying to get out of it. You know, there are certain people that can pull off certain emotions and do them well to the point that they come off believable and translates with that little look. Mikey has an amazing ability to, with whatever he would call that face that he makes, go back and watch the matches when he would slide over on somebody that he clearly was supposed to lose the match in his mind. And he would give that look, and it wasn't like a planned look, it was just John Watson's, you know, face that, oh my God, this is, you know, I wasn't supposed to win. And it translated. There was something about it on camera when you go back and you watch it, because even now as we talk about it, looking back at it, I can remember very strongly my feeling at the time was, you know, this is making light of the belt, and, you know, it's sort of, I thought taking the company in a direction like a little bit too much ha-ha or whatever. But then you go back and you watch those segments, and Mikey's body language, he reminded me, there's a cartoon, Warner Brothers cartoon years ago that had the two dogs, the big bulldog and little dog that ran behind him. And isn't that right? But it's my friend, it's my pal Butch, you know, it was like the little kiss-ass dog. Mikey evoked that with his body language and with his mannerisms and his facials, and that oh shit look at the end when he won, that I think just added some dimension to the whole ECW concept.
Is there anyone more laid back than Don Morocco?
Moroccanese. Is that what they used to call his language?
Oh, I never heard that.
I didn't really get to know Morocco like I would have loved to, because I always heard secondhand stories from like Kurt Hennig, and Don was a really brilliant guy. Like there was a Kliq before the Kliq, like Adrian Adonis Piper, fucking who am I missing?
Okay.
Anyways,
it would be Piper, Adonis, Orton,
Morocco.
Yeah. Who else
Yeah,
is
those
part of
guys,
it?
guys that were on top.
Yeah.
So imagine fucking that.
Yeah. Talk to me about Hawaii working.
I remember we stopped from Japan. We stopped off in Guam. We had a show in Guam. Got to meet one of Samu's many wives. Sorry.
Are the fans more closely, behaviorally, more closely related to, and what they expect from you, to Japanese fans or
No,
American
USA.
fans? U.S. fans.
Yeah. Yeah. As soon as we stepped out of Japan, it was U.S.
Gotcha.
But I just remember that Brett and I ended up hanging out in Hawaii. That we stayed an extra day, and almost got fined, because if we would have missed our flight, we would have been fucked, and the LA show would have been screwed, because it was Brett and I. Brett was the main event, and I was like fairly high up on the card.
Right.
And we made it in time and everything. And Jack Lanza wanted to find me, but he couldn't, because I made it on time.
Right.
So
Jack Lance's another name we hear sometimes that wasn't as popular.
he wasn't me, a Minnesota guy, But
Yeah, that's right.
I just, you know what?
Maybe it's the
certain
job
guys
of
are
an
treated different,
Well,
I mean,
not only
that's just
that,
the
but
way it
that's the
is.
designated bad guy, the
Yeah.
agent, isn't it?
Sure. And if you're higher up on the card, you're going to get fucking treated a little bit different than the guy jerking the curtain.
Right.
Sorry, it's just the fucking way it is.
Do you know this to be the case?
Yeah. And that's just that fucking, the mentality of guys like, oh, can't do a job, fucking, oh. And I love Hacksaw, but he was like that when I went to WCW. And he fucking stiffed the fuck out of me because he was mad about doing a job for me.
Really?
Yeah, and it was lame because he couldn't even really tell, Like, I was the only one that could feel it. Like, really? Like, I didn't do anything to you.
Right.
Sorry,
But Earthquake.
Guys are so fucking, such marks about doing a fucking job.
But shouldn't it be in relation to where you are working on the
Yeah,
card?
unless you're
I understand the guy
fucking-
saying, I'm going to get a run. I don't want to do this on TV now. But, I mean, John Tent, Hacksaw Duggan in WCW, it's just all ego.
Yeah. But, that comes from somewhere, it's, a guy doesn't continue to act like that unless it's, it's a word I'm looking for, unless it's fucking encouraged.
I had known Paul for a long time. I knew him. Paul worked in the AWA when I worked in the AWA. So I had known Paul a long time prior to that. Don't recall the details of it. Might have just been a talent trade kind of thing. Or
What I have here is that it was a talent trade in exchange for some promotion for your upcoming pay-per-view in Philly. Wanted them to help promote your Slamboree pay-per-view. Something that could have happened?
Sounds like it could have happened,
Okay.
yeah.
What'd you think of ECW back then?
I didn't think about it much. I didn't, and I don't mean that to be derisive, but I didn't watch it. I wasn't familiar with it. I obviously had heard about it, was aware of it, but I wasn't really even peripherally focusing on it. It was just there.
Did you like Paul?
I've always, then, like him, probably, I wouldn't say I liked him, but I didn't dislike him. I knew him. I knew that he had certain skill sets, but I wasn't close enough to him to either like him or dislike him. I didn't really trust him, but that has nothing to do with people I like or dislike. There are people that I like that I don't trust. There are people that I dislike that I do trust. So it wasn't that. But in Paul's case, I didn't really trust him. kind of a trust and verify kind of thing. But I didn't really like him or dislike him. I didn't know him well enough.
Were you ever on the downside of a deal with him?
On the downside of a deal?
Well, he ever screw you over in any way, and after that, when you worked together?
I mean, look, there were times throughout WCW, and that's what you're talking about, WCW, ECW existence. Sure, there were times, as things progress over the course of a year or two, when I'd hear Paul saying things that I knew just weren't true, and I knew why he was saying them, and I knew what his motivation was, but it made it more clear to me that my instincts were correct and that he couldn't be trusted. But I was never, did he cost me money? No. Did he take anything out of my wallet? Nope. Did he steal anything out of my house? Nope.
It's notable to me that you're smiling now because we have a series timeline for ECW also, and all of the talent that we have talked to for every year of ECW's existence has in some way been fucked by Paul, and they all tell the story with a smile and laughing like he's the lovable clown prince with one hand in their pocket fleecing them as he... it's almost comical to be fleeced by Paul Heyman. He's like a lovable villain.
I had dinner with someone last week. Again, I don't want to involve people in things like this that don't volunteer for it, so I'm going to keep the name to myself. But it is one of the highest profile names in the industry in the last 10 years or 20 years, who knew Paul really well. And we had a conversation about Paul. And it's the same thing that you just described. Everybody knew that, the check's in the mail. I gave the money to your mother. Or, I had the money in my trunk and I got rear-ended by a semi and it's blowing around in the wind. I mean, but Paul's passion, I think, made up for it.
Okay.
Paul's passion and in some cases, in many cases, I think the opportunities that he gave people to do things they would have otherwise never had a chance to do, and in some cases move on to WWE. A lot of those ECW guys were able to transition out of ECW into much higher profile and ones where they made money because of the opportunities that Paul gave them. So I think over time, people forgive. Time heals all wounds. So people are able to laugh about the time they got screwed out of $2,000 as opposed to wanting to pull out an eyeball.
Right. In 1979, you would have been hung out a window maybe for things like that if you were a promoter, and people laugh about it with Paul. Just find it noteworthy.
It is a unique characteristic. I wish I could master that art form.
Yeah.
I've never been able to screw somebody out of money.
Nobody has ever talked to us in this series
and have him put me
laughed
over. And say, oh, he's a great guy. He's a genius too. Really?
Joey was one of the boys, he's part of the team. Joey is hands down, and this is by no means to take anything away from Gordon Soley or Jim Ross, any of the announcers from over all the years. Joey Styles is hands down the best pure announcer in wrestling. And when I say that, if you go back and you look at the differences, again, I've all the props for all those guys I mentioned, and but they had a quality that Joey didn't have. Theirs was given to them in a booking sheet. Said, okay, segment one is going to be this, this, and this, and this, and this is going to be the out spot and whatever else. So they pretty much knew what they were going to talk about beforehand. Joey, on the other hand, would watch the matches, and he didn't have a booking sheet, because I can tell you there was no segment that I ever had done that said, okay, when at the outset of this segment, this is where we're going to be. It just didn't play that way. There were no times given. Most times, whenever I went to the ring as champion, it was after midnight. There were some times that I got out of the ring after 1 a.m. That was, again, I think part of what made ECW the lore that it was. It wasn't, okay, let's go out and do a 3, 4, 5 minute segment, and the next one's coming out. The night that I wrestled Al Snow in Georgia, with the fractured palate and my elbow still messed up, I knew I had 3 segments before my match. And the ECW doctor came and gave me some pain pills to make sure that I could get through the segment. But as the segments before mine kept dragging on longer and longer and longer, those 2 pain pills went to more and more and more, so that by the time I went to the ring, I was, so doped up that you could have dropped me off the Empire State Building, I wouldn't have felt it. Again, the times were, there weren't those concentrated times to say, okay, we're going to go out and put 8 minutes in and be done. Because of that, Joey had no idea if he was going to be calling an 8-minute segment or a 60-minute segment. And to be able to go out consistently, show after show after show, in one take, and call those matches and not miss a move, not miss the name of a spot or the name of a hold, was amazing to me. To go out and see that. Again, that's not detracting from any of the other announcers, but I watched Joey Styles, Joe Bonsignore do that night in and night out, to the point where it almost made it unnecessary to do the voiceovers. The only time we had to do voiceovers in the studio, for Joey at least, was when the crowd sound drowned something out. It was almost unheard of for Joey to mess something up live that we had to retape. So he was, an integral part of the team.
When they move production back to New York, is it expressly to get him back on the team?
Absolutely, yeah. Because the other guys, when they came in as wrestling announcers, and it came off that way. If you go back and you watch those couple weeks when they're there, it's Joey's absence is huge. It's a huge void in the show. Joey had that ability to take a segment and raise it up with his "oh my God" and the cat fight screams, and there was all those little cliches that he would bring to the table that I think was every bit as important to ECW getting over and established like it did as the cane, as the blood, as the tables and the chairs and the fighting out into the audience, the promos, the girls, everything. Joey Styles was an equal member to that.
Some psychologists might say that maybe this is Vince acting out a bit of a fantasy role and sending a subtle message to wrestlers. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
Is he known to have a little fun?
Sure,
with
of course
his
he is.
creative decisions.
Yeah.
Sending a message.
Yeah, and if
Maybe
he
red
knows,
roosters
you
and
feel
polka
this
dots.
way, then yeah.
So it had nothing to do with Nikolai, but maybe more to do with amusing you guys, or
I wasn't too fucking amused because I had to work with him on the road.
Nikolai, you mean?
Yeah,
Talk to us
I
about
wanted to
that.
fucking shoot myself in the fucking head after that loop.
Because of the work, or
Yeah,
because of traveling with
the
him?
work.
Oh.
It was so fucking rotten. And I love him. He's a really nice guy.
Right. But for your style.
Fucking awful. I remember George Steele telling him they wanted me to give him a gut wrench suplex one night. Oh my God, you should have seen the look on his fucking face. I dare you to take a fucking bump.
How much did you have to work with him?
Enough.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. I don't know if I can really, in words, explain to you how fucking taxing that was on me mentally.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice man, though. Let's read it.
Very nice. Yeah, but that's what we always say about somebody before we bury him.
Right.
Hell of a fucking guy. Oh
but
my
Jesus
God, that guy's
Christ.
a fucking
Oh
shit.
my God, the gut wrench.
Is that what his firing was about? Cost cutting?
It was cost cutting. Again, he was geographically undesirable. He was a Gud. He lived in Minneapolis. And he, oh, God, I try so hard not to say things like this because it's just, at this stage of my life, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings or bury anybody, but I just never thought much of him. He's a good looking guy. He was in great shape, but there was something about him.
Didn't have the passion?
He was a dick. I just didn't like him.
Right.
And arrogant, like a lot of people thought he was better than he really was, thought he should have been up here, thought Vince McMahon screwed him. You see people that walk around with a chip on their shoulder all the time, and even if you want to like him, that chip gets in the way a lot. Tom was one of those guys, and he really wasn't that great of a performer, aside from the look. Skill-wise, his ability to relate to the audience, get the audience to relate to him, he was a 5 on a scale of 10, and at that point, it just wasn't worth the hassle.
Very good. Am I wrong in thinking that maybe, I know you're trying to cut budgets and you want to have a profitable year, but at this point, May 16th, are we trying to free up some money for Hulk?
No.
No.
Had nothing to do with anything. It's another of the, or one more chapter in the narrative that is created.
Well,
that, you know,
that's-
people that want to bury Hulk Hogan back then was like, oh, I'm suffering so he can bring in this washed up, has-been, bald-headed guy from WWF. It's not true.
Okay.
Hogan's money had nothing to do with our budget. It was on top of.
I got you.
It was a very unique situation. I had, first of all, Rick's not here to defend himself, Rick Rude. So I'm not going to talk too much about Rick Rude or his frame of mind or what he was thinking, because I just don't think that's fair. My perspective was, and I had known Rick for a long time. I knew Rick in high school. Rick was from Minneapolis. Rick hung out with some of the same guys I hung out with. I watched Rick Rude beat guys' asses in bars before I was legal to drink. So I'd known Rick for a long time. Once Rick made up his mind that he was pissed off at you, it took a long time to get over that. And Rude was really pissed off at Ric Flair. I had to get that title back. Ric Flair wouldn't talk to Rick, wouldn't go near Rick Rude. And I remember calling Rick up, because I didn't have any heat with Rick. He was mad at Flair. He wasn't mad at me, really. But probably he was mad at me a little bit for putting Rick in that position, but that wasn't where the direct heat was. So I remember calling up Rick. I said, Rick, I got to get the title back. I couldn't send Ming to go do it. I said, I'm going to have to bite this bullet, and whatever happens, happens. And Rick was a scary dude when he was in that frame of mind. But I met Rick, and he opened up the trunk of his car, and there was a pistol sitting in his trunk next to the belt. I thought, oh, this is just silly. I didn't think it was silly at the time.
Not at the time.
I thought, this is really bullshit. What the fuck is he going to do? He's not going to shoot me, but he's just going to intimidate me. And he reached in and he handed me the belt. And there was no big deal. But there was a lot of heat between Rude and Flair, a lot.
Okay. Did Rick Rude sue the company at some point around here? It's reported that he filed a $630,000 lawsuit against them stemming from his departure and the injury.
I don't recall that. I knew there was a lot of, Rick had a Lloyd's of London policy, so there were a lot of complex issues surrounding that Lloyd's of London policy. God, that had to be pretty.
Oh boy, you had Dave the Hammer Schultz of the Flyers there, for fuck's sake. This is a real wild and maybe the wildest and craziest match in WCW up to this point in this era. Does the fact that it's in Philly and the home of ECW influence that kind of booking at all, do you think?
It probably did, and that sounds like a lot of a Kevin Sullivan thing. I didn't have, I didn't have the vibe on Philly and the nature of the audience and what they liked and didn't like nearly as much at that time as Sullivan did. So I'm sure that had a lot to do with it, a ton.
In the weeks following this, and on the heels of some other similar matches, there seems to be a shift in the philosophy on blood and violent matches in the company. There's a bit of a fear of national and congressional mood against violence on television. So is this something you guys have a discussion about creatively?
Sure.
And are there rules handed down, or are you just telling the bookers?
And actually it probably came more from corporate at some point. Remember, Turner Broadcasting at that time, still is, was driven by ad sales. Well, just ad sales and subscription. And ad sales had a lot to say about a lot of the things that we did. And when blood became an issue for the advertising community, when advertisers on Madison Avenue went, I wouldn't buy any time in your show, look at this. Look what you guys do. You're going to react to that.
Right.
Somebody's going to react to it, and it's going to roll down to us. And it did.
What do those guys think about what's going on? Is there that kind of talk backstage, or are they just happy to be there? Or
You know, I didn't get a chance, obviously, to talk to a lot of them. You know, Larry Hennig I knew from Minneapolis.
sure.
I had hunted with Larry or been a part of a group. You know, with
I
Larry
think Vern was
before.
there too.
Vern was there, and obviously I was very close to Vern, very close to Greg. You know, Mad Dog Vachon was there. There was a lot of them or some of them, I should say, that I knew fairly well. A couple of them I was close to. But the subject of what they thought about everything really never came up, at least to me. Maybe I'm sure it did amongst themselves, but not to me.
The show's in Philly. It features current ECW star Funk. The crowd chants ECW. We want blood. Is the decision made to have an extended run for him? I mean, he quits on September 26th via fax, is the report I have. But did you have long-term plans for Terry?
No.
So it was designed to be this.
He was never, he was an in and out kind of an opportunity.
Right.
No one ever planned or had a goal for Terry Funk to be a long-term part of our plan.
And perhaps, again, talking about Philly, talking about ECW, probably part of the
Opportunistic.
filling the house. Yeah. How seriously did you guys approach the Hall of Fame idea? Was there ever a pitch to get a physical building somewhere? Or?
Brother, we were trying to make that first dollar in profit. So the Hall of Fame, the idea of it thematically was a great idea, to have one pay-per-view a year that kind of focused on, much like WrestleMania does now with the Hall of Fame, but to have one event per year that focused on the legends and nostalgia was the goal. I don't think anybody really thought too much beyond that with regards to building an actual hall or having a physical representation of it. No.
Which is probably why it's gone after 1995's inductions. Is that something, again, that you thought was not the direction you wanted to head? In keeping with the identity of the company you wanted to build in?
No, I don't know that it was so much of a branding or strategic idea. I think it was probably more of a practical situation for us. You know, where do we find these legends? How many? It's like one thing to induct 25 people into the Hall of Fame one year. Okay, maybe 2 years. But for WCW, who only had a history that was about 7 years old at that time, where do you find the people that go in that Hall of Fame? The company didn't exist before 1989. This is 1994.
Right.
So,
Well, I guess you could have connected to the lineage of the NWA. I mean, that was clearly the logic in having.
you could have, but some of those
Mr.
people
Wrestling
didn't.
too.
But there were politics involved in that. Some people wanted to become involved. Some people didn't. It just wasn't as viable to us at that time as one would think. It was harder to make it. I hate to use this analogy, but you know, how do you piss higher this week than you did last week? And then when you roll out everything you've got year one, and then you look at the list of people that you're going to bring back year two, and it's all of a sudden like, and you're going to expect people to get excited about this?
Do you recall it?
Of course, like it was yesterday.
What reaction do they get from managers? Are they impressed? Are you
No,
ever impressed with
no.
enhancement talent?
I just think they were so short-sighted. You know, like they couldn't see the fucking, you know, I don't know.
I want to say
I don't
that-
understand why obviously, I think that just the people that his job was to eye the talent or spot the good talent, you know, they were just
Who would that be?
incompetent at their job. I don't know.
Was it Patterson?
No,
At this point,
I don't think so. I mean, just because the agents on the road were the ones that were given the reports and everything, you know.
You remember them back then? Were they quiet? Were they respectful? Were they excited?
They were very quiet, and they, honestly, I remember locking up with Jeff and going, this fucking guy has never had a match in his fucking life. I had to put him in and out of holds. But he could do the spots fine, but he couldn't wrestle at all. Not one fucking bit.
Was it one of the Hardys that, I think Kevin might have told us, Scott
Vanilla
did
Ice.
the TV, was it?
Vanilla Ice, that was our nickname for Jeff.
That Scott got out of the ring with one of them after an enhancement and went and said to, and gave the kid, gave whoever it was a lot of offense, and said to the agent, you should remember that guy, just as an enhancement talent. Is that,
No,
do I
just
have
as
that
a
correctly?
future star. As a
I'm saying
future
as
star.
he was at that time an enhancement talent and gave him offense on his own because you could tell when he was in the ring.
I let him miss the moonsault shit. Like, they were just happy to be able to show a little talent. You know?
Right.
Oh, I do remember. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I do remember my match with Jeff. I tried this different finish out. It was like a Indian deathlock, fucking front face lock, or not front face lock, double underhook, and it was just the flattest fucking finish. Like, you know.
Bell rang and that was it?
Yeah, and I remember getting back and JJ telling me, "Oh, that finish was flat," and I'm like, "Yeah, I felt it." I learned a lot.
You know what? I never thought of that. You're right.
Bullshit.
Joel Goodhart.
Yeah, how about that, huh?
That is amazing. Yeah.
What's the history there? Give me the with. Did Paulie have a problem with Joel too, or?
Because he used to come around a good bit, so I'm assuming that it was, good natured and,
Okay.
and like a chuck to the ribs. I don't believe it was like legit heat, especially because at that point, after it had been already done with Mikey Whipwreck, I think it was just sort of like a tongue-in-cheek, gotcha. He is such a phenomenal in-ring performer. He's one of those guys. There's a handful of guys in the business. Candido was one. Benoit was one. Too Cold's clearly one. They make it look like smooth as silk. Just it's effortless to them. And you watch him. I don't want to say that he doesn't look like an athlete because he does, but he doesn't come out. You look at Benoit, the chiseled, like the Tom Billington look and all that. Too Cold doesn't come off with that look. He doesn't have the greatest gift of gab, but when he gets into the ring, it's almost like he defies gravity. Like he just sort of floats around the ring and does these things that are amazing in a different way than Sabu does it, in a different way that some of the other guys like Candido would do it. But he had such a smooth delivery of his moves in the ring that it looked smooth as silk, and there's some guys that do it that are smooth like that, but it looks like a dance. It looks almost like it's pre-planned to the umpteenth degree, and I never ever thought that with Too Cold. When I watched Too Cold, he had a legitimacy to him that came off looking like this is what, in boxing you have brawlers and you have the pugilist and you have, all the ear biters and all the rest of it. In our business, you have the mat wrestlers and you have the aerial guys. He fits into that aerial segment, but in a different vein than almost anybody else I can think of. He doesn't come across like a luchador. He comes off, to me, when I watch him and in my mind's eye, as a wrestler that can mat wrestle but can also take to the air, because he's not a small guy. When you look at him, he's not like a 5'3" guy or something. He's a pretty good sized guy, and when he used to do some of the stuff like where he would come off with like the round off kick and stuff, it was like me, gravity grabs a hold of my ass real fast and then pulls me right to the earth. He takes off. It's almost like he's got helium in his ass. He takes off and he keeps going up and up and up. It's just a strange thing to watch, but beautiful to watch.
What was Regal like back in '94? What'd you think of him as a wrestler and a champion?
I liked him a lot. I liked him as a person. I liked him as a performer. I liked the way his mind worked. He was, you know, he came from a different school, came from a different way of thinking about wrestling. And it's one that I won't say I gravitated towards it, but I probably gravitated a little bit towards it.
Explain it.
I love psychology. I love the art of wrestling. I love the psychology of wrestling. To me, a wrestling match is dialogue. It's physical dialogue, but it's dialogue. And great dialogue, whether it's in a movie or a play, if it's in a book, you know, if it's a written word, great story to me is everything. And Steven Regal brought a different psychology and storytelling technique to the product, and I appreciated it. So I was fond of Steve.
He had a good year in '94. He never really gets into the main event tier there. Was something missing from having him be marketable enough to be top of the card? Was it someone in creative that felt the style was an ill fit?
You know, I can't put my finger on it, but with all, and I mean all due respect to Steve, he never really reached that level in WWE either. And sometimes, not everybody does. You know, I was watching an interview, no, I was listening to an interview on PBS about a week ago from a bass guitarist who's one of the most famous bass guitarists in the music industry, who has toured with Eric Clapton. He worked with Jimi Hendrix. He's still busy to this day performing on records and in concert, touring with all of the top artists in the world. He's worked with more top artists than anybody in the history of rock and roll. And I can't remember his name.
Right.
But none of those artists would go on tour without that particular bass player. There are people in this industry, and I think Steven Regal is one of them, who are just as important to the end product as maybe the guy at the top of the card, or maybe maybe he's putting over the guy he's working with. But if you don't have the Steven Regals of the world to bring it all together and really create the story and make it believable, it's just not. Not everybody's a front man. And I don't think Steven Regal at that time had the work, he had the psychology. In many ways he had the look, but he didn't have the body. Steve was soft. He wasn't a weightlifter. He wasn't one of those guys. And at that time, there was still kind of a what makes a wrestler look. Steve didn't really have that. But more than that, he didn't have that mic skill. He couldn't project. He couldn't convince people. He could convince the guy in the ring he was the real deal. And he could make that guy that he was working with look like the real deal. But he couldn't talk to the audience in a way that the audience put him up on a pedestal. And that's that intangible it factor that people talk about. And Steve didn't have that at that time. He developed it in WWE in later years. He became very, very good. In my opinion, one of the better talkers, because I just like his psychology. But he didn't have it then.
Your personal creative style as a writer, not what should be the proper percentages, but for you, place 2 percentages for me on in-ring physicality and mic skills, talking, being convincing, looking someone in the eye and telling the truth, as Cagney said.
It's hard to say that. I would say it's probably 55-45.
Which way?
Meaning you have to be good on the mic. Right. Because if you're good enough on the mic, you could create enough emotion, either way, as a heel or a babyface. You could create enough, as a heel, and I can say this from personal experience, I couldn't work a lick at all. Couldn't even try to pretend I could. But I could make people want to see me get my ass kicked. So while I won't allow anybody to even refer to me as a former wrestler. I'll correct them, even to this day, because it's disrespectful to wrestlers. But I could get people who want to kill me. I could get people who want to spend money to see somebody else do it. So I believe that somebody that's really good enough on the mic can mitigate what they may not have in the ring, but someone who's great in the ring can't create the emotion.
Gotcha. This is Zbyszko's return to the ring. What brings this about?
Oh, probably a little bit of Larry, a little bit of me. Larry wanted to be active. He wanted to be in the ring. It was about the time when I started getting a little bit more involved in creative. I liked, again, it's my personal taste at the time. Larry had that kind of ground and pound, basic wrestling style, and he was a great talker. Mm-hmm. He was a great talker. Tended to say the same things over and over and over again, but he was great at it. But his in-ring work was believable to me, and I liked that balance. You know, I've always looked at wrestling as a buffet. You know, you've got to have some decent seafood over here. You got to have some prime rib over here. You know, you got to have some great vegetables over here. You got to have a little bit of everything for everybody. You got to have a great dessert area. Larry was that meat and potatoes section of the buffet plate or the buffet dinner, and I liked it.
James Dudley, the original Bad Leroy Brown. He was the first guy, first black man to ever run a arena. Mm-hmm. And you know, him and Vince's dad were tight, and you know, Vince Sr. was partners with Dudley in Washington, D.C. and Baltimore area, and he honored that, and Vince honored that until the day James died.
James would run the Cap Center and
Baltimore, Landover, shit like that, you know. And he was so old, he couldn't even, when he accepted his award, like, he was so, like, feeble and decrepit, like, he could barely get the words out, and, like, he broke into tears. It was like, you know, it might not have been a big deal for, you know, the fans that had no idea who the hell that was, but it was a big deal, I could tell, for Vince, and in turn, it was a big deal for me, because I'm a historian of the business, you know.
Describe the ceremony. Now it's a huge show.
And by the way, you know, we'd show up to Washington, and Vince would have a new fucking car waiting for James Dudley. He'd do shit like that for James just so his family wouldn't fucking, you know, if he sent him money or something, the family would take it. So
the son is honoring Vince Sr.'s...
Yeah, still took care of him. I remember one time, bless his heart, he sat in the backstage area just full of piss. He had pissed himself. I feel bad even telling that story. You know, I mean, and they made sure to take care of him and make sure he had dignity, and, you know, that's the kind of shit I respected out of Vince.
Did they make it a point to let the other wrestlers know who it was and to
Sorta. I mean, at the Hall of Fame they did, but it wasn't like, hey, look at me, I'm taking care of this guy. It wasn't like Vince was trying to get a pat on the back.
No, but to let the other guys know that this is someone who's very important.
Yeah.
To look after him.
Yeah.
Talk about the ceremony. Now it's a huge show and everything, but back then it's at a hotel. Is there? I don't even know if it's probably not televised. Not even televised, but videotaped, right?
Yeah, it was video.
It was.
Yeah. It was my first time I ever wore anything like a suit. You know, like it was a coat and pants ensemble, and I didn't even know better, like, to take the fucking tag off of the jacket. So I show up, you know, and I'm fucking, you know, got the tie on and everything. I got this fucking tag still stuck on the jacket. You know, it's kind of embarrassing.
Some PA run over and clip it off for you? Or
something like that.
Was that the rib to leave Sean with his...
and then I remember
44.
Brett did a keynote speech, and he put me over huge, like, talking about young guys coming up, and then he, like, specifically mentioned me. So Brett's giving a speech, right? And he's, like, over the top, putting me over in the speech, right? And so we're getting toward the end of the speech, and fucking Lanza or somebody goes, when he's done, everybody stand up, give him a standing ovation. I'm like, okay. And so then he's finished with the speech. Boom, I'm up, yeah. Everybody's sitting there. I'm like, motherfuckers.
Excellent.
They're all laughing their ass off.
I hope that is on video somewhere.
It is somewhere.
Now, you of course would fit into that mold, but here's a federation who still has, you know, Luger, Razor, Lawler. Well, no, Razor was probably young. Not much younger than Hogan. Was this a mockery, or was this a serious attempt to position the company?
Serious attempt,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I thought it did fine for, you know, for its place in history to get from one point to the next, you know. How much does that kid weigh?
Here we are. We should probably mention Art Donovan,
Art Donovan, yep.
while we're here. Do you remember at the time it being, well, you're not watching the broadcast, are you?
I was watching a lot of it and going, "What the fuck is that?"
Really? So even there,
Oh
people
my
are going,
God.
Jesus. Ooh.
Yeah. It was fucking, what a disaster that was.
When we covered this on Wrestling's Most Botched, available at kayfabecommentaries.com, people often talked about Randy Savage, who had to be on the headset with him, being rather upset.
It's kind of hard to tell with Randy, though, because he always had the same, you know, expression and same kind of sound of the tone of his voice. And so, but I can just imagine, like, as a commentator, trying to keep shit on course and, you know, going in the right direction and having to fucking bring Art Donovan back and, you know.
Safe to say this was the first and last time Art Donovan did commentary? Or
First and last time, I think, really any guest pay-per-view
Football
commentator,
player,
as far as I can
yeah.
remember.
Your participation in the tournament and your matches against Jarrett and Owen, where do you scale them?
As far as what?
As far as the talent you were in there with, Jeff Jarrett and...
Fucking great.
Yeah.
You know, as far as just that particular night, like Jeff was my first match. I mean, and that was a nice solid match. Like, but I just still saved something for Owen, you know. And Owen was the guy getting the push that night. And so I went out, and Brett, his brother, told me, obviously, Owen's brother, told me that was the best match he'd ever seen of that, given that length of time we had.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a hell of a fucking compliment, you know.
You mentioned something interesting. You said, you know, going out, I have to save something for Owen. When you have to work multiple times in the same night in a tournament style thing like that, are guys conscious of that you have to save some of your offense for, and not repeat?
Guys
yourself?
that were smart enough, you know. But
it's nothing you're told to do by an
No.
agent. Like don't do the finish now because we want to see that later.
no. That was all shit. Like, honestly, a lot of the agent stuff, they would tell us what we did wrong after the fact, which is easy as fuck to do that.
Right.
So, you know, I can sit and do that all day long. But
Would you ever, you have any desire to road agent?
I wouldn't want to put a label on it. But I mean, I would be open to it.
So his not wanting to go
tires.
all the way with this. Do you remember this? Where he
Yeah.
wasn't making the appearances?
Yeah.
He was just sending videotapes?
Yeah, but I had no idea that the buy rate was that bad.
Sabotaging his own return?
Not purposely.
Foolishly.
Yeah,
Roddy Piper, shouldn't you know better?
you would think, but you know, then
Vince
again,
McMahon, shouldn't you remind
there's-
Roddy Piper that you know better?
maybe Vince assumed.
Or too busy with the courts?
Maybe.
Papa's away. Busy with other stuff. Couple of appearances and then gone. Do you know why? Any additional details about the gimmick? We just know nothing. We never hear about this.
Actually, I think I know. I do have a good idea why, but like, it's not something I honestly like. As much as like I'm open in these kind of situations, that's something I'd probably.
Okay. Well, I'll probe. Is it illegal? A legal thing?
I don't know. I honestly, like, I just, like, I'm pretty good about that type of stuff, but like, I don't want to.
Involving one of the three.
Yeah.
Fonzie, Ricky. Okay. We have a mission now. June 22nd.
It's not that big a deal, man. It's just like, these are guys that I know, and I'm not.
When it's the forbidden fruit, it's always a big deal.
Well, I'm not, you're not getting any more out of me on that.
No, not you. We'll find it. June 22nd. Write us.
Is it difficult positioning him as a heel now because he came to be so iconic to the fans down there and was really beloved at this point, despite the fact that he worked as a heel for so long?
That was one of the biggest challenges that I had with Rick, not only as a performer, but as a person. You know, being, and again, this is coming from someone who's not a wrestler, so let's take everything I am about to say with a grain of salt. But being a heel gives you a lot of control over what happens out in the ring. And Rick was a guy that liked that control. He liked being a heel, even though the audience didn't want him to be one. It's conflict, as you just pointed out. So, yes, that was a challenge, and it was kind of the core of a lot of challenges that I had with Rick for a year or two subsequent to that date.
You felt it was necessary because of the Hogan thing.
He had to be a heel because of the Hogan thing, but Rick also had to be a heel because Rick is far more comfortable as a heel.
So Rick is part of these discussions with Hogan, all through trying to woo Hogan.
He led the discussions.
Right. So why resistance at this point from Rick? I mean, you knew this was the plan, right? You said it was the root of a lot of difficulty you had with him personally.
Post this.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Post this as we move forward a year or 2 years later, when it became apparent to me that no matter what we do, Rick could walk puppies to the ring, set them on fire, and stomp them out, and the crowd would go, woo! Yeah. That was the challenge that I had with Ric Flair. But for Hogan, yes, it worked. It worked.
Hogan makes an appearance here in the main event. He's involved all over the show in numerous segments, including a live interview in front of the crowd, where he's booed. Was that unexpected?
Yes.
Why was he booed, do you think?
Because it became apparent to me, and it probably should have been apparent to me much sooner than this. And I had a sense that there would be a portion of the audience that would not react to Hogan the way we wanted them to, because WCW is WCW and WWE is WWE. It's north and south. You know, it is what it is. And I underestimated the reaction from the hardcore NWA WCW audience that I inherited to a guy that represented mainstream.
Right. Did Hulk talk to you about this at all that night after? Is there any, like, look, this isn't going the way we want, brother?
No, you know, Hulk, he was a pro. I mean, he obviously felt it and reacted to it, as did I. But neither one of us overreacted to it.
Do you remember the wrong tape being played?
No.
Okay.
But you're going to remind me.
I'm going to remind you right now, and I guess it wasn't much of a...
Or it was a lot, and I put it out of my mind.
You might have blocked it through therapy. Nothing you can do when that happens, right?
Nope. I do remember it now. I remember hearing about it. Yeah.
Do you call a meeting? Do you get the...
Oh, I don't remember what I did. I'm sure it wasn't pretty.
There's always been, I guess, tension between Terry and Dory, and I know that was a big concern for Paul. That you know, were these guys gonna, you know, my understanding of it was serious heat between the guys, and so I didn't know. Had never met Dory before that, So I wasn't sure if this was going to be something where these guys were really coming to blows, or, did they like hate each other? They just didn't get along. We weren't sure. I wasn't anyway, and I'm pretty sure the rest of the dressing room was the same way. What the chemistry was between these two, and Dory, I have to say, was extremely professional. To see them talking and interacting in the dressing room, they didn't seem to be any heat between them. And when they got into the ring, they certainly seemed to be working together well. But it seemed like every time that Dory came in, which wasn't that many times, but the handful of times that he did come in, then for some short modicum of time afterwards, there was this tension of, that's the last time, no more, it's not going to happen again. And then, some point later, he'd be back again. And it was just a very strange dynamic between them, as brothers. And I think there's obviously some sort of, I don't want to say like a competition between them, but, they both have pretty stellar careers, and having been second generationers like that, I'm sure there's some kind of, brotherly competition that is there, even though they probably don't want it to be. But Dory was always very professional, and never once did he ever come in and complain about, what was going on there, or the style, or he didn't want to be in that type of match. Very, very easy to work with, and very gracious.
The spot where Rocco's hung upside down from the crow's nest there, was that spontaneous? Did Paulie plan it? Is something Rocco brought up?
I'm not sure if it was spontaneous. I know that, when he was hanging there, it was like, very precarious, because the way it was wrapped around his feet, it didn't look like it was very stable.
Right.
And Johnny was not a small guy. But there's so much of that in ECW. As you're going through these questions and bringing up stuff that I hadn't thought about in years, but and I hadn't thought of this one. But as you mentioned, I remember thinking to myself as I was watching the monitor, and he slid down, like, I was like, ugh, he's gonna fall on his head. It was very, very dangerous looking. My guess is something like that Terry, Johnny, Paul, somebody mentioned it as a possibility beforehand, only because that kind of a risk take on just that'd be pretty forward, pretty outlandish to do on the spot. But like I said, in my mind's eye, I can remember watching that and thinking, like, dear God, that was scary looking.
And there's something that a Terry Funk gets away with, because he's Terry Funk. If he walks, hey Shane, what about wrap the tape around your legs and hang you upside down? If Sabu said that to you, you might tell him to go fuck himself. But it's Terry.
I might tell Terry too. That was, especially after I saw that one. That was I don't know. But there was so many nights like that in ECW that we, by the grace of whoever, we got away with it and didn't end up with anybody in a wheelchair or dead. Thank God. I always knew, even from the time we were first breaking in Dominic's school, that Mick idolized Terry and always had that that penchant to want to be the next hardcore guy, the next Terry Funk, or the next Abdul the Butcher wrapped into one, if that makes sense. Mick was never interested in going to the weight room and training and all that. Mick was interested in that whole hardcore approach to it, and had really set himself aside in Japan. And because of that, when he came into ECW, he had, there was a whole lot of spotlight put on him from the fans' perspective, because here was this guy that had, done the thing with the, I think it was after he had done the thing with the chainsaw, and he'd already made himself a strong reputation for putting his body on the line. Even though it preceded the dive off the cage and all that in WWF later. So when he came there, I know that the fans had that expectation that, he's going to take it to another level here, the violence to another level. And, he didn't stick around for a long time, but I think that was because, he was, clearly in his mind one of the other things. It was funny because when he came in there, I had just come back from the WWF and that whole god-awful experience. And I was the guy telling them, you want to think twice about this one, because that was clearly the worst 6.5, 7 months of my entire 30-year career. And I didn't want to see him, as a friend of mine, go through the same thing. I think Mick fit in there better because he's a lot more easygoing personality to fit in there. But when he came to ECW, he clearly had the intention of bringing that hardcore style with him. But I think once he got there, I don't know if it was either Vince telling him, keep it under wraps or whatever till you get up here. I mean, he did those few things, the chair shots and that kind of stuff when he was handcuffed by Mikey, but he never really, in my mind, blossomed into that what he became later as Mankind. Just the dive off the cage and all that crazy stuff that he'd later do and set himself apart for. But he also had his kids there. I think he was, in hindsight, just using, he was getting the experience of ECW, nice paycheck, getting ready to go into WWF, and trying to walk that line of how much can I give the fans and satiate their appetite, but not give away the whole store. I think if this is the right time frame, they were involved in some, he was involved in some illegal activity, or was accused of being involved in some illegal activity, and there was some really pointed heat around town that without, I don't want to get into the nuts and bolts because I don't even know all of them, but I do know that there was some bad people involved, a lot of pressure from the authorities, and I think at that point Paul just felt it was better. And I don't know if it was he left on his own, or he was fired, or Todd told him to go home, or whatever. I don't know what the parameters were of that, but I know at the time there was a lot of heat going on around town for some stuff that gets people killed for.
WWF recently put a ban on violent acts such as eye gouging, two-handed choke, crotch shots, use of foreign objects, which would be tables, chairs, flagpoles, anything, tennis rackets, and also physical threats on interviews, such as threatening to break someone's arm. Razor was even told to stop flicking the toothbrush. Toothbrush, yes, he brushed his teeth, the toothpick. Talk about this this is professional wrestling, this is absolute paranoia now.
Oh, I know. It was like, are you fucking ribbing me? Why don't you just fucking handcuff my hands behind my back and fucking shackle my feet?
Are you expected to produce a wrestling program with none of this?
Yeah. Not only that, but SummerSlam, Scott and Sean are expected to go out and have the sequel to the fucking ladder match with those fucking constraints. We fucking, collectively sat and did we fucking pulled our hair out putting that match together.
Yeah, Kevin told us about it. But all the guys must just sit there like, what do you want us to do?
Right. And a lot of the guys were there, they didn't want to fucking rock the boat, they just, they didn't know any better. A lot of the guys in the company then weren't really that fucking good.
Does Vince say anything to you personally? Is this a memo that comes? How are you guys told what your restrictions are going to be? How do you find out?
Well,
You can't flick a toothpick.
it was just basically verbalized to Sean and Kev,
And it just disseminates through the rest of you?
our little group.
Right.
Five
Well, but everyone's
or
told
four.
that you have to.
Yeah, but we're told in different ways.
Maybe you guys are allowed to do a little more?
Maybe.
Okay.
Or
Gotcha.
maybe we can, not allowed to, but do it anyways, and fucking, what are you going to do about it?
Right.
Was he told to do this, or is this something he just wanted to do?
My guess is, and it's a guess, but when he left WCW, he was fed up. That he was not allowed to do the things that he could do and be the talent that he could be. Clearly, he ran headlong into the politics of WCW. He had spent the previous 2 years in Memphis, and I'm sure played some part of the politics game. But in WCW, they had established that politicking down there as a science and an art form. And he had run headlong into it. Wasn't allowed to do his diving elbow off the apron, and was reprimanded for certain things. And I think that was his sort of commentary to screw you guys.
Gotcha.
I got a lot more potential. I'm going to prove it to you.
Now, word has it that an old friend of yours with bleached blonde hair was particularly upset by this and made it known to anyone that would listen in WCW.
I do remember that, as you say it, that it came. But again, that's just typical Dick, And I'm not talking.
Did you say Rick or Dick?
No, I said Dick.
Oh, you said Dick.
Yeah,
I see.
I meant to say Dick. It's so apropos and it fits so well.
You guys haven't hugged and kissed yet? All these years. All these years. Brothers in the same fraternity, really.
We are. Yeah, we've come from very different cloths. I've never expected anybody to kiss my ass in this business, fans or wrestler or promoter. But Rick seems to have this penchant that he has the right to get up and make a demand for a draw at 3 o'clock in the morning, and that somehow it should miraculously have the ATM machine appear in front of him, and how dare it not? It's Dick Flair, the classic meltdown.
But your interactions in person.
Yeah.
He's usually very respectful of you to your face. He fears you a bit.
Well, he's Rick, he can turn the charm on when he has to. And I've mentioned this many times, but Ric Flair is one of the reasons I got into the business. He was the type of guy that, as a kid sitting at home watching, and I mean a small kid, Dick, he was the guy that I used to watch on television or read about in the magazine and say, damn, that guy is what a wrestler is supposed to be. And then meeting him later in person and realizing that he was, we all have skeletons in our closet and we all fall far short of the bar that we set in our own mind. But this guy fell so quantumly short of being anything even close to what I had in my head for him.
How long did it take you to realize that after meeting him?
I would say probably within the first 3-4 months, and only because, the way I was trained to come into the business, I was told, keep your mouth shut, your eyes and ears open, pay attention. So the guy that I was paying attention to was him, because that was the guy that I had hoped to be like one day. And when I see him pulling his penis out in a bar full of kids, running up and down a hallway, like some fraternity boy at 46 years old, the world heavyweight champion, that represents a company. I felt, even as a kid then that didn't know what the hell I was doing one way or the other, I knew I didn't want anybody looking at him doing those type of idiotic, absurd, obscene things, looking at me and thinking, well, he's a wrestler and that guy over there's a wrestler, so do you do that too? No, I don't pull my penis out in a bar full of kids. I don't run up and down a hall at 46, 7 years old naked and stomping on doors and going up to women I don't even know and dragging them into the middle of a dance floor and, making a fool of myself. These were the things that I saw him doing, and it was embarrassing to me.
Was he disrespectful to other wrestlers?
Rick was disrespectful in covert ways that he wouldn't even realize, just because he had so many people, kissing his rear end for so long and blowing smoke up his backside that he didn't even realize when he was being disrespectful to people, I think, a lot of the times. But other times he clearly did. And I think he relished in that, and I think that's part of the reason, my own commentary, I think that's part of the reason why, we're hearing these stories about him today. To me, in my mind, at this stage of his career, Ric Flair should be, the elder statesman of our business, not being talked about in the stories that we're hearing about. whether they're twisted or not, there's some semblance of truth, whatever the semblance of truth is, and the nugget of and the grain of truth at the center. You know, for anybody 60 years old to be acting like that is, as a representative of the company, the only question I have is to Dixie Carter and anybody else in a position of authority at TNA is why would they allow it to go on, and why would they not leave him there and fire him, not leave him there and then bring him back a couple of days later and then he's back on TV.
Has he finally, I mean, has he come unglued completely? Has he unraveled?
The stories that I'm hearing from different people, I've not seen it because I've not been around. I work my own schedule and run it that way. But I'm hearing stories from several people, about him making demands to Dixie about him not being happy with his suite at the DoubleTree, about the thing with the payoff and. It's just, to me, it's sad. My personal differences aside, that this guy, who was the embodiment of professional wrestling for so many years, has become, this sort of sidekick, butt of the joke, and sad. I would hope for him. We've seen so many deaths in this business and so many, train wrecks that, I don't wish that for anybody or on anybody. I would like to see that. Whatever it is that Rick feels that he needs to, I don't know if he's covering something up or trying to conceal something or compensate for something else. To me, I would much rather see the Ric Flair yardstick champion. That was the measuring stick to everybody, as and icon at that point, as opposed to this guy that everybody's scratching their head and going, did you hear this Ric Flair story? Did you hear that Ric Flair story?
Take me through the whole Hogan story. When does this idea bubble to the surface?
Well, if he signed in June, it probably was April, March or April. Might have occurred, more than likely it started at a Disney taping a couple months prior to that.
Was he down there doing Thunder in Paradise? at the
Yeah,
time?
he was doing Thunder in Paradise. We were shooting a show, and I don't remember who the liaison was. Somebody said to Hulk, "Hey, Eric Bischoff would like to talk to you," and Hulk said, give him my number. They gave Hulk my number, and I remember specifically, it was one of those moments. There's a couple moments in my wrestling career that I remember very vividly, and this is one of them. It was late at night. I was laying in bed with my wife. Must have been about 11 o'clock, midnight or something. Already fallen asleep. And the phone rings in our bedroom. I answered the phone. I was half asleep. And I couldn't imagine who was calling me that late at night, because anybody that knows me knows, A, I don't like to talk on the phone to begin with, and B, after 6 or 7 o'clock at night, I really don't want to talk unless it's really important. So the phone rings at midnight, and my first thought is, oh God, it's an emergency. But anyway, pick up the phone, and Hulk has a pretty distinctive voice. And he said, "Hey brother, Hulk Hogan here." And it took me like 30 seconds to get my shit together because I was sleeping. I was in a sound sleep. So I was kind of like in my mind stuttering and stammering and trying to buy some time to clear my head. And I finally came to. And we had a nice conversation and basically ended up with something that sounded like, hey, come on down to Florida, let's have a conversation. If you're interested, I'm interested. Let's talk.
How much do you tip your hand at that point? Is it you lay it all out, like you'll have carte blanche here,
No.
come on down? No. How much can you say on a first date like that?
I could have said anything I wanted to say probably, but I didn't. It was more like, let's just feel each other out. I wanted to find out what he was interested in doing and what he was available to do. I'm a salesman, first and foremost, and I learned a long time ago that the best way to make a sale is to listen. So I listened as much as I could and let him talk, which helped me frame an offer that I could present to him.
What kinds of things is he saying?
At that point, he had worked a lot with WWE, had been on the road a lot, done the 300-day-a-year thing, 2 shots a day on weekends. He had done all that. Mm-hmm. His kids were really, really young. He really wanted to be home more, so schedule was a big deal to him. That was first and foremost. Got a pretty clear idea right off the bat what the money was going to end up looking like.
Was it a figure that was prohibitive?
No.
Even though you guys were underwater?
We were underwater, but we had started turning things around.
Oh.
By that time now, I had done enough things, and this is another part of our history that gets overlooked or buried in some cases as a result of the narrative that's been out there for so long. But when I took over the company, it was a $25 million a year company that was losing $10 million a year. By the time Hogan came on board, all of the things that I had been doing for the year and a half or 2 years preceding that were starting to make people at Turner Corporate go, maybe Ted was right. Maybe this can work. The Disney tapings, externally to the wrestling fans sitting at home or, on the dirt sheets or wherever, before the internet, they hated it. Wrestlers probably hated it. Corporate loved it because advertising loved it. That was working. The whole look and vibe and feel of the show was working corporately. There were corporate executives that now wanted to bring their families to Disney to see WCW because it's something that they owned. So the entire vibe started to change, and so did the economics. Our numbers started improving, and we were losing less and less and less. We were rapidly getting to that point where it looked like, in fact, in 1994, we were so close to making money. I think it was in 1994 that I bet the chief financial officer of Turner Broadcasting, and I bet him $1 that I was going to turn a profit in 1995. And a year later, I made him get on his hands and knees and hand me that dollar in front of the executive vice president of Turner Broadcasting. So we were close enough to the point where people started to believe in me that when the Hogan opportunity came to light, it was simply a conversation with Bill Shaw, who was my boss at the time, and Bill went to Ted, and Ted went, hell yeah, let's make it work.
How many conversations did it take with Terry to get him to that point where?
With me?
Yeah. He's talking to you exclusively, right? He's not talking to Ted or
No. Well, he probably
Flair?
talked to, no, he wouldn't have talked not to Flair about money. And I'm hesitating because I can't remember whether the chicken came before the egg or vice versa. But part of it all dovetailed. It wasn't just the money and then we had to figure out the creative. It wasn't the creative first, then we had to figure out the money. It was getting Hulk comfortable on the creative side of the equation and what his future was going to look like while we were figuring out the money. So it was kind of going on at the same time. But Rick had nothing to do with the business side of it. He had a lot to do and almost everything to do with the creative side of it. Rick and I went down, we met with Hulk probably 2, 3, 4 times over the course of a month and a half or 2 months, talking about what could be. And it may have started out as something as simple as, well, how about this guy or how about that guy? Hulk wanted to work with Rick. That was the best play for Hulk. So then it became, all right, what do we do with Hulk and Rick? How do we build that story? How do we tell that story? Once the creative issues were solved and we kind of had a pretty good blueprint of what we wanted to do, which was Hogan and Flair, the money side of the equation, that was really between Bill Shaw, myself to a degree, Bill Shaw primarily, and obviously Ted, because it was a lot of money. But it actually came together pretty quickly and relatively painlessly.
It's reported that the initial deal he agrees to is $300,000 per match for 3 pay-per-view shows and 3 clashes plus 25% of any increase in pay-per-view revenue above the recent WCW average, 25% of the house for a handful of house show dates in Europe and the United States, and 65% of all merchandising revenue for a period ending December 31st, 94. Ballpark? Sound like something?
The deal that I remember, and maybe what I'm about to say is part of that, or part of the deal that you have information about. But what I remember is the nut was about $2 million a year. There were 4 pay-per-views involved in that. There were TVs that led up to each one of those pay-per-views that were included in that $2 million figure. And, he may have gotten a big chunk of the licensing and merchandising off of his stuff, not off of everybody else's.
Gotcha.
Creative control. It's a philosophy that's been bandied about a lot. But you said some very poignant stuff about it in your book, about the creative control clause in Hogan's contract, that I think was pretty telling, in that if you're working at the top anywhere, you kind of have creative control, don't you?
Sure.
Just the fact that you've put it
Ask
in
Stone
words.
Cold, ask Stone Cold Steve
Right.
Austin, or ask The Rock.
You may
or ask-
appease me by putting it in print, but
Yeah.
you're going to see me.
Yeah, talk to the Kliq back in the day. Ask Vince McMahon how many times he had to jump on a plane and fly to a house show to get people to do crap they didn't want to do. So, yeah, while we may have expressed it contractually in Hogan's contract, and by the way, I've heard and read a lot, especially recently, about how a lot of people had creative control, which is, I think it's fabrication. I'd like to see a contract that I signed that, other than Hogan, gave anybody creative control. I don't think it really existed.
There were
Could be
people
wrong.
claiming they had creative control
Oh, yeah.
under you.
Oh yeah, I've read that.
Okay. But does the fact that you've tacitly expressed it in a contract now start to flutter through the locker room and have others say, "Well, hey, didn't realize that was on the table"?
There was some resentment. There's no doubt about it. There was some resentment, especially with guys like Ric Flair and people of people that were higher up in the food chain. Yeah, there was resentment, no doubt about it.
The big parade at Disney, how does one go about pulling that off?
It's really pretty easy.
Did you just piggyback on the existing parade that happens every day and throw
No,
them on
you
the
just
floor?
you go to Disney and you tell them this is what we want to do, and it's Hulk Hogan, and they go, "Oh, Hulk Hogan! My gosh, the crowd at Disney would love that." And of course, you have to pay for it. And
Right.
You stage it, and you create a big parade.
Did you have to oversee that whole thing?
I didn't necessarily oversee it. There was other people working for me that did.
About this time, we start to see the WWF respond to the opening salvo with their new generation push. Is that on your radar at all, with the fact that they're kind of going to rebrand off of your signing Hogan as the place where the young athletic people work?
Yeah, I don't recall the timing of that. I wasn't, until Nitro happened, despite what everybody would like to believe, I really wasn't paying that close attention to WWE on a move-to-move basis or day-to-day basis.
Should you have been?
No, look, I held them up on a pedestal. I knew what they had accomplished in terms of syndication. I knew what their ad sales were doing. Obviously, their live event business was doing great. They had a licensing and merchandising model that I was envious of. So from a business model perspective, I was very aware of them and kind of held them up as a model. But from a creative point of view, no, I didn't.
Even though you're in direct competition, really?
I really
with
wasn't.
them?
No, I wasn't.
You don't think?
No. I didn't. Yes, I was, but I didn't look at it. I was in competition with myself at that point. I was in competition with controlling our budget. I was in competition with myself to change the perception of our business. I was in competition with the advertising world in the sense that I was trying to attract more dollars in that respect. I was in competition internally with corporate. There were still a lot of people at Turner that didn't want us to exist, and that was a major challenge for me. So between the political fight and all the other challenges that I had, that was enough for me. And worrying about how they were rebranding themselves or reacting to us signing Hogan wasn't really on my radar.
Is this legit?
Yeah. Well,
Or was it going to be Flair and Sting all along?
Well, it's a great thing about. And by the way, that was like the very beginning of, what was it, Cyber Tuesday, or what was the series?
Oh
of
yeah,
pay-per-view?
Cyber
Cyber
Sunday
or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was the first really truly interactive, let the fans vote wrestling experience that people were able to see on television, and the idea was really to drive the 900 line, because I was pimping us out.
Right.
I wanted to make money anywhere I could.
Sure.
So I thought, what if we tried this? And the idea was to put, stage people. You have the red locker room over here and the blue locker room over here. Well, of course, you put the people you want to choose, and you know who they're going to pick. You know who they want to see. And you kind of put them in front. They get a little bit more animated and make a little bit more noise, and EVOD back here in the back. So, was it legit? Yes. But did we structure it and set it up in a way that we were pretty sure how it was going to turn out? Of course we did. But I was very proud of that, and it brings a smile to my face. I'm going to tell a story I've never told before. So that was my idea, right? And I'm excited about it. And I think I was doing play-by-play at the time. It was me and, I don't know who it was, maybe me and Shivani or me and somebody. I don't know who it was. Or maybe I was hosting the show, whatever I was doing. But it was live, right? And I got my teeth knocked out when I was a kid with a baseball bat. So everything from here to here was fake at the time. But this was before, they could just screw stuff up into your jaw. Like now, I've been kicked by horses and my teeth are still in my head, so it's okay. But back then, not so much. So I had this little flipper plate, temporary plate. You have to take it out and clean it every night, not to get too personal, but it was kind of a temporary thing. But it stayed up there. Nobody knew. But as I'm articulating and I'm talking to the camera and I'm saying, tonight, as I said, tonight, my tooth went flying out. This is like television. My tooth goes flying, the portion of it goes flying out of my head. And I'm right-handed, but in slow motion to this day, I can see myself going, and I'm reaching out. I grabbed that tooth and I got it back in my mouth and situated in my mouth, and nobody knew it but me. Wow. That was my biggest accomplishment.
And the world is going to YouTube this promo to try and find that. That's
all right.
fantastic. Talk about him coming in and being given this gimmick. Do you guys think it's going to go over?
We were hoping. We were all behind it,
They were friendly, right? I think
Sure.
he was in his wedding party. And So Mark makes the suggestion to use Brian?
I think that's how, excuse me. I think that's how it went, yeah.
First of all, do any of you know in advance this is about to happen?
No.
Big deal. It is a big deal.
Yeah, but honestly, we're hoping, I guess, maybe that it went well. But we were kind of caught up in the brainwashing, indoctrinated into the WWF universe or whatever. You kind of get caught up in that, to where, you feel this sense of loyalty, and it's very mob-like, I guess.
Well, yeah, but this name, but the Hogan name had not been, of course, he worked for Vern, but had been so closely associated with WWF for so long. Vince sees this as a slap in the face, no doubt.
I'm sure.
Is he vocal about it?
No, it's weird because he wasn't vocal about much, except for just when word started getting around, okay, that maybe they were throwing money around and they want, I remember Vince specifically having a meeting telling us, none of you's for fucking going anywhere.
Meaning?
You're not going anywhere.
Meaning I'll pay you enough to
No,
keep you
meaning
here?
fucking you're not going anywhere. Take it for however you want to take it.
Very mob-like, as you said.
Yeah. You can't. I remember Jack Lanza wasn't even allowed to talk to Bobby Heenan. Longtime friends, lifelong friends.
When Bobby was announcing all
That's
that,
right.
yeah. Do any of you feel that this will make WCW more competitive again? Or again, are you just in a bubble and you're not even really paying attention?
Sort of a bubble.
Yeah.
I was probably the one that was most informed out of anybody. And I just kind of remember, I don't know, I should have wanted it to succeed, but I remember being very WWF-ish in my mindset and fuck them.
Right.
Kinda.
You're on the team. So
That's right.
yeah. Is this again results of a result of the upcoming trial? Vince may be going away. It's all going to crumble.
Everything was like kind of weird. Like I remember they brought in this fucking, I was gonna say cunt, but
Oh, this
Lisa
was-
Wolf.
Lisa Wolf.
Yeah.
I think Nash might have said that word in reference to her.
Fucking, she hated every other fucking woman that walked the face of the earth.
She came from the NFL. Is this
Supposedly.
Oh.
She brought a lot of fucking negative shit onto that company. She brought some fucking jabroni named Osberg de Ars. Yeah, Worldwide Properties or something that the guy's company was. It's like to do merchandise. The guy ended up fucking us huge. Like I found all this out from Ann. That used to work, used to basically run the fucking, Ann Russo used to run that fucking show.
What was Basil DeVito?
I can't remember what his exact title was. I just remember him being
It says company
financial
vice president,
officer or
but
some
what the-
shit.
You're never dealing on
No.
a one with Basil. And this Ann Bojack.
No.
Is Vince now? Vince is never selling the fact that the rats are abandoning the ship,
No, except for that meeting that he told everybody you're not going anywhere.
right?
I'm paraphrasing, mind you. I mean, but like that was the gist of it.
Is he telling you, listen, you may be working with Jerry Jarrett for a little while, or
No.
doesn't make?
Oh, you
mention
talking about
at this
like
point?
bringing Watts and Jerry?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he never actually told anybody why they were there or anything like that.
Well, on
Bill
July
Watts
2nd,
actually sat in the crowd at Madison Square Garden before anybody knew he was going to be working there, just so he could get give an honest evaluation of the talent without them knowing.
seeing.
Yeah, that's why he liked me because I had that night I had Hunter's very first match he ever had in the Garden.
What did you think of Bill?
I liked. I mean, there are certain things that are, negatives about Bill that everybody is, I think that knew him has brought up in the past, but he liked me because I was a Malenko Gotch disciple, and I could go real, I wasn't just high flyer. I could wrestle and.
Who would have
kick some
served the
ass.
company better, Jerry or Bill?
Probably Jerry overall. But like booking wise, Bill was the better booker. But I think that,
The total business.
yes. Yeah, I think he's better off with Jerry.
He was in Jersey, right? Coming back to
From Baltimore going to
from
Newark
Baltimore, right?
after a long fucking tour.
And he was 31 years old.
Yeah.
Do you remember getting the news?
Yeah. I never had any, that was my first person I knew that died,
In the business.
in the business, yeah. Well, except for one of my teachers, Masami Soranaka, Carl Gotch's son-in-law, he died of a brain tumor. But other than that, that was my first kind of taste of death, as far as, my compadres go, so,
Was Joey well liked by everyone?
yeah,
Was he a partier?
yeah.
Maybe
Yeah, nothing,
contributed to
no,
the no.
I don't think so, no.
What about Gorilla's reaction? It's been said that this is where he lost his steam.
Yeah, and I remember amongst boys really there being criticism on the company for putting us through that much.
Travel.
Yeah. Like fucking these guys would have had proper rest, like that wouldn't have happened. It's kind of unfair to say. Of course, when something awful like that happens, you're searching for reasons why, or you say things that maybe aren't fair, or
Is it Gorilla
point
saying
fingers.
these things?
No. It may have been, but I just remember that being the talk amongst the talent.
Do you remember the air kind of coming out of Gorilla at this point? I mean, is it?
Yeah. Totally.
Is it a decline from here on?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. Almost like you could see it right from that fucking point on. It would just start to melt away.
A, do you think Titan Sports or Vince McMahon had any responsibility for distribution of steroids?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Do you think that by suggestion they were ever guilty of this in some way? Has anyone said to you, it'd be good if those arms were a little bigger, anything like that?
Nope. But you look at who's being pushed and why, and you come up with your own conclusions on what you got to do.
Right.
You
So definitely not guilty of overtly
Absolutely
doing
not.
anything.
That's
Nature
a
of the
fucking-
business kind of
yes.
thing.
Absolutely. I get really okay, mind you, as the number one promoter in our industry, he's going to end up, bearing some of the responsibility for things, I mean, obviously. But that was just totally unfair. It was bullshit, fucking witch hunt.
Is he any different after the acquittal?
Yeah, it was kind of
Does he talk about it at all? Are you free to come up to him?
Well,
and say,
to us, because
"Congratulations"?
we just happened to be at the same fucking late night diner, all fucked up together that night after the verdict came down. So it was, little party that night.
And what does he say? Does he ever admit to being afraid of really going away?
No, he's afraid of. He admitted to being deathly afraid of all the people that were dependent on him as an employer, of not being there for them. He was legitimately concerned about his employees and what was going to happen to to his company.
Do you remember the diner?
Talking about that night after?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Which city?
It was Columbus, Ohio, or something like
Really?
that. I think so. Does that sound right?
I don't have it. It was a great little tidbit. I was searching for it.
As he left the courthouse before stepping into an airport taxi, he points to the news cameras and says, do you remember?
No.
Better watch the pay-per-view this Sunday, brother.
I love him.
Coming out of McMahon's trial.
How do you not love a guy like that?
That's some loyalty, boy.
Well, no, that's a pro. He knew the world was watching. He knew that was going to get, played all over the country. He knew it was going to get hype, and it's probably more hype than we could have gotten for all the money that we were able to scrape together to buy. I don't remember, but it makes me laugh. I want to call him and thank him when this is over.
You could do that on air.
Thank you, Hulk. Amazing.
No, on the phone.
Instinct.
Other than his testimony, does the trial have any ancillary effect on wrestling or WCW or?
No, because we knew it was going to happen when we went into the deal with Hulk. It's not like it was a surprise. So everybody internally was prepared for it. It was a speed bump.
Why was Snuka a heel, you think, in the first place here?
I think that in that arena at that point, with what he was going to be able to do, that he'd probably fit in better as a heel. In front of that crowd, other than just to dive off the top, that those fans would have responded to, I think clearly it would have been easier for him to get over as a heel as opposed to as a babyface. And working with those guys, obviously that would have been the logical step for him.
He's gone from the company shortly thereafter. Is this kind of a Sal Balomo thing where Poli's seeing that we need to look at and act a certain way, and this is
Right.
probably not how it's going to?
Well, I think also that it was, in a way, Paul's homage to, we're going to get guys like this, these legends that come through here, and not, I don't want to say it because it sounds like condescending and almost rude to say, well, we're going to get these guys in there and help them elevate our guys. but clearly Jimmy Snuka is universally known in wrestling, and could give the rub to somebody else by coming in there for that quick in and out like that, as opposed to coming in and being exposed, on a 6-month run or whatever, where he clearly, in that style, especially then when these guys were doing all this crazy stuff, would have been like a magnifying glass.
The company begins featuring him because the strike is going on in July. On commentary, Vince McMahon refers to him as the best backstop in baseball. Jerry Lawler goes on to ask if he's a pitcher or a catcher.
Is he a graduate of the Terry Garvin School of Self-Defense?
The Pat Patterson go behind. We can go all day. But talk about Lombardi and the gimmick and the repeated attempts to find some life for Steve.
Oh, Steve's a good guy,
Sure.
And he was fine in the ring. He wasn't great or anything like that, obviously, because, he would have went farther, but he was a hard worker. That gimmick was easy. I enjoyed working with him. I knew it wasn't going to be money, but I knew I wasn't going to get hurt, and I knew we were going to have a decent match. And have a little fun with it, see what he could do with the character. He did a little bit with it, it was obviously, he wasn't going to make any money with it, but.
You know if any of the 4 combatants are trepidatious about going in?
I know Johnny was, and I'm pretty sure Teddy was as well. I don't recall the mindset beforehand, like with Dory. I remember like that kind of match. And I forget, again, in my specifically can't remember which one was which, but I know that in general it seemed to me that Dory felt less comfortable with that kind of stuff, more comfortable with the wrestling moves and counters, and there was, I think it was one of those matches with the Public Enemy, probably that one where Terry had gotten so twisted up in the barbed wire. Was it this match that he was so twisted up in the barbed wire that he had to be cut out of the barbed wire at the end?
This is actually the one where Terry calls for the fans to throw the chairs.
Ah, okay, yeah. So that wasn't. It was later when he had to be cut out. But yeah, when he did that, the veteran in me was watching that and thinking, oh my God, if one errant chair goes too far, hits the rope and bounces back. That was the type of stuff that we got away with, not completely, obviously, with the fire incident that I'm sure you want to talk about, but they, those type of incidents that were literally one bad bounce of a chair off a rope, whatever, away from closing the company. There was, and there were scores of those that we got away with over the years, by the grace of whoever, that we were just very fortunate that we didn't have, a lot of fans that were ready to sue the pants off us. I don't think in today's environment, with as litigious as society is, that we could have gotten away with anywhere near what we did then.
Why did Todd and Paul run a show in Dennistown after abiding by the agreement for so many years that they would separate? Is this the beginning of the breakdown in the relationship? Is this a signal? Should we interpret it that way, or was it just a new market that...
My guess is probably simple as a new market. I remember that we were in Wildwood one time, and it drew abysmally. It was a very thin house, and so I think for that reason is why we didn't go back. But I know at that time it was critically important for us to get the guys as much work as we could. At this point, the company's beginning to press on the boundaries of Philadelphia and Delaware. These few places that we had tried to run shows and had run shows. I know the impetus, business-wise, was to grow the company, but to do so in a way that didn't necessitate airfares and rental cars and everything else. So Wildwood was a logical, at least on paper, a logical choice for us to go. It was driving distance, seemingly party town. It would have been perfectly ripe for ECW, but it did very poorly, I remember.
Yeah, 200 was the house, and the August 12th show was summarily canceled, I guess, because of that house. But now, despite the agreement for Todd to stay in Philly and Dennis in Jersey, Dennis had tried some skullduggery in the past, calling the police in Philly for overcrowding and sprinkler system stuff. And
again, who drew blood first, I have no idea, but I do remember a lot of nights we'd go out and there were the stuff you're talking about, but there were also flyers on the cars outside of our building for Corluzzo shows. So, and I remember at the time thinking, Taz and I used to talk about it quite, at length, about how absurd it was. These two guys, like they're fighting over, like they're fighting like WCW and WWF, and at that point they literally were, two very small companies. And even though ECW would go on to be something much bigger, but I do recall, I'm sure Todd took his shots back, but Dennis was far from the innocent little cherub and the whole thing. He was certainly involved in, like you said, the skullduggery as well. So it went both ways.
talk to me about working with Jimmy Snuka physically.
For me, Jimmy, again, is one of those guys. As a kid, I can still remember seeing that dive off the cage. The same thing as me throwing the NWA title down. I think that's what, not to say that encapsulates his entire career, but to me, when I think of Jimmy Snuka, that was like the wow factor. Like, holy shit, that's impressive. So to be in the ring with him later, working with him, it was great. Much different scenario than with Funk. Jimmy is was physically very gifted, but was not the ring general that could communicate the same way that, say, a Funk could or a Steamboat could. So it was much different working with him in that sense. For me, it was difficult because I got more and it's nothing that Jimmy said or did, it was probably more in my mind, but that, like, his expectation was that he was Jimmy Snuka and, from here, and again, not that he came out and said anything or acted that way or whatever, but in my head, that's the way it was coming across and feeling. So it was much harder for me to work with that, and then also realizing that you couldn't do the things, Jimmy and very few people of Terry's generation were going to be very willing, like Terry was, to take, chair shot or, thrown around, or, when Terry wanted you to lay your punches in, and he meant lay them in. Most of those guys of that generation were not going to be so accommodating to that. So,
Could you do that with Jimmy?
Yeah, Jimmy never complained in working with him, but I think, again, in my head, I wanted to be careful not to do that, not have that same level of intensity and stiffness working with him, and then, him thinking that I was disrespecting him or whatever. He clearly, when he came there to work, the few times that he did, you could sense that he felt like this was the business he remembered, and it clearly wasn't. So I think that's why in some ways it seemed like two trains passing in the night. His expectation of what he remembered the business being and what we had made the ECW be at that time were very different things.
First and foremost, and most importantly, why wasn't there a Great American Bash this year? That's such a joke. I don't know. It's rooted in the Southern culture, the Great American Bash Tour. Now, how is Rick with all this up to this point?
Great.
Yeah.
He was excited. Rick is such a performer. Rick, and I haven't talked to Rick in 6 months or a year, and he's not really wrestling anymore, so it's probably different for him now. But in those days, and even as recently as up to 4 or 5 years ago, Rick, like Hulk, and I'm still very, very close to Hulk, never happier in their adult lives than the time when they're in the ring performing. Nothing makes them feel more whole and happier. So Rick being in that position with Hulk and the attention, the promotion, the storytelling, bringing in Shaquille O'Neal, I don't think he could have been happier.
This match is extremely successful on all counts. Yet, just a few years prior, they were both in the WWE. They were both fighting each other. What did you capitalize on that Vince couldn't when he had both of them?
I don't know. Well, because I wasn't there in WWE when it occurred, and I don't know. It didn't seem to me, looking back at it, even then, as I look back at what had happened in WWF at that time, it didn't seem like Vince really committed to it. It was kind of like, let's put it out there and see how it feels, but he wasn't committed to it. He dangled it out there, and then he just.
Like, why wasn't this a pay-per-view main event the first time these guys touched over there?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Vince.
One of the more glaring lost opportunities, I think, and there aren't many with Vince McMahon, but that's... Your company spends more money promoting this than I think any other in history. I mean, you've got the USA Today ad, right? They're on Regis and Kathy Lee, I think. Tonight Show. Can a comparison be drawn between this and kind of like the WrestleMania, the first WrestleMania that Vince banked on and put all his eggs in that one basket? Were you putting all the eggs in this basket?
No. This was really, again, it goes back to my original focus, which was to become more mainstream, to position WCW long-term as a place where advertisers would want to put their money. So, certainly having Hulk Hogan and Shaquille O'Neal and Ric Flair gave us the justification to take out a full page in the USA Today, because most of the world would know who's in that ad. It wasn't me hoping that, oh my gosh, I hope I get all this investment back on this pay-per-view. It was part of a long-term strategy. Okay. It made us more viable 2 years later than it did necessarily on that day.
What moment do you consider to be the official end of the NWA? When Crockett sells to Turner or the coronation of Hulk Hogan?
As a fan, I didn't know anything about NWA when I was living in Minnesota.
But what was the death knell for that?
It didn't exist.
Promotion rooted in the South and
when they sold it.
The shadow of Harley Race hanging over the ring.
When it sold, when we tried to transition away from all of that, and as every day I was trying to find a way to no longer be perceived as, and nothing against the NWA, it was a very successful organization as a regional territory at that time. As much as I love to this day Vern and Greg Gagne and their entire family for all the opportunities they gave me, I wouldn't have wanted to be a shadow of them either. Right. So for me, the NWA was over and done when Ted sold the company and it went bankrupt.
Brett and I were driving together a lot at the time, even though the Kliq was, in effect, that's the thing is I never thought about things like, okay, this is us and this is everybody else. I always still thought, maybe naively or whatever, I always thought that we all still were friends regardless, I think you could look at me and tell that I was kind of maybe influenced by the Calgary style, even the way my dress, my costume and whatnot, my tights. I remember getting the word after the match with Owen at King of the Ring that I was going to have the match with Brett, and so we had a couple of weeks. We were psyched up, getting ready for this thing, and was a big deal to Brett too, you know.
Did it deliver for you?
Fucking right, it delivered for both of us. I mean, to this day, like, well, it was ranked number 3 of all-time greatest matches on Raw.
Mm-hmm. What exchange do you have afterwards?
Well, we were still, you know, we were still driving together, so like, we were fucking mutual fans of each other. So you know, it was just a continuation of, you know, mutual ass kissing society afterwards, putting ourselves over, and I was just so fucking proud to have had that match, you know. And there was this kid that came. He was dying of cancer, and he came and he visited us beforehand. And I just remember that. I just remember that leaving a, you know, quite an impression on me. You know, it was like the first time I'd ever met like a Make-A-Wish.
You've had to do that often, I would imagine, right?
Later throughout the years,
How
yeah.
do you, as a person, I guess, putting wrestling aside from it, how do you reconcile this before you're about to get out and perform, or maybe you act like an asshole or do something when you have that kind of real life moment a half hour beforehand? Are you able to disassociate yourself so much that you don't walk away and cry in a bathroom stall somewhere?
No. I just, you know, first of all, you have, like, okay, when somebody's, their last wish on this earth is to meet you, it's fucking, you just, you can't, you know, feel worthy of that, you know? But who the fuck am I to say that I'm not worthy of it when that's this kid's last wish, you know? So you suck it up. You know, you try not to let fucking the kid see you cry, you know? But I don't know. It's tough. I mean, obviously, it's tough for me just to talk about it. But it's just really.
How much time do you have to spend? You spend a few
Only
minutes?
a few minutes, unfortunately. You know.
What are the things you say? Do you say
I
good
can't
luck?
even remember,
Do you say
man.
good luck?
No,
Is it-
no, because you know that's not the right thing to say, and there is no real right thing to say. You know, I just remember this time this kid fucking. The parents said, like, doctor didn't want to let him come because, like, it would kill him. It's like, wait a minute, the kid's going to be dead in a couple of weeks anyways. Like, let him have his fucking wish. Fucking idiots. Very, very, very nice. Couldn't be a nicer guy in the industry, though.
What's the is the difficulty?
Isn't that
with
where you
Bob-
bury the guy afterward?
Yeah, that's
nice
the-
guy, but
But
styles didn't mix that well.
can't
Actually,
adapt.
they did.
Can't adapt.
Yeah, I was fine with it, except the people weren't. Like, I could do that just fine. I'm a fucking wrestler.
Right.
But
he
like,
couldn't change his.
not so much. For being a great wrestler, he wasn't the
Right.
best at chain wrestling. Or
Kevin said that he was calling the match and
He fucking power
shot
drove Kevin.
in and called the sunset flip.
yeah, and then Bob drove him in the same match. Pittsfield, fucking Mass, the boys' club, fucking in front of 700 people. Suck my fucking left testicle.
What's this? So then why is Bob back in this angle and the heel turn?
I don't know, but okay, Bob was the former champion, and they have that, obviously, storyline wise, and all of that. And you know,
Are they thinking
I
that
guess
far
Vince maybe thinks that, okay, Bob Backlund's a name that's going to resonate like throughout the WWE or WWF, you know, world or universe, whatever you want to call it. Because as far as Vince is concerned, you know, I mean, Bob was in his world a big deal. It's like Bruno.
But is he that out of touch to or maybe the
No,
boys
it's
aren't
just
communicating.
and maybe
he's-
it's just that was a good. You know, that spoke to the lack of depth of talent.
Right. But nice guy.
Yeah, great guy.
Great guy.
Yeah, and I used to have matches with him. Like, he'd just run around and do that goofy shit for fucking 10 minutes, and the people would go crazy. We wouldn't even touch. He'd come in the ring, we'd go right home.
Do you remember anything like this?
I
or-
don't. That's crazy because you would think.
Well, the next day's tapings were going to happen in Youngstown, so they sent the ring there, but they forgot to stop for the card in Johnstown.
That's fucking terrible. Can you even imagine something like that happening
Would you
nowadays?
get paid for something like that? You
A little
showed up.
something, yeah.
Is Bruce a little crazy?
Yeah, and he was definitely going into business for himself out there. Yeah, because I remember that just being the talk of maybe not the whole locker room, but amongst certain people. Like I remember talking to Brett about it. Like Brett was aware, you know,
Did Brett
about how his brothers were.
Did Brett warn anyone that
Yeah,
maybe
of course
this
he
isn't a
did.
good idea?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you were going to get what you're going to get out of that. I mean, especially like with Stu involved and Lawler's fucking shots at Stu. I mean, that got Brett really pissed, you know.
Really?
Fucking right. Yeah.
So none
Ask
of that.
Lawler about eating his own fucking foot. In the Survivor Series, when he had the match with Brett,
Right, yeah.
he fucking kissed his own foot and then some.
So none of it's discussed beforehand that
No.
Jerry's going to say this about Stu and.
No,
Bad
and if
idea.
so, like, it was, you know, Brett. Well, you know, Brett didn't take too kindly to, you know, regardless, he wasn't afraid to use something in a storyline, but still be legit pissed about it, you know.
So from a business standpoint, he understands that it
Yeah,
worked,
and he
but
put
was
that
still
fucking
offended.
sharpshooter on Lawler, and just slowly, just next, you know, cinch it in slowly and slower and slower, and finally fucking, before Lawler knew it, he was bent in half, you know.
Did Lawler know what that was all about?
He fucking figured it out, I think.
Do you remember Paulie's reaction in the back as this is happening? Is he freaking out?
Yes. Yeah, he, you know, if Paul's going to sit there and tell you he thought that was the greatest thing ever, he was shitting bricks in the back. We all were, because again, like I said, if one of those chairs would have hit the rope and snapped back and hit a kid in the front row or whatever, I mean, that would have literally been the end of the company. And I remember Paul was on the edge of, I mean, he was, you know, very, very concerned. But we all were in the back, you know, all of us watching it. And then after it got to a certain point where the fans were, you could see the fans were slowing down in the chairs, we're in this big, you know, pile of these chairs and these bodies underneath it. You thought, and that's only in ECW could that happen, because my God, what an amazing visual on the camera. You go back and you look at the footage of that. But again, at the time that it was going on, I remember thinking, like, dear God, you know, this.
And Terry's standing in the midst of it.
Yeah, and if you watch a couple come very close to his head, I thought, you know, now if I did that, every chair would go bang, bang, bang. 200 chairs would hit me right in the head if I called for him. So
Does anyone reprimand him in the back, or is he kind of untouchable and beyond being yelled
he was
at?
Terry reprimanded himself. He would come back and say, "God damn it, Paula, I'm so sorry. You know me, I'm a fucking idiot. And I got a little too into it out there, you know." But no, Paul never reprimanded him, and he never ever meant ill. You know, I mean, Terry never went to the ring and thought, you know what, screw it, I'm just gonna do what I want out here and screw the company. I mean, he never went into business for himself that way.
Fan participation becomes very important from a weapons standpoint years later, as fans are bringing things to the matches to hand to wrestlers. Is anyone discussing the risk involved as this is happening?
Vagaries, you know, I mean, it was most of the stuff that the fans were bringing. First of all, our security did a bang-up job, amazing job at keeping that under control, because, you know, a fan could have very easily slipped, if our security wasn't doing the job that they had to do, could have very easily slipped something very dangerous into the building and somebody been very badly hurt. But for the most part, those guys would, when we used to run in Pittsburgh, I know, we had to have 2 dumpsters outside the front door, because the fans would try to bring stuff in that was, I mean, we had people bringing fire hydrants, just you name it, and it was there at some point. Somebody brought it. In the Pittsburgh show, one time somebody brought a car door, which we actually let into the building. And Cronus and Perry Saturn were in a match with the Dudleys, And halfway through the match, only Cronus could do the spot and make it work. Gets the car door, rolls the window down, and he stands next to the door with his hand out there like he's driving down the road, and it worked because it was Cronus. Another time, in that same match, I believe, somebody had brought in a full sheet of glass from a storm door. Now, you know, storm door glass is can cut the hell out of you because it's made to not break into shards. It's meant to shatter so that you don't get those big jagged pieces of it. And I think it was the Dudleys hit Perry right over the head with it, and it was literally almost a case of death by 1,000 cuts. I mean, it looked like somebody had taken a razor blade and just like went up and down his front and back and his head and his arms and everything. It's like it looked fake. I mean, there's so many cuts on his body.
Who allowed that in?
My guess is it slipped past security thinking that it was plexiglass or whatever. But, you know, it's in hindsight, I give props to our security that they did the job they did, because with, you know, in Pittsburgh's case, we'd have 5,000 fans sometimes at that building, and, you know, for maybe 10 or 12 or 13 guys to police 5,000 people is saying something. And the other thing with our security is, as we would fight into the crowd, especially like when I would go out into the crowd with the heat that I had built there and that Paul had put on the character, they were amazing at keeping that chaos in a controlled environment, keeping the fans far enough back that, you know, there wasn't an errant elbow caught by a fan as we were throwing punches, but also making sure that fans weren't getting knocked down, trampled, to make sure that we weren't being attacked. And there were a couple times. One night working with Tommy Dreamer in the arena, Tommy had taken a bump over the railing into the crowd. I stepped on the bottom rung, and as I went to reach over to pick him up, I saw a guy pick a chair up, and in my head I'm thinking, he's sure as hell not gonna, bam, and he smacked me right between the eyes. Well, at that point I went right over the railing and, you know, just started beating the hell out of the guy. And Tommy climbed up the guy and covered him, you know, to protect him. And as I back away, like in my head backing my way, because the crowd's here now, I want to get back away and get back inside the railing, I can see something out of the corner of my eye. It was like in slow motion. I turn and I look, and this glass bottle hits me right in the lip. Bam! Smacks me in the lip. And of course, at that point where my temper was and my mentality, I look, and about 300 hands all pointed this one guy out. And let's just say that guy got taken to the extreme that night. Without incriminating myself on camera, somebody got extreme on his ass. And
Probably another fan of yours.
probably so, yeah. It was some overzealous fan that protected me. But so for that type of stuff to have happened, it did happen, that it could have blown up much worse than it did, and never really got out of hand, except with the one incident, the unfortunate incident with the fire. We were extraordinarily lucky and fortunate that we didn't get a lot more lawsuits and a lot more problems before we did, because, again, any one case out of hand would have closed the company like that.
Were you aware that he was a producer?
Now that you mention it, like, I remember him saying something about it.
Right. Well, he would.
Of course he would.
Do you like?
Do I like Scotty?
Yeah.
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't take away from the fact that he's still Scotty Levy.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But I've known him, fuck.
Was he
since I was
always
15 years
as
old, 14 years
tedious
old.
as he is now?
Always.
Yes.
Ever since the day I met him.
A lot to be around.
Fucking right.
Good worker, though.
Yeah. Smart worker.
Right.
I used to, like, have issue with sometimes him, like, tanking it a little bit. But it wasn't him tanking it so much as him not wanting to take certain bumps.
Is he someone who might have been better suited for the behind the camera as opposed to?
I don't know. Because, like, you know, you've got, you know, a lot of people are big fans of his interview style and stuff like that. So,
Right.
no doubt about it, Scotty's a brilliant guy. He just rubs certain people the wrong way, you know.
Does Sean have a short fuse?
Yeah. Especially then when, you know, when we're, you know, in the middle of, being on the road a lot and, being on drugs and alcohol.
Sean's mouth often got him into predicaments. Would you guys sometimes find yourselves bearing the brunt of that because of Sean's mouth? Whether it was
Either way,
a decision from the office,
take the good with the bad,
because you gained a lot from it.
Sure. It just is what it was, I mean, it wasn't like we calculated all, like everything out. Like, we were just guys that loved wrestling and we were trying to make the best of it. I know it's said a lot, but I mean, I don't think people are understanding that. Like, we really weren't out to we didn't have this conspiracy to, run everything and,
Would all the members
we just were trying to do the best for the company.
Would all the members of the Kliq agree with that?
Maybe not. Maybe I'm just naive,
We had him on the show, and he talked about his balancing his image in Japan and doing what people in WCW wanted him to do, or not doing some things. And was this an issue for you with Vader and trying to protect other people, his image with other people?
Because I could give two shits what people in Japan thought of Vader when I was paying Vader $500,000 a year. That's just the way my brain works. If I work for you, I care what you think. I don't care what he thinks. Even though I may get a part-time gig with him every once in a while, if you're paying my bills, this is where my loyalties lie. It's where my commitment lies. And I never did then, nor could I probably now understand that balancing act where I've got to mitigate or compromise what's best for my company so that you can make a living over here.
How does a discussion with a talent like that go?
Not well. That was a big conflict, with not just Vader, but a couple different people. I had the same issues with the luchadors from Mexico.
Right.
It was great, if someone were to say, look, you don't have to pay me a full-time salary. Forget that $500,000 guarantee you're giving me, and just give me $250 so I can pick up some money in Japan. Then I'll have that conversation with you. But don't ask for, a top contract, and then ask me to treat you like a part-time employee. So that was an issue.
What would have helped Leon engender some loyalty from him, as Inoki did. Massage girls into the room all night long. He enjoyed that.
I'm sure he did.
I had herniated disc at the time, but it wasn't broken yet.
So you were just aggravating the already herniated disc?
Yeah, because that ring was so hard, man.
Yeah.
That was the hardest fucking ring. I mean, we're working 300 days a year on that fucking ring, man. That was one of my things in my contract when I came back to work, that they were getting all new rings.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Were they were hard to sustain the blows from the really heavy guys?
No, I'm taking a fucking flat back on that thing, man.
I was saying, why did they make them so hard?
Because for the big guys in the past, and they didn't work the style like we're working on higher end style than they were.
WCW's rings were more friendly?
Yeah. Shorter ropes. I mean, actually, very much Southern flavor to the company as far as the rings were made. Like, Northern rings are made out of steel, and the Southern rings are made out of lumber.
Cable ropes or rope ropes?
Southern rings were cable ropes, which is better for the guys doing the tricks, and the Northern rings, like Vern's and Vince's, had the hemp rope.
Which is better for hitting the ropes?
I don't know.
Or you don't find the
better
difference?
No.
The original idea was to use the tournament to, in one way or another, catapult ECW and the NWA to bigger things. That slowly, or quickly in Paul's mind, I'm sure, transformed into to be more self-serving and more focused on our side of the fence. But again, I can sit here and talk ad nauseum at the things that Paul, I think, did wrong, and we all did wrong in ECW. But in this case, Paul deserves the props because the NWA at that point was a dead entity. That wasn't our doing. That was their own doing. The NWA was done, gone. And the only reason it was still breathing any air at all at that point was because of a few marks around the country were paying a shitload of money to the NWA board to keep the name alive. It wasn't drawing any noteworthy houses any place, a couple hundred here, a couple hundred there. There was no NWA glory days. Its glory days were clearly behind it. So at that point, just from a business standpoint, I think Paul and Todd would have had to make the decision, do we try to, at this point, while our sails were being set, our ship had left the port and we were on to the sailing part of it, the NWA was still sunk at the bottom of the harbor. Do we take the energies that we've spent, the better part of this last year, building into what we've created at that point, trying to resurrect something that's clearly dead? Or do we figure out a creative way to become the bad boys, in wrestling, to be the guys that will always swerve even the smartest marks, and to be a little bit self-serving, to be a little bit egocentric. What was the best thing we could do? Even on paper, clearly that equation works out to even Corluzzo, if he would have been honest with himself, would have said, we got to go with ECW, because the ECW at that point was getting notoriety. We were getting press. Fans were talking about us. If you write a balance sheet, one side of that equation had some gusto to it. The other one was flat and dead. So from that point, it was a very simple decision for Paul to make and Todd to make. But when Paul had called to offer me up the idea, like I said earlier, he had told me, he didn't want to tell me what to do, but he said, here's the two options we have. If we go with the NWA, you would tour with the NWA so many days out of the month, paid by them, and then you would come back to us sort of like Flair used to do with the old NWA. The difference being there would be no reunion arenas with 10, 20,000 people in them at that NWA. Or do we take this opportunity to see if we can make something a little bit bigger and a little bit more grandiose for ECW. And
does he tell you what that involves you doing in the ring?
At that point?
Right, when he first floats it by you.
No, just floats the concept.
Okay.
And then at the end of that conversation, after we had talked about the concept itself, he said, that's when we go down to the brass tacks and the nuts and bolts of actually taking the belt and throwing it down. And when he told it to me, I can still vividly remember I was sitting at my kitchen table and I smiled because I thought it is so purely ECW. At that point, we'd already pretty much personified what the philosophy of the company was. And I thought, boy, if there ever was a time that, if this was 300 years ago, we'd all have one eye patch on and, saying, "Arg," it was pure ECW. It was clearly what we were meant to do. My first instinct was, man, I love the idea. But then when he started saying, look, Steamboat, Dory Funk, Terry Funk, starts going down this list of names, the Briscoes, Harley Race, guys that I had, many of them, hugely admired, and some that I didn't, but still looked up to as talents like Flair and Dusty, and there were no matter what I felt about personally anybody in that company, and everybody in the NWA that had held that belt had held a piece of history, and so now I'm sitting in my house thinking like, oof, I don't know what Steamboat will say. I don't know what Funk's liable to go crazy. I don't want to disrespect Harley. I don't want to disrespect any of those guys. But when it got to the point of sitting down and again, in my mind saying, okay, here's the debit and credit sheet, the NWA And every way I sliced it and every which way I looked at it, that the company that Harley held the belt for, and Dusty and Flair and the Funk, that company was already dead and gone. So in my mind, I wasn't doing anything to their heritage or to their lineage or their props in the business. It was clearly us doing what ECW would later become, and even at that point, we were the bad boys. We were the guys that nobody could control. Somebody coined the phrase, the island of misfit toys. We fit in nowhere else, and here's the place that we do fit in. So I threw my lot with ECW. Earlier the week, Paul Heyman called late one night and said he had an idea. He wanted to run it by me. And to be fair to Paul, Paul never dictated to me, or I don't know about anybody else, but he never came to me and said, here's what I want you to do, this or that. But with the NWA belt situation, he said, I have an idea at the tournament. They want you over as the champion, the NWA champion. And what if we did this? But very quickly after he laid that down to me, he said, now you understand, if you do this, here's the pros and cons. So to be fair to Paul, he never came down on one side and said, I want you to do it or not want you to do it. He told me the idea, told me the good sides of it, the bad sides of it, the good sides over here, the bad sides of it, and never called me again that week. It wasn't like he was bugging me to say, have you come up with your idea or decision yet? In fact, I didn't make my decision until right at the end of the match with Scorpio. I had known early in the day I was probably going to lean that way because, obviously ECW was my bread and butter, but Dennis Corluzzo when I got to the building that day, kept coming up to me and handing me this contract, of which I obviously couldn't sign at the time because if I was going to do something later in the night. So I kept asking him to politely, Dennis, I don't have time to read this. I never sign a contract till my attorney reads, which is true. And I was no way going to sign any contract without my attorney reading it first. And I certainly couldn't sign that one until the end of the night if I was going to ever sign it. And literally all day long he followed me around like a dingleberry. He was waiting for me outside the bathroom. I was walking out of the bathroom once and I said, Dennis, please, And that was what got me started thinking about just seeing how obscene this guy was being with this. And also, I should add in there, a few weeks before that, he was on Mike Tenay's show, maybe a week or two before. He was on Mike Tenay's national radio show. Tenay called me up the next day and said, did you hear my show last night? I said, no. He said, we need to go back and listen to the archive. And I did, and in it, Corluzzo just buried me, saying that, now at this time, we were making maybe 1 or 2 shots a month with ECW, so still very reliant on independence for our bread and butter. And Corluzzo was telling people to not book me. That I had a bad reputation of no-showing. In my knowledge, at the top of my head, I don't believe I ever no-showed any show that I didn't previously tell the person that I wouldn't be there.
This in an effort to block any options for you other than him?
I'm guessing, yeah,
Okay.
Probably so. So
Wow.
It was, on all levels, it was so unprofessional on his side of it towards me at a time when I was still feeding my family from the vast majority of those shows. And then that day with the contract was, just pushed me further to the edge. And but then at the end of that match, right as I'm getting ready to do the promo, I look over, and he had a look on his face that was, how do I say, I don't want to say condescending, but almost like he didn't like this outcome, but he had to take it because he knew he needed ECW. He just had a look on his face like he wasn't happy with me winning that belt, and I don't know if it had to do with me not signing the contract earlier or whatever. And he wouldn't even look at me. Todd Gordon was sitting right next to him, and I think Joey was at the end of the table at ringside. And Todd and Joey were looking right at me, and Corluzzo was looking straight ahead, and he had that look on his face. And that's when as I started going through the promo, as I'm doing the promo, I still don't know. Exactly. I knew I was probably going to go that way, probably from early in the week. But it wasn't until I went down through the list of names and the fans kept shouting out different names, and then I saw Corluzzo's face, and then He said, oh, and they can all kiss my ass. The best part was, Corluzzo was totally flummoxed at that. He didn't know what to make. He had just had the biggest rib in wrestling of the year, pulled on of that year, and probably many years. And he was at ringside when I threw the belt down at him. I saw Todd like trying to assuage him, and what Todd was saying, I have no idea. But when we get back to the dressing room, I'm thinking I'm gonna have to like either goozle this guy to get him away from me or whatever. And he comes back into the dressing room and goes, Shane Douglas, I don't give a damn. You are gonna defend that belt. And a few minutes after that, Paul's talking to him and actually has him shooting a promo.
I was going to ask you this,
Yeah. Yeah.
which made us wonder if this was all a work from his standpoint, because he stays there.
Yeah. He was pissed off, screaming and yelling in the back, and that's what he's telling me. If he has to go to court, he's gonna make me defend that belt, blah, blah, blah. Paul goes and talks to him, and as he's talking to him, I see him like right away sending for the camera. I'm thinking, this can't be possible. This guy couldn't possibly be this stupid. And when I saw him against that door doing that promo, I thought, man, this is, where do you get to piss down somebody's leg, pull the biggest rib on them of their entire career in that business, and then have them make a fool of themselves on your camera? You know, it was, but all those things together, I mean, you know, people say, well, when I threw the belt down, it established ECW. You know, ECW was already established before that. That was just like the exclamation point at the end of the sentence. And then when you have him doing that promo afterwards was just so incredibly genius on Paul's part that I would have never even thought of sending for a camera, thinking this guy's going to spit in my face if I say it or whatever. So, you know, just all those pieces fit together so perfectly, you know, that, you know, here's this big rib played, gets over huge in the building. The tournament was a huge success. The matches were all very good and performed what we wanted them for. And then we get that incredible promo at the end. And then after all that, a guy cutting a promo on himself is sheer beauty.
Do you know if they were ever able to bury the hatchet before Dennis died?
I don't think so. I don't know for certain, but I know that I do recall when he passed away suddenly that Paul and Todd were like pretty shaken up by it. And I remember, you know, there was a sort of like a feeling of, you know, like shame on us. I felt, you know, not that I felt bad about doing it. It just, in the overall scheme of things, in my mind, I always figured that people would, especially in the business, would qualify it and quantify it as, hey, it was a wrestling angle. I would have probably done the same thing, whatever. But because I never had a chance to really talk to him and tell him, hey, guy, you know, it was what it was. You know, sorry it had to be or whatever. I know I felt bad about it. I do know that Todd and Paul felt really bad about it when we got the word.
The Flair is dead chance start. This is you're doing your promo now. Is it true that if WCW or Flair acknowledged this, Todd was prepared to book the Spectrum for a 60-minute Broadway for you and Rick?
Oh, yeah. I will confirm something here that I was holding in check for my book. There was at a point, one of the reasons that Arn and Paul were keeping a close connection was at this time, this is when Flair was having a ton of trouble with Bischoff. And Arn had contacted Paul to ask him if he was legitimate and serious about wanting to do the match, and if he did do the match, could he keep me under control? And you know, I don't know where I got this reputation in the business of being some kind of an out-of-control guy, but I think it was more Arn making a call for Flair to find out if we would do business. And so Paul started the discussions with Arn, and I told Paul to give my answer to can he keep me in line, proposed, Flair wanted, I think it was 120 or 150,000 guaranteed. We couldn't do that. We couldn't make that kind of a guarantee up front. So what I told Paul to do in response to his request for a guarantee is tell him that we'll do, and to answer the question about whether I'm under control or not, propose a 3-match series. The first match in Charlotte goes 59 minutes, 55 minutes, whatever. He beats me. Second match in Pittsburgh, same thing. I beat him. Third match goes to Philadelphia. We do pay-per-view from the Spectrum for the third match, and at whatever point, I go over on him. And it was at that right after that is when, at least from what Paul had told me, was that he was very interested. And then within a short amount of time, it was like within like 2 or 3 days, it went from it looked like it was going to happen. It's going to happen. He re-signed with WCW. It was very, it was like a long 2-3 week drawn out process of back and forth, and then here it is. He's agreeing to it. It's almost done. It's almost a done deal. And then like literally 24 hours later, the whole thing was pulled away. And it was at that point that I told Paul I will not mention Flair anymore in promos, because at that point, now when we knew definitively he was never coming, it looked, almost made me look silly, to keep on talking about this old has-been, my words, that was never going to be in ECW. Now, just as a backstory to the whole reason the Flair is dead and all that chant started, the reason I started burying Flair in the first place on the microphone, aside from the stories I've now talked about ad nauseum with Flair disrespecting me and giving me bad feedback and sort of punking me out when I was a kid who had idolized him. The reason I started burying Flair on the microphone in Philadelphia was because other than Charlotte, I would say Charlotte, Chicago, and hairbreadth behind that, Philadelphia, were Flair's most over towns. Flair was a god in those 3 towns, could walk on water to the fans. So my thinking was, as a heel at that early stage, Paul had us go, started us off as heels, and then we went through like a 6, 7, 8 month period where we were all tweeners. And when I was in that tweener position, Paul was wanting me to pull ahead of the pack and go back to being that stone cold heel. And in order to do that, to get that response from the crowd, it's hard to get the crowd to respond for you when you're the guy that threw the NWA belt down and created Extreme Championship Wrestling, supposedly, and was the guy that was challenging Hogan and Flair and Michaels and Hart to shoots, and they weren't responding. So I was the poster child for these guys. So what do I do then to get these fans who I'm representing to turn on me? And I figured if I go out and start burying on Flair, that'll get heat on me because they love Flair. So whenever I'm hearing that Flair is dead chants and the signs being held up, I was more perplexed than anybody at it. That was not the response I was looking for.
Interesting.
So
it was actually a failed ploy.
Yeah, it didn't work out the way I wanted it to, but it was very gratifying though.
Who's the first person that comes up to you in the locker room?
Paul. Paul was waiting at the curtain, but everybody in the dressing room was giving a standing ovation. Scorpio was right next to Paul, was very gracious, and I thanked him. And within short seconds is when Todd brought Corluzzo back. And Joey was leading the charge. It was Joey first to the curtain, and then Todd and Dennis behind him. And Dennis, Todd was like, I could still see, explaining things to Dennis, and Joey looked and like gave me that look like, brother, you won't believe this, and but it was very rewarding in that sense because, like I had mentioned before publicly, that my dad had always, when you're a kid growing up and your dad says stuff to you like, hey, you can always walk with your feet on the ground, you can soar with the eagles. Well, what in the hell does that mean to a 10-year-old kid? I had no idea. For the first time in my life, I understood what my dad was talking about. This is your chance to, you can just go through life and meander through life and get by like everybody else does. Or you can take the chance at trying to be something more. And that was the opportunity for me to make ECW something more, to throw my lot with them and to take that chance. And luckily it worked out for us. But so when I make the comment, when I look up and I felt my dad had died August the previous year, right within a year before that, had never seen his son become the World Heavyweight Champion. He'd seen me become tag team champion. And no matter how much I tried to smarten my dad up to the business, he didn't want to be smartened up. The night that Steamboat and I won the World Tag Team belts, it was on a Clash of Champions. I called him. We had about 90 seconds before a segment where Wyndham would lay us out. So I ran over the phone, called Dad, and he was crying because his son had won the World Tag Team title. So for me to have won the belt that he would have recognized, the NWA belt, that night, and it just, for some reason, I felt my dad there. You know, that this is what he'd been trying to teach me his whole life. You know, the whole time I was growing up, and I never got it and understood it until that night. And it all sort of just encapsulated and then brought all that angle together.
Did you think about him when you
Absolutely.
What was his name?
George.
Did you think about George in the ring right there?
Not in matches, I didn't.
No, that
Yeah,
night.
as I was cutting the promo, that's why I stopped and looked. I said, "Here we go, Dad," because it wasn't a corny line that I had pre-planned out earlier in the week or whatever. It was just, I felt my dad watching that night, that he was sitting there, because my dad was somebody who, you know, he never understood why I used a pseudonym. I tried to explain to him, and he never got it. He thought I was embarrassed of my name or whatever, and he never liked the fact that I was the bad guy. Those were things that, but I could see him sitting up there like going, "That's my boy, the World Heavyweight Champion right there that just dissed Flair and all these other guys," that he was, you know, proud of that. My guess would be that Paul or Todd, out of respect, probably said to him, you know, I doubt they would have said to him what may happen, but they probably said it to him in some terms. And again, this is just a guess. You may not want to be there that night because something may happen that you won't like, or you may disagree with, or whatever. And I, you know, thinking that there's also, you know, out of respect for me, from Paul and Todd, thinking like, you know, this could turn bad fast. You know, if, you know, Shane had to like start, you know, like Funk started coming at him with his fist flying or whatever. You know, not that we would expected that from him, but you know, I think it was just for all the right reasons. That it was probably the smarter thing to do. To, you know, what's the saying? Discretion is the better part of valor.
Yeah.
You know, better to be respectful to Funk and his connection to that than run the risk of something stupid going on that he didn't need to be there for.
Funk ever mentioned the promo to you subsequently?
Never.
Interesting.
None of them ever have. I've you know, Dusty's, and I've spoken to Dusty a million times. Steamboat, Dory and Terry, the Briscoes, even Harley. I saw Harley here just a couple months ago at the convention in California. Nobody from that side has ever said anything to me about it. I think they all clearly realize, you know, it was an angle that was designed to help the company that I worked for, no different than they did trying to help the NWA belt
Yeah,
when they
that's
were
true.
doing it.
Apparently, you two were about 50,000 apart on the price tag. And
No,
he
we
doesn't-
weren't. He just didn't want to do the finish.
That was it, just the finish?
He just didn't want to do the finish. He wasn't demanding more money, nor was I negotiating for him. For God's sake. Look, as much as I love Hulk, and to this day he's one of my best friends, if not my best friend. With Hulk, there's a reason. This morning I got up and I looked at some pictures from the Hulk Hogan Fan Appreciation Day at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
It's NWO, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, Six Box there, I think. You know, Hunter's there, big group shot, and so is Jimmy Hart. There are certain people in Hulk's life that where Hulk goes, they go. Mm-hmm. And when Hulk came to WCW, that group of people that came with him was obviously bigger than it is today. But Honky Tonk was one of those guys. Hulk really wanted him. He believed in him. He didn't want him because he wanted to do Honky Tonk a favor. It wasn't that. It was because in Hulk's mind, he was like coaches do and directors and producers often do. They go to what they know. Sure. They go to what's worked in the past. Even if they're going to try to change it up a little bit and make it feel new, they go to that thing that they know. And that's what Hulk did with Honky Tonk. And in Hulk's mind, back then, 20 some odd years ago, yeah, I know, we did it before, but if we do it again, people will still love it. His judgment was wrong. It wasn't correct. I went along with it. It was bad judgment on my part as well. But I promise you there was no negotiation over money involved.
No
I
long
brought him
protracted
in
process to get him to
against my
sign.
will. I agreed to the program, hoping I was wrong about him. And when he didn't want to do the finish, I showed him where the door was. And it was one of the happier days of my life.
You didn't do it by FedEx? You did that one in person?
No, I did
it
that
sounds
one just like this.
Right.
Hit the fucking bricks, dude.
Is that about how it
That
went?
was exactly how it went.
Was he ever seen as a worker
No,
by anybody?
no, he was like a nice guy and everything, you know, but
There it is.
it's terrible. It's I don't. You want to try to look for like the best in people, but like as far as in the, Mike was a good guy outside the ring, but you know, number one, you didn't want to have your tryout match with him because he has no fucking vested interest in you getting a job whatsoever. So you know that's why I didn't understand.
Would they put someone like
Fuck
that
yeah,
with a?
with a guy getting his tryout? Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Would you agree this match made Tommy with the fans?
Absolutely. He up to that point, he would, you know, he was, you know, trying to think of like, do I follow the Bruno Sammartino, you know, go out and just be the proud Italian kid, or, you know, he's going to the ring wearing those silly suspenders, and you know, just all the parts of the equation were wrong for Tommy. You know, he's a good-looking kid, was built well at that time, wrestled a very clean style, and all of a sudden here comes this you know, this beating thing that fans in the building, some of them literally were turning away from. You know, by the seventh, eighth saw, they're like, "Jesus, this is, you know, pretty barbaric." You know, and clearly established Tommy as being something more than just a pretty boy.
Really?
I don't know. You're going to tell me.
First of all, everybody had to be fired by Federal Express.
It had to be in writing.
fired in writing.
Right.
So, to people to conveniently.
Via fax, we
Yeah.
hear, via.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't mean that someone like Ricky Steamboat or Steve Austin, which is the one I'm most famous for,
Right.
didn't deserve a conversation and more elegant and respectful treatment.
Did they not get a conversation with the Federal Express?
Well, Steve didn't. He just got Federal Express. I don't recall. The only. I tried to call Ricky a few times. I got his wife. Didn't go well. So I kind of let it go with that and just did what I had to do.
Was Bonnie his official agent ever, or
Who? Bob Eaton?
Bonnie?
Bonnie? Well, if she wasn't, she should have been, because she sure acted like it.
Was the original plan to go with him long term prior to the injury?
No.
Okay, because his contract, I think, was going to be up at the end of the year. Is Steamboat someone who would have been around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Phenomenal talent.
Had he not injured his back? Okay.
First of all, it's father-son. It's heartwarming. People want to see it. People can relate to it. And Dusty's Dusty Rhodes. And Dusty could get in the ring today and probably have a match that could blow the roof off in WWE. Now, granted, you probably only have one, and you only want to see it once a year or so.
once, yeah.
But to this day, if Dusty were to get in the ring and get involved in some physicality, whether it's an official match or just being in the ring, I guarantee you'd get a great reaction.
How is Dusty with taking direction from Rick?
Nah, not so good. There was a lot of, it's over now. You know, they get along now, I'm sure. But there were many conversations that I had with Dusty Rhodes before Ric Flair came back to WCW about Ric Flair. and how they would never work together again, and all the evil things that Ric Flair did, and then I'd hear from Ric Flair about all the evil things that Dusty Rhodes did, and you know, there's probably a little bit of truth on both sides of that equation, but the heat between the two of them was very real. In their minds, it was, you know, very real, so it was tough.
When you see that with two high-profile talent, well, let's take specifically them. When you see that with those two, are they at least professional
To each other in front
in the
of
locker
others,
room?
yes.
Okay.
It's the conversations you have separately,
That's what I mean,
privately,
right.
that become intense. and
But
hard to
backstage
manage.
at the pay-per-view, I, as another worker on the card, would not be privy to one saying, "Fuck
unless you
off"
were
to the
close, real close to either one of them.
other. And they confided in me privately. Okay. It seems strange booking them having to win the belts before SummerSlam when they're not going to be in a tag
tag title match?
Yeah. Was this their idea? Like, what? From a booking standpoint, it doesn't make sense, but there had to be a reason.
Vince didn't want to stick, like, you know, now everything is a group or a clique or a faction. Back then, Vince didn't want any of that. He didn't want to take big name guys and stick them all together and just be one act on the show. You know what I mean? Coming from his point of view, that's a lot of money just for one match on the lineup. It was just a different way of looking at it. You know, he was dead set against all that group stuff, you know?
Talk about Walter Payton, and was he a wrestling fan? or-
Yeah. He was just a really cool guy. His son was really cool. I don't know, you know, what can you say about one of the greatest football players ever? And in Chicago, you know, I remember him fucking just looking at Sean outside the ring and making a step towards him and the place would erupt. And it was like, keep going, you know, and he didn't have the instinct. But you know, I mean, he was getting a taste of it and he was digging it.
How much are they given? When I say they, I mean a celebrity who's going to be a corner man or anything. As far as you can hit this guy or don't or threaten him, like how much are they given beforehand, or is it all instinct that they got to figure out?
It's mostly when you're dealing with an outside guy, you want it.
These are the rules.
This is how it's going to go. Just make sure that there's no fucking confusion.
Right.
You know, and when you're dealing with outside guys, getting involved in matches, whether they're in the match or on the floor or whatever, like you want to keep things as basic, as simple as possible. I gave him a ride to the building that night. He was so fucking jacked up, dude. He was so gassed to the gills, and everybody else was pretty clean.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, with this new image and the
Right.
steroid testing and stuff,
Yeah.
how does anyone expect this is going to work out?
And I remember I remember him not being too fond of Davey coming in.
Why?
I'm not sure. Maybe he thought Davey was going to, encroach on his reign.
So it was wrestling related, not family related, the
More or less, yeah.
strain.
Maybe, probably.
Why did it suck so much?
Well, number one, they were the main event, and Brett and Owen went out there and purposely took as much fucking time as they wanted, and too bad. That was the mentality. Brett told me that himself.
Beforehand, that we're going to stay out there and
Or, yeah, and afterwards, they were going to take how much time we fucking need. Because as far as he was concerned, he was the co-main event. So basically, they took as much time as they wanted, left them with shit to work with. So how was that ever going to fucking work?
Was any of the flaw the conceptual booking of this kind of thing?
Yeah, some of it. But it's kind of hard to put it all on that, considering, you had the Brett Owen, to the equation.
Right.
That happened a lot. Guys would, go take time and fuck the other guy.
Some of your friends did
Sure.
that a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
Brian Lee, well, how come he's not kept and repackaged as anything? Is
I
he
think he was-
blamed for this in a way? Or
Maybe, and I think he was just fucked up a lot.
fucked up meaning injured, or fucked up on
Inebriated.
other stuff? Right.
Mind you, it's like, you're in the land of people being fucked up, so
When
he's
in
got to be
Rome,
fairly
yeah.
fucking, he's got to stick out like pretty good if you're, coming to the attention of the higher ups.
Oh, so you've got you got to up your game
Right.
so much that Now, is Taker? This is his friend. Is he make any attempt to get him to stay or to be kept?
I don't recollect it.
Yeah.
Is this the first time Paulie's got to make some travel arrangement, some flights for you guys?
Probably so, and
Anyone get screwed up?
I believe that this is the one where Ron Simmons traveled as an old Hasidic Jewish guy. It was some like ridiculously ultra-Orthodox Jewish name. And, Ron Simmons, when he got there, said, do you believe that? Ron had that deep power. You believe that? You believe that shit? Just pissed off that Paul would, do that. Why, whether he was stealing somebody's miles or what, who knows? But it was, he had, I don't recall him ever flying me under anything other than my name, but I know there were a lot of guys that flew under names that.
But isn't it so funny, the power he has over you? To lean to a Ron Simmons and go, you're going to be Shecky Goldblatt today.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Nobody asks.
Yeah, well, I don't know if nobody asked. I mean, we figured it probably wouldn't matter if we did ask.
You wouldn't get an answer. Yeah. Did you guys like working Florida?
We did. I remember there was an outdoor building that we wrestled at there, and it had poured like a torrential downpour earlier that day, and so it was like this red clay mud all over everything, and some of the things one of the things that I remember happening at the building that night was something that had to be addressed. Public Enemy, who clearly was going to be our top tag team at that point, leading the first surge of ECW. Excuse me. And they would go out. They just wrestled two local guys down there, and it didn't matter if they were wrestling Hulk Hogan and Ric Flair or Joe Blow and Jack Blatt. They would have the same match. They'd fight all over the building. They'd get color. They would do this and they would do that. And I remember me and Taz and Paul pulling them aside after working with those local guys down there. They went out and in their head they were trying to have a good match, but they didn't realize the difference of as a commodity and an entity for a company, you can't just go out and have the same match that you would with two superstars, and they weren't getting it quite at that point. It took them a while to get over that. But I remember Mick Foley and I talking about this, and to me was what was clearly wrong with the dirt sheets was they had their dolls, their favorites, and the other ones. I couldn't get a decent rating on that thing if I tried. Public Enemy, no matter who they wrestled, got 4 or 5 stars every time, every week. 5 stars, 5 or 4 stars, whatever the top of it is. But the Public Enemy were clearly the darlings of the sheets. And I remember Tommy used to get so pissed off at Bruce Mitchell because Bruce Mitchell used to constantly bury Tommy. And then when Tommy finally met him, he was thinking it was like some Studley writer someplace, and he meets Bruce Mitchell and he realizes, that he's, not Tom Cruise on the other end of the typewriter.
In September, a weird thing starts to happen with syndicated television starting to take a different turn.
Starting to
NFL
die.
lands on Fox, so now Fox's weekend lineup has the NFL, so it's going to naturally, I guess, attribute a little bit less time to wrestling. So now, when we lost the weekly squash card, where our superstars could shine and we can get people to the arena, what did we lose from a business standpoint?
Honestly, I don't think much, except for fucking syndicated, TV money. Other than that, I don't, like, they thought that they couldn't run a town unless they had syndicated TV in the market. Ended up being fucking wrong.
But what about the traditional format of the syndicated card where you had
With all the
one
squash
guy,
matches?
Yeah.
Is done with, pretty much. I mean, they try to hold on to it as much as possible, but, when the competition is throwing out pay-per-views for fucking, their regular TV shows, you kind of got to match, don't you?
But in a way, do we give away too much when we have all of our stars on the weekly shows and
Maybe not.
nature of the business now kind of thing?
Yeah.
On September 1st.
Obviously not, because you're giving it away, but people are still coming because the product's so fucking hot. At least when it got hot,
But at no time do you guys say, well, wait a minute, we're not going to be able to go over every week on our squashes. How are we going to build
I never thought of
to
it
the
that way.
pay-per-views? No? Okay.
No.
Wright was always a guy that had such potential, you hear from everybody. Why doesn't it cross over? Why doesn't it go further?
First, I think it could have over time. You can't get somebody over, I don't care who you are. Vince McMahon can't get as much of an artist as he is and a master as he is at getting people over, and as much of a machine as he has to help get people over, and the depth of talent that he has for someone to get over with. He can't do it overnight,
Right.
clearly. We're seeing that now.
Yeah.
And Alex was green. He was a young kid. And on top of that, he was German. American, how long has it taken for soccer to get over in the United States? Americans like American stuff. It's a flaw, but it is what it is, especially in the world of entertainment. And at that time, it was even more pronounced. So someone who isn't American, who speaks with an accent, to come over here and get over had more work to do than the average guy. And the average guy took 5 to 10 years to get over. It was just premature. But he had all the skill sets. He was a great looking guy. He had great athleticism. He had a good head on his shoulders. He was easy to work with. But he just didn't have the time.
She writes a letter that states, since steroids became illegal in 1991, the WWF has carried out a strict drug steroid testing and enforcement policy. In spite of this, federal grand jury handed down a 6-count indictment against the company for possession and distribution. The judge dismissed 5 of the counts, while the jury still returned a not guilty verdict on the 6th. First, let me take Linda. Her role in the company at the time is very active with the boys, or it's strictly an office?
More or less just office.
Right.
Yeah, and I believe she was head of legal or something. Yeah, she's an attorney. And I think at that point she was kind of in that department or something. But anyway, what were you?
Various attempts have been made to clean their image. WWF has
Sure.
kind of gone through this through the years. And it's a stain that they just can never wash off. And maybe just because it's inherent in wrestling.
Yeah.
Is it a dirty business? Is it
Generally?
the bastard child of entertainment?
Yeah. I mean, you asked me a question. Do you want me to elaborate?
Yeah.
It's just always going to be looked at as lowbrow by a certain,
Do you ever
Certain
feel that
type.
way about what you did?
yeah, maybe here and there.
Whether in the company of others and go, oh, I'm the wrestler in the group, or
Yeah.
guys in Hollywood.
Once we started the NWO DX era, I wasn't fucking embarrassed anymore.
Right. Well, what was it? Just the
Because
level
we were
of
the fucking
popularity?
coolest motherfuckers on television, that's what. It was the fucking greatest, man.
The end justifies the means.
Yeah.
Um,
I honestly, like, yeah, I understand both sides of that. Like, one, you know, the outsiders looking in, and I understand the frustration that Linda and Vince had, you know? It's like, what the fuck, you know? So we get tried by a jury of our peers and found, you know, not guilty. And some people like to go, not guilty doesn't mean innocent. Yet, when we're talking about somebody beforehand, they're innocent until proven guilty, right? So obviously, innocent and not guilty are equal to each other.
but my thing is, if it was like the NFL, that TV Guide would never even take a chance writing something slanderous like that.
Right.
After they had just been let
especially, I
over.
mean, and considering the fact that like every fucking major sport has this dirty secret. Every fucking one of them.
There's no way to clean up professional
No,
sports as far as performance
absolutely not.
enhancing when your pay is directly dependent on your performance
That's
as an
right.
athlete,
That's
right?
right.
Is that safe to say?
It's safe to say, and that's just. I'm sorry to those of you that like want to live in this fucking fantasy world. Sorry, like anytime there's money involved in sports, there's going to be cheating.
Right.
And I mean, it's just that's just how the playing field. That's like when you're talking about Lance Armstrong. Yeah, he's a dick. That's why he got fucking. That's why he went down. Because everybody's doing the same shit. You know, they're not as successful. And if it wasn't for the fact that he was such a dick, I don't think he'd ever gotten fucking taken down. Because he's doing too much for, you know, with the
Live Strong.
Yeah,
and-
Live Strong Foundation, all that.
Jim was and is another one of those characters that can walk out and people know him and people respond to him and he can get a great reaction from a crowd. Can he go in and have a great match? No. I'm not sure he was ever capable of having great matches as far as a technical match is concerned. But as far as getting an audience behind him and creating emotion and sucking him into the story as a character, he's one of the best.
He pins Austin in about 40 seconds.
That might have been a mistake in retrospect.
Is this something Steve would have objected to that night?
You know, I actually know Steve better now than I did then. I can't imagine that he didn't, but I don't remember that he did.
And then,
He might have objected to somebody else other than me.
did you guys have a personal problem prior to the firing? Which
Steve and I?
happens a year after this, I think.
Steve and I?
Yeah.
No.
No. Never had a problem while you two worked together.
No. I mean, I didn't with Steve interact with Steve a lot. When I was a talent before I even got into management, I hung out in the green room with Steve when we were doing promos, and I did promos with Steve, and you know, we got along casually just fine. I was kind of like a backup to the backup to the backup of a backup announcer, so I didn't really mean a whole lot in his world. But he was nonetheless very friendly to me, and we joked around occasionally, interfaced. Once things changed and I got more control, Steve, I interacted with him less as a result of that because I was no longer a peer. Not that I was a peer necessarily, but I wasn't a talent. I was management, so that I interacted with him less. Occasionally, he would come to me with an idea as things progressed and I got more involved in the creative. He would come to me with an idea or two, but it wasn't until shortly thereafter that he left. I made up my mind at a Disney taping that it was time to move on from Jesse.
Was this the taping where he fell asleep?
This was a taping where we had an entire production crew that I was paying for, a fair amount of money for, a sound stage that I was paying for, an entire roster of talent that we had flown in, a production facility, the soundstage that I was paying for by the hour, and we were ready to shoot a show. We had a tight schedule. They had loaded audience in. All of these things are happening, and we're ready to shoot a show, and we can't find our color guy. So we literally had to shut down the show and go looking for him. And when I found him was in an adjacent soundstage that was not in use, in a green room that wasn't in use, and he was curled up in a fetal position taking a nap. And he looked like he had a rough couple 3 days. And Jesse wasn't a drinker or a partier, and I don't mean to imply that, but he just looked beat to death. And it's a work ethic thing for me. If you're paying, and he was making a lot of money, and it's disrespectful. Forget about me. He could disrespect me all he wanted to. But when you put everybody else that was standing there waiting and jeopardizing their jobs and making them feel like they weren't important and making people sit in a crowd that came in, and I couldn't take it. So I made the decision.
You confront him there while he's asleep?
No, I didn't even care. No, I got him out to do the show, but I made up my mind at that point.
Right.
That's it. I'm done.
What's the discussion like? Is there a protest from him, or is
I
he
don't remember
done
it.
at that point?
I honestly don't remember because I probably handed it off to attorneys at that point.
It wouldn't have had anything to do with the arrival of Hogan, who there was some resentment.
There was resentment on Jesse's part, not on Hulk's
Right,
part.
no, on Jesse's, I mean.
Jesse chewed my ear off, and it was in that, thank you for bringing that up, because the falling asleep or taking a nap on the company's dime while we were looking for him, that was kind of the last straw. There was a whole lot of pissing and moaning and bitching, and Hulk did this and stabbed me in the back, and I wanted to unionize, and Hulk went to Vince, and blah, 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 blah. And whether it's true or isn't true, I mean, it had nothing to do with me.
No.
It wasn't my life. It wasn't my company. There was nothing I could do to change anything that happened in the past. I was just concerned about where we went with the future. We made a commitment to Hulk. Ted Turner made a commitment to Hulk Hogan, like a big one, $2 million worth of one. And it wasn't Jesse's place to undermine that decision. Jesse's job, like all of our jobs, were to do our best to make it work, not to pick it apart and try to undermine it. So it culminated with a nap. I do recall that he was frustrated. He was frustrated with WCW. He was frustrated with the fact that we were trying to put him in a box. And I think, I don't want to speak for Mick, 'cause I'm friends with Mick now. Some of the stuff I say jokingly about people because it's part of the character that I still carry around with me and people expect. But I respect Mick a lot. And I did then, but we had diverse goals then, or opposite goals. And Mick wanted to be more extreme. He wanted to just, be the pioneer of that, and I didn't. And WCW didn't. We didn't want the liability associated with it. So that frustration kind of built over time. I liked Ole. And to this day, I would, it'll never happen, love to sit down and have a beer with Ole. Because he's the kind of guy that I like on a personal level and that I would hang out with on a personal level. But professionally, he was so narrow-minded and so focused and unwilling to adapt to anything. And he became very frustrated as a result of that. I remember when he was in WCW, he's like, he doesn't need any money. He saved all his money. Cool. I need the money. I do to this day. I need the money. I'm not too proud to say it. And certainly then I needed the money. So I was kind of, when someone would say, when I hear somebody, they're just doing this because they love it, they don't really need the money, I would kind of admire that in some respects. But at the same time, when you don't need the money, you don't need to learn anything either. And Ole was the kind of guy that he wanted to go back to 1975. Everything he did, no matter what it was, he wanted to go back to 1975. And, you'd kick and scream and claw and punch and drag you through the gutter. And you'd finally go, all right, damn it, all right. And then he'd go right back to doing it the next day. Mm-hmm. So whatever the situation was that, culminated his being terminated, and that could indeed be it, I don't recall it. But I just got to the point with Ole where I couldn't take it anymore. The funniest Ole story I can remember, and this, and Ole and I started, we'd be in the control room. I used to wrestle in high school and college. We'd get in the control room, and I'd get a wrestling hold, and he'd get a wrestling hold, and we'd be fucking around with each other. We had that kind of a fun relationship oftentimes. But as time went on, it got to the point where he couldn't stand looking at me, and I kind of felt the same way. And I moved him down to the power plant, kind of took him out of creative. I literally wanted to get him out of the CNN Center because he was that much of a relic. And I was afraid something Bill Watts-ish could happen. So I just said, you know what, I'm just going to get him out of here. And get him down to the training center because he loved training. He was great at it. He was great at it because he understood psychology. He had that ground and pound, basic meat and potatoes kind of fundamental strength that I love to this day in wrestling. And it was a passion. And when I watched him do it, I went, okay, that's where he should be. For a guy that doesn't need the money, this is what he really enjoys. He doesn't enjoy being in the CNN towers, being surrounded by a bunch of suits. This he loves. So I moved him down there.
Yeah.
And then I also hired Blackjack Mulligan because he was in trouble and he needed a little help. And I could hire him at the time, and I was told he'd be a great agent. And a bunch of people endorsed him, and he needed a hand up. So I gave him a hand up, gave him a job as an agent. Blackjack was, I'm assuming still is, a very, very loyal person, like really loyal. And he had a fist about this big. And Ole found out how loyal he was and how big his fist was one day down at the power plant when Ole was bitching about what a piece of shit Eric Bischoff is, and Eric Bischoff screwed about this, and Twilight, Tweety Birds, and Stars later, he found himself on the floor because Blackjack just walked up to him in front of everybody and knocked him down. I think he knocked him out. I know he dropped him. And it was about that time I said, okay, this is escalating now to a point where it doesn't work anymore for anybody. So.
I was in, I forget what cities we were in, like it was a Midwestern loop or something, but I had gotten word that he was, really a touch and go, and so I called and, yeah, that was the situation. I called the office, I said, I need to go home, I need to go, my teacher's dying and I gotta get home to see him before he dies. And J.J. Dillon told me, we need you to stay on the road. Like, they really fucking needed me to stay on the road. And after the fact, when I got home, I was supposed to go home and get right on a plane, and my wife told me he was gone, and I called J.J. and I said, you know what? Fuck this bullshit. I said, it's not fucking worth it.
So you weren't able to get home before
No,
he passed?
no. I was like, fuck you,
Did they let you go for the
Oh, and then
arrangements,
J.J.
the
told me,
funeral?
yeah, that's, and Randy Savage was a really good friend of me at the time, and he understood what I was going through, and he came and he picked me up from the airport, we went to the funeral together.
JJ was the point guy if you needed to do something.
He was the
like
head
that,
of
you
talent
would call.
relations, yeah, and he ran it very much Johnny Laurinaitis style. I guess he felt like they had to beat us down into submission,
And this is nothing you could go around him and say, Vince.
Oh, I did afterwards, but like I didn't realize I
before
could.
before.
You don't, I'm new. I'm still fairly new to going in to do battle with the fucking office,
I've never been trained as a wrestler, so I want you to tell me what having a mentor like this means to you as a successful wrestler.
It's, there's there's guys that are going to be, they're going to do well no matter what because they're they just have it, you know. But still, like the training and the teaching and the wisdom from a guy like that, I mean, you really learn how to wrestle. I mean, these aren't just fucking fake wrestling moves. Pro wrestling is a legitimate fucking, you know, catch wrestling, legitimate fucking, you know, martial art, if you want to put it that way. And he taught us how to really wrestle. And he also did his best to teach us the psychology as much as we could comprehend at the time. And I always was around Larry every day. I wasn't just around him when we were at school, because I did all the flyers and shit on the computer. I made the tickets, and you know, I was basically helped him promote the shows too. You know, because I never had money to pay to go to wrestling school, so I worked it off that way. And I used to stay in the ring the whole day and just go in there with one guy after another, you know. And so I had an amazing amount of fucking experience in the ring technically, you know. My technique was very sharp. To this day, it's pretty sharp. Like, and I attribute that to Malenko.
Is he someone that you would call for business advice after you were working in New York?
Sure. Yeah.
What do I do here? Or what do you think of this guy?
Yeah, that was like, I remember calling him one time because, you know, he had told me about Strongbow, and Strongbow was like, you know, he had this fucking manner about him, and he'd go, Taylor, what's my real name? He asked me one time. I said, Joe Scarpa. I said, nope. I bet you can't find out either. So I went and asked Malenko, and he told me, it's Luke. So next TV, I said, hey, Luke, Taylor, who told you that? And I told him, and he was like, okay. I mean, it's not that great a story, but.
So where did Joe Scarpa come? Because that's the name that everybody knows.
His actual real first name is Luke, yeah.
Okay. Well, that was a nice tribute to Larry.
Thank you for letting me talk about
No, I'm glad you did.
I wouldn't be here without him. Or Phyllis Lee.
Well, who else in wrestling would be sitting here saying this to me about Boris?
That you wouldn't.
Yeah.
You know, these days, like Kane. I tell you who. Terry Funk said he was the greatest interview he'd ever heard, greatest promo guy he'd ever heard.
But as a trainer, as a teacher.
Yeah, everybody that was taught by him. Bill Eadie, that superstar, said he taught him a ton. I mean, even Steamboat told me at one time he taught him a lot. That's when you really learned. Like, I wish that I would have gotten to work with him in the ring, because that was what he did for other guys, that was kind of what I did later on. You know, he taught guys in the ring.
Right. The guys older than you that got to,
yeah.
Had he just brought his WCW or UWF persona there, I don't think it would have worked. But when he brought it there, he mixed in a little bit of the hood with it, you know, like speaking from the black perspective, and not militant and not hood. It was just that black perspective, and you don't have a right to, playing himself off, and he and Scorpio started teaming a lot after that, playing themselves off as like the common, they were the common guy, like when I worked with Ron, you certainly don't represent anybody, you're an ass, but we represent the common people like that come to the arena and stuff like that. They never try to play it off as like, the vernacular or, the hoodies or anything like that. But Ron started playing more towards that character. It was the first time I'd ever seen him work something other than just a former football player. And then you would later see him in WWF when he went into, the different incarnations of the characters up there.
The Nation of Domination, which was
Sure.
very much like what you're
Yep.
talking about. Yeah. But now he doesn't last too long. Do you know what the circumstances are?
I think it was just that he had the opportunity to go to New
WWE.
York. Yeah.
Yeah, I had the beads and the lava.
How are you guys not laughing throughout the entire match?
Because we're in there with our friends.
Right.
Me and Junior against Kevin and Scott or Sean.
Yeah. But I'm saying it must have been a very
It was great.
comical night.
Yeah, but people, they didn't laugh at it. They fucking popped. They bought it, man. Like I went and did the Jimmy Snuka. They got it.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a
But
kid.
with
I
each
could get away
other,
with
when
shit,
I'm
you
saying everybody, I mean the other guys, you must have
know?
been
It was
having
funny.
a great
Yeah, it was
time.
fun, and we could do that. Other guys could go out there and open the matches, and they would be chastised for fucking off out there. But when we did it, it was different.
Did
we
anyone
could do-
tell you to dress up?
No, I did that on my own. Nobody has to tell me shit.
Where's the stuff? His stuff was just
Yeah.
around?
I already had a lava.
What we started realizing very quickly was that regardless of whether it was a swerve or them playing their part, that the ECW fans, I don't want to say were easy to work, but because they were always trying to play Booker and thinking they had outguessed us. And they were a very smart crowd. I mean, you stop and think about, what those fans had seen over the previous year in that building. It was a university level experience to professional wrestling. But those fans had, because of that, because they thought they were so in tune with what we were doing, it was easy to swerve them, because it was easy to feel the pulse.
Why? And why don't things work out with him being a main eventer again in 1994? Is it just...
It's brutal. Yeah. He is one of those things that kind of should have been left to memory.
Right.
I don't mean to be a dick, but
Nice guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. Okay.
a big loud mouth bowling alley motherfucker, cracking jokes on everybody. I thought he was funny, but like he was a mark.
But does he think he's going to get a run?
Yeah. He didn't want to do the sharpshooter finish with Brett. I've never given up, and I don't really want to start now. I was like, well, fuck you then. Like, let's put somebody else in the main event. Give him that payoff. I remember he got fucking Visine in his water bottle that night.
Who would have done something like
I
that?
have no fucking clue. I don't even know how I would know about something like that.
Is this the reason why he's gone so quickly after, probably, that he's not getting along with everybody?
It's not that he's not getting along with, it's just not producing. Right. And I remember us telling him, hey, why don't you do the 5 count? This is how much fucking respect he had at the point, right? He goes out, yeah. He's like, tells the ref 5, and the fucking ref looks at him like, fuck off. Ref didn't even know what the 5 deal was about,
Is this a Kevin Dunn
I don't know if that was
directive?
Vince or Kevin, but yeah, they were definitely looking for the Todd Pettengill type guy.
Right. Talk about Dunn's role through the years in the company since you've been. He's a kind of a top of the
He's the
pecking order
fucking
right
very
now.
top.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Noticeable in 1994.
most of the talent don't even understand that because most talent aren't high enough to even deal with him directly.
Oh, well, okay. Well, there's a good point. What is he doing? What are
He's
his
making us
responsibilities?
fucking look like fucking stars out there.
By
The best. He's the best fucking.
are the
Producer in
angles
television.
that are to be shot his idea?
I think so.
Sean,
about
Sean
the
looks great
crowd
when he
shots?
comes off here.
Or-
No, but like shooting you guys a certain way. Like Sean's finish is great. Make sure you're here
Absolutely.
for his.
Well, a lot of them is ours too, saying, "Hey, this is what we're doing," and just to smarten them up, so they know.
Going
what's
to a
coming.
cameraman?
Yeah.
Okay.
We produce directed ourselves.
Gotcha.
Fuck a move up, like Scott. Fuck a move up, or somebody'd fuck up, because you're working with job guys every night, right? So, chances are you're gonna get a shitty one every now and then. And Scott, if the guy would fuck up, Scott would just look at the camera and go, "Take two," and just fucking do the exact same thing again.
So
they
they
got it
know
right.
they edited.
Yeah, give them an editing point and everything.
Wow. What about the vignettes? Kevin Dunn also.
Hard to say.
Well, I mean, the creative would be whoever was booking or writing, but is he in there involved? With,
He's not hands-on producing it, like
Okay. He's in the truck?
in the truck. Yeah.
Talk about Jacques. Is he a guy you got along with?
Yeah, I got along with him. A lot of guys didn't, though.
Right. Why? Was it their
'Cause he was-
problem, or was he sometimes?
A little of both.
Yeah.
A little of both. Like, at that point in his career, he wasn't going to go out there and kill himself. That's what he had Carl for. So they shared an unequal burden as far as the workload they carried in the ring. Which is fine. That's what the young guy's for.
Mm-hmm.
But
Now he'd return to the ring with Pierre in
Yeah.
WCW.
it's just like whenever we'd be in Canada, the motherfucker would grow wings and be able to fucking do drop kicks off the top, planches to the fucking floor. And come back to the States, have fucking feet be nailed to the floor. Give him a backdrop, he lands beside you.
Was there a French Canadian clique also?
Sort of. They
little
tried to be.
Well, with Pat and them, they kind of look out for each other. Right?
Try to.
Was he talented?
Fine. Yeah, it's nothing. You know what I mean? Because everybody, when somebody dies, they want to fucking hold him in high reverence, and he was a great guy. But he was just a move guy. He didn't have and I guess here's the thing, a person a lot of times doesn't realize they don't know because they don't know yet. You know what I mean? Like, you don't realize you don't know until you fucking finally figure it out, and then you go, oh my God, boy, was I ever fucking clueless at that point? So.
Personality wasn't there. Couldn't talk you into the building.
It wasn't going to really get a fair look.
You knew that from the beginning.
It wasn't his place. He was brought in to do a job, not fucking get a tryout.
How'd the decision to retire him come about?
With much difficulty.
Yeah.
Because Rick was uncomfortable with being positioned as someone who is facing retirement in any way, shape, or form. Whether it was creative and all part of a storyline or not, personally, one half of his brain understood the story, and in one moment he would be supportive, or at least appear to be supportive of it, and then he would go home and think about it and not be. So it was a constant battle. It was a challenge.
So you understood it from, if Ric Flair was booking Ric Flair, he would probably maybe make that call, but he just couldn't take himself out of the ring.
But it's hard, and I understand it now. I didn't understand it then, because to me, it's storytelling. To me, it's just, you know, if I'm writing a movie and I'm in a Western, and at the end of the movie I get shot, okay, I'm in the movie. I'm getting paid, and I'm going to do another movie when this one's over. But when you're the talent, and the lines between what's real and what's not real are intentionally blurred as much as they are, or as much as they were, I should say, in this business, in that business, it becomes much more difficult when you're the talent, especially when you're the talent that's knocking on 50's door.
But was it so much an objection to Hogan being the one
No.
doing it? No.
I don't think so. You'd have to ask Rick.
Right.
I just think it was the concept of being positioned to retire. His contract was kind of coming, not kind of, his contract was, if not close to coming up, he wanted to make sure that he didn't position himself as being forced into retirement without a net. And that was part of it too.
Right. He does come back the following year as a manager. The Three Faces of Fear was formed here with John Tenta, Brutus Beefcake.
This one's happening on camera. This one hurts so much. I've got to have a treatment. I don't even care.
A Sullivan, no doubt, right? I mean, this is a...
You think?
You think? Did they serve their purpose there at least?
No.
Are you vetoing stuff, or like what's the process? I know there's a committee, and are you a guy that's got a well, all right, try it, we'll see what happens kind of attitude?
Yes and no.
Or are you more stringent as an editor before it goes out?
Not at that time.
Okay.
Certainly not at that time. And probably not at that level. And even today, honestly, if I was, it's hard for me to think about this in this context, but I'm guessing that today, even though I know so much more, I think I do anyway, I've had a lot more experience now, obviously, than I did at that time, especially. I would probably be inclined to experiment in the middle of the show and in the middle of the card and let people try things that I personally may not really like.
Right.
Because I'm also smart enough to know that I'm not smart enough to know everything. And just because I don't like it doesn't mean other people won't. So I tend, even to this day, to be accepting and willing to try things that I may not necessarily like personally at a certain level. But at an upper level, I'm probably much more of a micromanager now than I would have ever been. Way more than I would have been back then.
Yeah. Of the three, who'd you enjoy working with the most?
Scott,
Because
because he was the best at being the foundation of a match. Sean got as good as he is by working with Scott. Everybody got as good as they were by working with Scott. Whether it was me, Hunter, Sean, fucking Jeff Jarrett, anybody that ever worked with Scott was better on the fucking other end than when they started.
What was it? If we had to build it in a laboratory, what are we putting in?
You can't. It's fucking unobtainium.
Is he calling matches too? I mean,
Yeah, directing traffic.
when the four of you are out there like that, is there any? Kevin talked about his big match with Sean on the pay-per-view, where he knew that Sean was going to try and blow him up real quick and try and get the friendly competition, not to shit on each other. But so when you guys do get together, are you expecting a little bit of that stuff? Like, what's he going to try? No.
No. Maybe they were thinking that, but I wasn't.
Right.
Okay. I didn't care. Just pass me the ball.
Do you remember why she's let go? Is it an altercation, or is this
I think
just...
it had maybe substance issues. Where were you going to go with that?
Just what happened?
I don't recall, except for she, bless her heart. It was, she has so many conditions, mental conditions, like you name it, and she probably had it, dissociative identity disorder, fucking bipolar. She was on some heavy antipsychotic meds. Bro, I remember Kev took one of her fucking Elevilles, they're called, and he was fucking passed out, man, like right up against this speaker in this club, and this fucking, you can see the bass hitting him, right? And he's fucking out cold, right? We're in Israel. And that was like just one of these little pills she had, and it didn't do shit to her, but it knocked everybody else on their ass.
I know, like when we went to Allentown, he made it a point to mention that, hey, this is where they used to do their tapings. So I don't think he picked any building because of that, but he liked to point out the fact that, hey, this is where these guys used to work, and they made their, all these iconic TV shows that we grew up watching, and now here we are in these same buildings. So, it wasn't lost on me because I had grown up watching that wrestling, as most of the guys in our dressing room did. So when I'm suddenly finding myself in the dressing room in the building that Snuka got hit in the head with a coconut by Piper on, where the first Piper's Pit was done, and all these things that as a kid growing up and being mesmerized on Saturday night at midnight on television, and now here I am putting my boots on and getting ready to go out in the main event in the same building, was not lost on me.
Is this because of the heat between Cornette and
Yeah.
Paul? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Paul and it's funny because when you meet these guys and you know them over the years like I do, I don't want to say they're twins of each other or mirror images, but they are all cut from the same cloth. They're all so identical, the same person. If you put them behind a curtain and pixeled their faces and disguised their voices over them with the same tone, you'd have no idea which one was Cornette, which one was Heyman, which one was, it's hilarious. And that when you sit down and talk to one, they'll beat your ear for 3 hours about how much the other one's an asshole. And you go back over to the other one and the other one, like, that motherfucker's an asshole. They are crazy, imbecilic in some respects and genius in other respects, cut from the exact same piece of cloth.
The accents are different, but yeah.
Yeah, Scarsdale and Louisville aren't too close together. Total swerve. Yeah, the people in the building had been because I guess he'd been, had been playing up around town and stuff, that, was being driven to the doctor's office and, had the wraps on and everything else. So kudos to Hack that he was prescient enough to play it like that, because I doubt that it would have gotten that response. But that was the first big, where the entire crowd was like, holy fuck, where of ones that would come later. There was that night. There was a night that Gary got thrown down. These fans that are so smart, had seen so much stuff, yet were such willing victims, to the swerve. To me, the ECW fans in that building should never have been caught off by any wrestling angle, because they had seen everything. They knew Paul's thinking. They knew that when they went left, we were going right, and they had an understanding of all that, because they really were the sixth man on the bench, and yet they were willing participants to swallow the Kool-Aid each and every time it was provided to them, you know, but that again is what makes, to me, ECW so special. When you see in 1994 when, you know, Vince is doing the Ultra cartoon character and WCW is putting out their drivel, and then you see this show come that says, you know, bring all your pessimism with you. You want to record it and stop, freeze frame it and watch and see, and all of that, and yet the fans still continue to buy into that, is precisely the reason it worked. Bring all that pessimism with you. You hate wrestling? Good. Come and check this out. And the angles all played out perfectly, not because Paul wrote the greatest storyline or that we played out the best way or whatever. It was the combination of all of it together. The fans believing that they were as smart as we were or smarter, that Paul had written a pretty damn good storyline, that we played out a pretty good storyline, and that the action was just believable enough there in ECW that literally somebody might have gotten blinded. I mean, let's face it, we had people with broken necks later and people set on fire and bleeding and, you know, everything else, broken bones. So why not somebody have gotten blinded? It's completely believable.
Was this for Sandman what the Thank You Sir May I Have Another was for Dreamer as far as their tenure?
Yeah, but in a different way, because that's what established Tommy as being that gutsy, balls to the wall, never surrender babyface. And to me, that's what showed for Sandman. It showed that there was that level of subterfuge and evil genius or whatever. That there was a little bit more to the character than just a bumbling drunk, you know, cigarette fiend. And but yeah, it definitely elevated his career.
I knew, and part of it was being a part of the Turner corporate environment, because international still is, you know, Ted's thing. And Ted liked, and I'm not saying I did it for Ted, I didn't, but opening my eyes up to the Japanese world of wrestling, the Hispanic world of wrestling, AAA Mexico, was something that made sense to me at that time. So.
Maybe a demographic play to pull some Latino eyes onto your product?
Just to put my toe in the water, to learn more about the audience, to learn more about AAA, to start a process where we could possibly expand into that marketplace.
This also marks the first appearance of Mike Tenay.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think of him from the get-go?
I liked Mike, and still to this day I have a lot of respect for Mike's just sheer knowledge of the history of the business. I was excited, and Zane Bresloff is the one that brought Mike Tenay to my attention. Liked Mike a lot. Was excited to utilize him because I thought he could bring a color and a detail and a history and a relationship to the product to the audience in a way that nobody else on our staff could.
It's reported that a lot of the wrestlers and personnel are shocked legitimately that this has happened. Tell me about the circumstances there when Randy goes.
I only remember just being like, you know, like, wow, you know, because right prior to that, it was basically let known by Vince prior to that this is our Babe Ruth. Hogan left and da-da-da, this guy, Warrior, fuck all these guys. March is my fucking Babe Ruth. You know, and, you know, he was the commentary. He was great. I thought he was great commentator. I remember taking a piss that day. It was me and Arnie and fucking Vince all taking a piss at the same time. And, you know, and Vince and I like throwing bathroom humor at each other, and fucking Arnie tries to jump in and makes a comment about Randy, and fucking Vince's face just turned like almost he went into tears. He wanted to fuck, if it wouldn't have been if it would have been anybody but Arnie, like probably would have gotten fucking punched in the face or fired.
Is it known at this time that he's going to go to WCW?
There's no other reason to leave.
Right.
You only leave if you're going somewhere else, usually.
Well, I don't know.
Usually.
Get out of the business for a while.
Yeah, but if you know Randy and how he was taught by his father, you never pass up a fucking paycheck.
Lanny said to us that what precipitated this was him wanting a match, and Vince, I guess, I don't say it's Vince, someone said to him, "We're going young." And that's how it's going to be now. And he kind of went, "Oh, so I'm done." And then it was kind of like an "I'll show them," and went over to. So was some of this engineered by their reluctance?
Maybe. Yeah. There's always two sides to a story, and, you know, I don't think anybody's ever accused Randy Savage of not being an honorable man as far as, like, you know, nobody's ever said, "Oh, fucking Randy, can't believe a word he says."
Mm-hmm.
Never heard that about him. So, and plus, some of that's just subjective.
Yes.
You know, to a person's emotion. I mean, there's emotions involved.
On November 23rd.
Lanny fucking really put, like, he watched, you know, the one I did, the U-shoot. And
Oh,
I think he saw the thing about me talking about him sucking his own dick. Because that, like, when I saw him later that night, he kept talking about that for some reason.
He talked about it with us as well.
He didn't mind it.
No, he did. He went right there. I asked him about his sexuality, and his quote was, "The only penis I've had in my mouth is my own." November 23rd. Doesn't use toilet paper
Well,
also. I would just like to point that out.
He never set up his ass, did he?
Never did, actually, matter of fact.
Of course, Paul would have to book a night, no matter how many weeks after the previous card
was 20 minutes
right?
later.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Other than running opposition, did Todd or Paul ever try to do any kind of sabotage to any of Dennis's shows?
Not that I ever saw. That they never came to me and said, "Hey, go drive by the building and see if you can get some of their fans." They never ever mentioned to me any kind of overt way of saying, "Okay, let's screw Corluzzo." I think they felt like we got him good enough in the first round, and then like when they would do these follow-up shows and stuff. As I recall, that show didn't draw that great that night, did it?
I don't have a number on it.
That. And so from that sense, I remember, we were always looking at it like, okay, well, we threw the first punch, we drew 1,100 tonight, he drew 250 or 3 or whatever it was, some semblance of the amount that we had drawn. So clearly we had won the battle and the war. But Paul, I'd never heard Paul or Todd come to me, and I never heard of them going to anybody else and saying, because that's the kind of thing we got around the dressing room, I think they felt that the first round was good enough.
You tag with Pillman on this show. Talk to me about Brian Pillman. Is the loose cannon thing... Sabu gave some instances where it would seem that it was clearly an appropriate moniker.
He told me at one point, after he did the little fling with Flair around that time, that Flair told him to make him to set himself apart from everybody. And that's where he started. That's where I first saw that loose cannon. Not that he called it that, but I started seeing that aberrant behavior. And then later became much worse. In the ECW arena, the night that Harry Boatswain got involved, and he jumped into Boatswain's arms and ran out of the building. We had the confrontation at ringside. The spot was set up that I would swing the chair at him, and he was supposed to grab a fan and pull the fan in front of him. So I was aware that there was something to be coming in front of him as I swing the chair. What he didn't tell me, and what was just an idiotic move on his part, was he had grabbed a 6-month-old baby and held the baby up in front. And now I'm gauging the chair shot to say, be from me to you away, to start slow the chair down here. And the baby now is right here. So I mean, I came within probably 6 inches of taking this baby, cutting him in half with the chair. I mean, I swung like hell. And that was not planned. I mean, for any fan that watched it, that was not a planned spot. And if you watch it back, you'll see my face go beet red immediately. And I remember afterwards, Paul was livid as well. I mean, it was that kind of stuff that I think that towards the end, at least in my experience with Brian was not using the best judgment in separating, like, where does the loose cannon stop and where does reality begin? Because you hold a baby up like that. I mean, we would have both ended up in prison for that.
Brian should have been hit legit with the chair, and then the parent that brought a 6-month-old to wrestling should have been hit with it right after that.
Yeah, I probably agree.
Talk to me about pile driving Sherry Martel that night. Do you have to pile drive a lady a little differently than man? What's the deal?
No, Sherry was tougher than a guy. I mean, one thing you didn't have to do with Sherry is cut any corners or take things easy with her. I didn't like doing it because to me it was like the end of, for me, having Sherry Martel with me was a means of comfort. I mean, I knew that I had somebody this experienced and this good out here with me. One of the biggest names in women's wrestling, and as a valet, I mean, the accolades are out the wazoo for her. So for me to have had to break that string between us that night, there was, aside from our friendship, that we had been friends for years prior to that, it was sort of a melancholy point because now I'm thinking like, damn, I don't have Sherry Martel out here with me anymore. That means I'm going to have to work my ass off a hell of a lot more to even come close to getting the same type of reaction. Sherry was, simply put, the most professional and amazing woman to work with. Tough, never complained, great head on her shoulders. And keep in mind that she had to do that at a time where it wasn't necessarily chic for a girl to be those things. Whereas like today, it's a lot cooler for, and a lot of times the girls get a lot more, have a lot more leeway than they did then. But Sherry was somehow able to walk between that, tough as a guy, sweet as a babe, smart, but still sort of a little bit, ditzy or whatever. I mean, she balanced all that stuff out amazingly well.
Were there actual negotiations to bring in Barr and Guerrero right at this time?
I believe there were. I know that Barr, I think they were talking separately. I think Guerrero started talking after that because of what happened. But I know that Art had been talking with Paul. Whether they had come to agreement or not prior to that, I'm not certain. But that there was plans for him to come in. My guess would have been because they were tagging at the time, and they were an amazing tag team, that Paul probably was talking, if not at the same point, probably very close together after that.
You remember the locker room learning about Barr's passing?
Yeah. I didn't know Art personally, so I mean, it wasn't that kind of like, oh my God, I can't believe it. It was more for me stunning because that was like one of the first young guys that I remember, like when David Von Erich died 10 years before that in Japan, and there was like all the stories about the pills and the drugs and the family history and all that kind of stuff. So now here's Art Barr, who, you're from all intents and purposes being told was, a fairly straight guy, a great worker, damn young. That was like, holy shit, how this guy's so young, how do you even dead from the wrestling business? And, that's how it hit me. It caught my attention more than affected me. It was more like, holy shit, this is a young guy. And, sadly since then we've had way, 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 way more than we should have.
So, even though the houses may be down, how are you doing with
ad revenues from TV, cleaning up the expenses. Where are we as we near the end of the year from a corporate standpoint, from a
Close.
financial standpoint?
We're doing very well. Pay-per-view numbers were up. Ratings were starting to move in the right direction. We started to control costs a lot more. So things were moving. I don't remember where they were financially, but I do know that they were moving in the right direction.
So it's safe to say that you're starting to see as early as '94 that this new era in wrestling may be not dependent on house shows at all.
No,
That
no, no.
TV's where it's all at?
No.
No?
No, I never believed that. I did do some pretty controversial things along the way. For example, and it was probably in 1994, late 93, early 94, where I basically put a moratorium on all house shows. It's one of the things that led to me really becoming the president of the company, because Bob Dew and I had a different opinion about house shows, and a gentleman by the name of Don Sandifer. We were looking at our financials, and when you break down financials and you look at costs line by line, and we looked at the live event portion of our projections and our model and our history, and we were losing money every time we went out the door. Every time we went out the door, we lost 10 grand, 20 grand, 50 grand, whatever the number was, we were losing. So when it came time to say, okay, we've got to stop this, we've got to cut costs over here, we've got to fix the travel problem over here, we've got to find a better way, a more efficient way to produce our syndicated television shows by going to Disney. We're making all these adjustments. And when it came to the live event part of our business model, which was a big part of it, it was 25% of it, or should have been, we sat down and the approach was, well, we're going to do more house shows. Now, I am not a finance guy. I'm not. I've been married to the same woman for 32 years this summer, and I've never been allowed to have a checkbook, ever. I have 2 credit cards today in my wallet right now. I have an American Express and I have 1 Visa. That's all I get, because I don't keep track of stuff. But even given my limited financial expertise, I knew that the math behind, well, we lose money every time we do 1, so we're going to do 10. I knew that was fucked up. And I threw a flag on that. And I literally shut down, that's why we went to Disney, shut down all the house shows, shut down all the TV events in all the little markets where we weren't selling a ticket and giving shit away, and you had to travel people there, and drive trucks up there and set up production. None of it made any financial sense. So to answer the beginning of your question, yes, we shut a lot of that stuff down. We were, even though we were still having struggles at the house show level in a lot of markets, we still weren't functional at that level. But we had contained costs, and the picture was starting to get a lot brighter in other markets.
Does Kevin know how far this is going to go? Back in the day, they would say, well, we expect you to have this, you're going to win, you're going to beat Bob Backlund,
No, they were-
superstar, and you're going to have it for...
It was open-ended because they were hoping he was going to be the next Hogan or Warrior. Which he wasn't. He was the original Kevin Nash, which is fucking pretty cool, too. You don't got to be the next whatever. That's a kiss of death. Anytime somebody's like the new so-and-so, they're fucking dead in the water. The new Midnight Express, shit like that. Oh, you're fucking so dead in the water.
Why the 8 seconds?
Because the match would have been fucking rotten otherwise.
No other way to do it.
No other way to do it.
And Bob would agree to an 8-second match. Again, Bob just seems to be a guy that might be resistant to
And
that.
he sold that fucking thing. I mean, he's still selling it. He's still selling Kev's finish from the fucking Night in the Garden.
A consummate professional.
He put me over in the Garden, Bob did. After all the matches I had with him.
Clean?
Yeah. Fucking, that's what kind of guy Bob is, right? Like, he's like, all these matches I had with him, he was like, one day I'd like to return the favor. And, you listen to that, and it's very nice coming from, somebody that's higher up than you, that you look up to. And you just go, you assume he's just playing lip service. But we're in the garden, and he goes up to Vince and he goes, "I want to put the kid over tonight."
Wow, on his own.
Yeah, in the garden with the rolling reverse, roll counter roll.
Why do you think Vince let Savage go? I mean, he had to know that based on the Hogan, maybe the Gene Okerlund, maybe the Bobby, he's basically handing them to you.
I think, I mean, again, I reticent to speak for Vince. I'm not going to speak for Vince McMahon. I couldn't. But what I've heard from various people who were kind of close to the epicenter of it all, Vince didn't really care. Vince didn't want to see Randy in the ring any longer. Vince was committed to going in a different direction as far as in-ring. Randy wasn't ready to walk away from his in-ring career. And Vince was kind of like, well, great, if you want to go, go. I don't think Vince was afraid of losing Randy at the time. I don't think Vince looked at us as much of a threat at that time. I think Vince realized or thought that if Randy wants to go and he can get a better paycheck and he's a happier person, God be with you, go.
Does it take much convincing to get him in?
No, he came to me. I didn't come to him.
How was it with the money?
One of the easiest deals I've ever done. It cost me $0. Because Randy came with Slim Jim, and the Slim Jim sponsorship covered most, if not all, of Randy's initial year, second year of his contract. So it was an easy deal to do, and it served my purpose as far as changing the perception of our company
National
with
sponsor,
advertisers and Madison Avenue.
What did he bring to WCW? Other than that, what did he bring?
Which was a lot.
Okay, interesting question opens here. As much a factor maybe as having Randy Savage there as what he can do with the Madison Avenue thing?
It was very important. I didn't think of it in terms of what's more important, having Randy or having Slim Jim. To me, it was a package, and the overall package was exciting. I didn't really understand the potential of Randy Savage as much then as I probably should have, and certainly did. I mean, Randy delivered a lot. Randy was a great acquisition.
How did Hulk feel about him?
Hulk was the one that brought him in.
Okay.
Hulk talked to Randy. Hulk talked to me. I said, sure, have Randy call me. Then Randy and I started speaking, and that's how it started.
Was the plan at this point to bring Elizabeth in as well when her no-compete was over?
Not initially. It wasn't a part of the conversation initially, but it became a...
They were divorced at this point,
Yeah.
right? And was he hesitant to work with her?
No. And again, I just, as a principal, I don't like to talk about people that can't correct me or refute what I'm saying if I'm wrong, because it's potential, me being wrong about stuff like this that happened 10 or 20 years ago. My impression was that Randy still loved her very much. Even though they were divorced, he still loved her very much, and he was still, at that time, he was still very protective over her. So he was excited to have her in because he wanted to help her, even though I think she was married or was engaged at the time. It wasn't a romantic thing.
Right.
It was almost brother-sister-ish. He was excited to have her because he believed in her as a character, but he was also extremely protective of her.
Was it intended for him to wrestle this many times in one night, or did something go wrong? Or
My guess is had to be something went wrong because, for Tommy to have wrestled that many times, for anybody to have wrestled that many times in one night, would have seemed, I think, strange.
His final match is with you at the end of the night in a DQ. He beat you in a DQ. Do you take it easy on someone who's been out there 5 times already?
Tommy, honestly, and I'm not trying to intentionally put somebody over. Tommy never ever took anything. It wasn't like part of his makeup. It was not part of his DNA to say, "Hey, I've already worked 5 times or whatever. Let's take it a little bit easy now." I may have, slowed down some of the running spots or, not the high bumps or whatever. But and that would have even been, if I even thought of it. Tommy was a workhorse, and that's part of my guess is that's probably around the time that Paul was trying to get that workhorse of ECW thing over. But it seems strange to have him out there 6 times. I didn't recall that.
Well, in conclusion, after reliving a year, and probably more than that in your own mind, of ECW, I have a couple of wrap-up questions. How much does Paul owe you?
$144,410.
Not that you counted.
In somewhat sense.
What is ECW? Why are we still talking about ECW?
Well, I'll answer the last one first. I think the reason we're still talking about ECW is the business has taken an absurd nosedive away from what we remember as kids growing up. And not that ECW was a replicant of what we grew up watching, but I know, like for me, in 1992, minus ECW, I would have never watched a day of wrestling after 1992. I was so ultra sick of dead men coming out of graves and crazy lunatic dentists with bad teeth and 7-time PhD deans that were the smartest men in the world, and these just ridiculously inane, stupid, that my 5-year-old kid couldn't get into. Let alone somebody with any level of intelligence. And if I was 1992 and this is Mark again, on a Friday night when WWF came with that style of wrestling, you'd have wrestling, you'd have the Titty Club, or you'd have the dance hall, the dance club downtown. I'd either be at the dance club or most likely the Titty Club. Damn sure I would not be at the WWF show. And millions of people had followed that same route. No pun intended, but there were millions and millions of male 18 to 34-year-old fans that had been disenfranchised from the business, had been so totally cut away from it. It was fake. It was corny. People were stomping their foot and missing by that much. They couldn't talk, and when you did talk, it had to be some corny line of like the dean, "I'm going to take you to school." Just horrible, inane stuff. And then here comes this company. Cut the fucking music, and the girls getting bumped, and the blood and Sabu flying like a kite around the building, and Terry Funk, refusing to ever die, and I mean just this whole march of all the stuff that we had missed about the business, and then some stuff that we had never really expected from the business. Remember in the early days we were going out and doing the promos, it's a goddamn shoot. Webster's defines wrestling as a sport, and goddamn it, we're a sport. And as wrestling went, that was as close as it got to being real until shoot fighting came along. I think for those reasons, those are the most obvious reasons, but also it's something that caught the imagination. To those fans that were willing to come and spend their money for those first couple of years when we needed them, we relied on them as the lifeline of ECW. They were there to play their part every third and a half week to help us survive another 2 or 3 weeks. And in response, we went out and gave them what we had. But there was something that captured the imagination that had been missing from wrestling before that. It looked different, it sounded different, it felt different, it tasted different. I mean, when you turned that show on, everything about it looked different than your daddy's wrestling. And that captured the imagination of the people. That's a testament to Paul, Todd, Funk, and me, and all the other guys in the dressing room, to the girls, but also to the fans, because the fans would play their part. If you turn and jaw jack somebody in the crowd, the 1 or 2 guy here or there would get a little bit too into it, but hat guy at ringside knew exactly what his role was to be, and he made sure he played to that. Then we also had a supporting crew of people that were, giving us the free assist. I mean, we had people that were giving us all kinds of support, getting us back and forth from the airport, getting the rooms set up for us, making sure there was beer for the guys in the hotel rooms and back at the buildings, and taking the tickets and cleaning the buildings up afterwards, and this litany and scores of things that were done that they never get any kind of accolade for, they never got any pat on the back. ECW was, in my almost 30 years now in the business, the truest sense of a family, not just in the dressing room, but between us and the fans, us and those people I just mentioned that worked on all the behind the scenes stuff for us. It really was, everybody working and pushing in the same direction or pulling in the same direction. And I think the reason that people are still talking about it today is, wrestling has gone so far to the other extreme. To me, it's right back where it was in 1992, if not exponentially worse, which then begs the question of, when does the next ECW come out of it? What's next? I don't think you can capture that lightning in a bottle twice.
You're gonna have another drink there, aren't you?
Brother, you're killing me, brother.
I will give you the floor here to defend Ed Leslie as a Starrcade main event challenger for the World Heavyweight title.
Anybody that's not willing to accept the fact that they made bad choices has never been in the business of making good ones.
But I'm
I
going
made
to
a
rush
bad
to your
one.
defense here as I prompted you there. Friend of Hogan.
No excuse.
I don't know about that. For a lot of guys, no excuse. For Hogan to say,
No, for Hogan, it's fine.
No, for you-
For me, it was a mistake.
even for Hogan,
Yeah,
to do that for Hogan.
yeah.
Interesting.
Because that was more than helping Ed out. That was more than giving Ed a job. That was
Okay.
that
Main
was
eventing a
that
pay-per-view.
was putting other people at risk. That was my bad. I think Hulk believed in him, because he was close and he had a different point of view than I did. So I don't think Hulk was doing it knowing that it was a bad idea. I don't believe that. But I knew it was a bad idea, and I went along with it anyway. And that was my mistake.
Does your committee know it's a bad idea?
Everybody knew it was a bad idea.
But nobody said no to
No.
Hogan. Okay. Jimmy Hart. What do you think of his role as the manager, hype man for Hogan? Necessary at the time?
No. Nope.
Probably didn't take a big chunk out of your payroll, though, right?
Nope. And he was, and still is to this day, he's still performing the same role that he performed for me, except for that when he was working for me, he was on camera more often. He can get Hulk from A to B. He can get Hulk where Hulk needs to be. Hulk is very comfortable and he trusts Jimmy.
Off camera, you mean?
Off camera.
The logistics.
So, yeah.
Ah.
And Jimmy is still in that role, is as active today as he was back then. But in this case, we were still, again, this is 1994, it's 21 years ago. So Jimmy was not that far removed at that time from having a viable role on television. So it was understandable how at that time Hulk believed that, Jimmy people still know who he is, and they did. People still reacted to Jimmy. It's just where we were going and what we needed. To me, Jimmy diminished Hulk. He took away from Hulk. He didn't add, he took away. But there was nothing I could do about that.
But do you eventually have that discussion with Hulk?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've had that discussion many times. And as time went on, and then we went to NWO, and I clearly separated Jimmy from Hulk on camera, at least. But yeah, we had that conversation.
What's in the bucket?
Oh, depends on fucking night, dude. And depends on
Do you
who's
have
getting it.
do you have any say on what's in the bucket ever?
Sure. I got to say on what I fucking put in there.
That's where I'm going. What's supposed to be in the bucket? Do they just?
Some oatmeal and different lettuce.
Yeah, I said it
and
looked
shit.
like oatmeal and shit, but
It was basically what slop they would give to pigs.
right.
Because, Mark was a pig farmer at one time.
Now, if someone's in the ring,
And
With-
they leave the fucking bucket there and go, don't anybody put anything in this bucket. You know,
So he was a willing,
sure.
what's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah,
Participant.
Yeah,
in
but
the-
with plausible deniability.
correct.
At the same time.
Very, very correct. Who would have gotten an extra ingredient? at
I
this- at
know,
this time?
honestly, I know one time that people were lining up was Sonny.
Lining up.
Yeah, to add to fucking, contribute to the slot bucket.
And did.
I have no idea what people, you could use your fucking imagination.
Right.
I don't think I didn't add to the recipe that night.
You didn't do that night. Okay. How long does it take to do the tattoos? What are they?
They're stencil, like, you,
Okay, so he puts the stencil on
Yeah.
and does a. Real words, letters.
I imagine.
Yeah. How long? I mean, it's got to be an hour,
Yeah, it's
hour and a half.
very painstaking.
Every
yeah.
know.
No, house shows he wouldn't.
Oh, okay.
Big Madison Square Garden, Anaheim,
Right.
yeah, but if you were in fucking, Dayton, Ohio, you were getting fucking smudgy fucking Kushi. Coming to the ring by fucking Akio Sato.
Did you do anything to contribute to his getting the job there?
I had his fucking match in Japan. with
That's
him.
what I was gonna say.
Gave
I
him
mean-
the fucking.
Right. That's what I was going to ask. So that did it for him?
By the time the Japan tour was over, Brett was wanting to work with him. Taker had already had a match with him. Came out with fucking Taker's head on a stick to the ring. Got a hell of a reaction.
Mm.
Taker gave him some good offense and beat him.
I'd like to point out that your offensive rating on the game for strength is a 4, while Luna Vachon's is a 6. Are you offended by this?
No. I had no idea. Fuck, if I would have just known back then, I might have fucking sent me in a whole different
I was
direction.
going to say, in negotiation,
Career-wise.
it could have come up. Talk about the money associated with video games then. Today, it's a big deal.
I don't remember.
This is
there
like
being any-
Super Nintendo, I guess, was the big, or Genesis, Sega Genesis.
Yeah.
Is there a big extra check for you guys for this? If you appear in a video game?
Yeah, but like, I don't remember any huge video game money coming until I got to WCW and got like a $50,000 quarterly check or something.
Right.
My first run WWF was not stellar marketing wise, as far as.
I think you were in it, though. Yeah, you were.
Yeah, I was
You were
in
there.
I was in the game, but like I didn't have great swag. I didn't have good T-shirts or
Right.
merchandise.
Is Jerry a guy that you would have put on the Sarge, Gorilla, Animal,
No.
or on that other side?
In the middle, kind of. More on the other side.
A guy you got along with?
Great, yeah.
The term stooge, it's
It's the worst fucking name you could be called inside the industry. Used to be.
But are they supposed to be one of the boys at this point?
No, but that was on air. Like nobody was going around like fucking stooge, nothing like that.
That was never an,
no,
an
it was
industry
more
term?
like the fucking three. Yeah, but they were using it like, Pat and Jerry, the Stooges.
Yeah.
More like the Three Stooges.
Just as a
dude.
character.
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, outside of the industry, people don't know stooge means telling on somebody.
No, but within the business,
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard for the agent if
You
you're
can't
made an
be.
agent.
You can't. It's hard to have your foot on
Both sides.
Yeah.
Mm. Are you told this expressly by Vince or an agent maybe?
In a group setting, so nobody was singled out.
If anybody If found talking with the other side, you're gone.
I don't recollect those words being used because that would have been. He would have opened himself up for litigation.
Having said this,
Not that he was really too worried about it.
were people still talking to people on the other side?
I don't know. I wasn't.
No.
No. Nope.
Nobody maintained a relationship with like Macho and were like, well, how are things over there?
If they did, they kept it on the down low.
Really?
Yeah. Like I said with Lanza and Heenan, I just remember Lanza being like kind of heartbroken,
About the Bobby Heenan situation, yeah. She eventually goes on to get a reputation for herself of not being the most popular person. Is this evident up front, or is this a gradual occurrence?
Gradual, I think. Because, coming in the door, I think most of the guys were just worried about getting in their pants.
Right. A sense of entitlement there on her part?
I don't know about that, but maybe just taking advantage of the situation. Opportunist.
Just take advantage of the situation in that, was she getting special treatment
Maybe.
from the company?
I don't know. Maybe from one of the boys, but like.
Well, we know that, but I'm talking about management. Is she getting I know she's getting first-class tickets and nobody else is at one point, right?
I don't recollect that. Not while I was
Anyone
there.
closer to her here that might confirm that? She'd be given...
Not while I was there.
No? Okay. Be able to sit in on creative production meetings. So you guys weren't seeing any of that?
Doesn't mean it didn't happen.
No,
but
I know.
I guarantee you she wasn't being flown first class around with the other crew because you would have fucking had a fucking mutiny on the Bounty.
I think what she said was that she would be up there and then she would choose who she would want to
Take her seat up front,
bring up to yeah.
which was very smart on her part.
Um,
And probably suggested to her by one of the other boys. That didn't just go with her. When I first got there, and guys got on the plane and saw me sitting first class for one reason or another. It was, and then I'd go get Fuji or somebody and switch seats with them.
Smart business, huh?
Yeah, it's the right thing to do too.
Right. Talk about the company's view of UFC at this time. Is it even on the radar? It's certainly not.
Yeah,
seen as
sort of. Because only because really, like UFC, if you think about it, like it derived from wrestling. Come on.
Sure. But
Even
at that time,
Brazilian
it was still
Jiu-Jitsu,
kind
like
of-
guys like years ago, they went to Wigan to fucking learn a lot of the submissions they use. Because you won't find them in Japanese Jiu-Jitsu.
Was this Charles who was a fan of it, being out in Las Vegas and stuff, or
I think it was, yeah, sort of, and Taker.
Right.
Yeah. I wasn't. It wasn't. I didn't like the gimmick. I liked the Papa Shango gimmick way better.
I
thought
think
it
he
was
did
cool.
too.
Yeah. But he's trying something different. You can't fucking knock a guy for that. And was trying to at least do something that was relevant.
Finally, at the end of 1994, what is starting to happen is, because of the result of everything we've talked about with the lawsuits and everything, they're stripping down business to meet where the demands are. You're working some high school gymnasiums now in the Northeast, and it's coming across almost like a minor league look on
TV.
Raw.
Yeah, from fucking Liberty, New York. Raw, and you could fucking look a hard camera shot and see what fucking time it was. And the fucking basketball hoops. I never want to see fucking lowered basketball hoops on a fucking wrestling TV show. If you gotta tape it in the gym, fucking raise the basketball hoops. Cover the fucking clock up.
What else is happening as far as scaling down? Like, is catering
Catering,
changing?
yeah, obviously else she wouldn't be asking. Yeah,
No, I
catering.
want you to say it.
I know.
People, no one's going to pay to listen to me.
Yeah, right. Sorry. I thought we were just having a regular conversation here for a
Sometimes it
second.
feels like that. But what does catering look like at TV now?
Kind of like TNA's when they first started.
Sandwiches.
Yeah.
Got some cold cuts. A
Yeah,
little
which
bit of mustard.
honestly, like, that was the least of my concerns, you know, at that point. Yeah, fine. If you got to cut catering or whatever, I'll bring my own fucking food.
Are you being asked to do more for less?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it an angry locker room at the end of 1994?
If it wasn't angry, it was disgruntled for sure. Totally, yeah.
Well, I thank you for putting some of those long-standing rumors, either confirming or putting them to rest for us about 2004. Thank you for coming clean about the slop bucket, for God's sakes.
I want to, like, I feel like I'm
1994.
fucking not giving you enough here.
You gave me 2 hours and 45 minutes? 41 minutes?
Oh, wow.
So thank you for your journey
it's always a pleasure,
back
Sean.
in time. And thank you.
That's the only reason I still do these with you is because I fucking really enjoy it. I get a lot out of it. Thanks.
You're a good guy.
Vader was a little unpredictable, somewhat unprofessional, and Hulk wasn't interested in being in the ring with anybody that wasn't 100% pro. And by pro, I mean at that level of professionalism, that didn't put his own interests and goals ahead of the match.
From a physical standpoint.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it your plan to put the U.S. title on Vader to set up a series of
I don't
Hogan Vader
recall.
matches?
I don't recall. That makes sense.
Right.
Because it makes sense, I'd like to claim credit for it, but I don't know that it's true.
Well, as 94 comes to a close, we see that Hogan and Bischoff deliver on their promise of increased ratings. Yes?
To a degree, yeah.
Pay-per-view buys.
Mm-hmm.
Revenue for the company.
Yep.
And you managed to expunge some of the costs. Will you forever be linked in your legacy, what you did for WCW, to Hulk Hogan?
Sure. Fine with me. If you're going to be linked to somebody, you might as well be linked to somebody like Hulk Hogan.
And maybe vice versa as well. The one who got Hogan to be relevant in the 90s and beyond, maybe
I don't
was
think
Eric Bischoff.
I don't think people will think that way.
Really?
You know, I don't. I mean, I would like them
Well,
to.
fast
I
forward
guess.
to maybe to NWO then.
Yeah, but even that, look, people have short attention spans, especially when it comes to giving any kind of positive credit to anybody for anything, not just me, but anybody. It's a lot easier for people to go, oh, but he did that. Oh, he should have done that differently. Oh, he fucked that up. You know, that's human nature. Will people look at me as the guy who gave Hulk Hogan, you know, a second or third, you know, life in this career? I doubt it. He does, which is all that matters to me. I know it, which matters. I guess my wife and kids probably get it. At the end of the day, I really don't care. I mean, I do. It would be nice, but I don't think about it all that much, to be honest.
Well, where do you place 94 in the lineage? Your tenure with WCW?
This sounds, gosh, I don't want to minimize it, but I don't want to overblow it either. But to be really honest, I've never really thought about it till this interview. It was my 4-year Harvard degree. I learned a lot in that year. I had to. I was learning on the job. I hit the ground running. I was in a job that I really probably shouldn't have ever been in. I was qualified in many respects. I understood syndication. I understood television. I understood wrestling. I understood it. I understood all of it to a good degree, but I didn't understand any of it well enough as I probably should have. But I learned a lot in 94, which set me up for 95 when things really started to change. So I'm grateful for it, but it was a learning experience.
I need the selfish part of the interview. As a fan of Ted Turner, as a media maverick, tell me a great Ted Turner story.
You know, I've only got one. I've only got one that others haven't, heard about or read about. He was Captain Outrageous, for crying out loud.
Absolutely.
So there's a lot of great stuff about Ted. But the meeting I had with Ted, and this was in '95, so hopefully you'll have me back again and we'll cover '95. But the meeting I had with Ted, where, honest to God, and I cannot, and I never say that unless I mean it, honest to God, I went into that meeting and I had no intention, thought, premonition, or even a wild-ass dream about Nitro or going head-to-head with the WWE. It was the farthest thing from my frickin' mind. All I wanted to do was make $1 so I could make the CFO get on his knees and give it to me. That's
When he
all I
called
wanted.
you up there, he didn't say what he was going to talk to you
No,
about?
I knew what we were there. I called the meeting.
okay.
I called the meeting. I
Requested.
asked for the meeting. I was trying to do a deal with Star TV in China, which was owned, or is owned, by Rupert Murdoch. Rupert Murdoch and Ted Turner back in 1995 was oil and water. They hated each other, right? That deal that I wanted to do with Star TV would have put WCW into profit, in a reasonable profit, for the first time in the history of the company. I wanted to do that deal. I had negotiated the contract, I had the terms, I had the money set. All I had to do now was get approval.
Right.
But if it would have been any other deal, I wouldn't have had to get approval. I had an authority I had a pretty big authority to do deals. I could cover a lot of ground. But that deal, I knew if I signed that deal, that it would put me in Ted's crosshairs because of Rupert Murdoch. So I enlisted Scott Sassa, who was at that time was Ted's. He was really the heir apparent to Turner Broadcasting at the time. Scott was like a superstar of superstars. He ran TNT and TBS. He ran all of the Turner Entertainment Networks. Scott was the guy underneath Ted. So I asked Harvey Schiller at the time. I said, could you please get me a meeting with Scott Sassa? Because I knew Scott, and Scott would support me. Because Scott was just numbers. Just numbers were numbers. I knew Scott would support me. So Harvey was my boss at the time. Bill had moved on. So I said, Harvey, could you get me a meeting with Scott Sassa and Ted? And I explained why, showed him the logic behind it. Because I really want to get this deal done. So Harvey said, sure. So at my request, Harvey Schiller, who's head of Turner Sports, went on to work with New York Yankees, George Steinbrenner, called the meeting, got the meeting set with Scott Sassa and Ted. And I walked into there with no intention at all other than to get Ted to agree to let me to do this deal with Rupert Murdoch's company. Maybe a minute into the meeting, after all take the niceties. Hi, Eric, how are you? Oh yeah, I love that wrestling. You do a great house hall. Take all that, put that off to the side. It's all just bullshit. 1 minute or less into the actual reason why I was there, Ted interrupts me, and I won't do a Ted Turner impersonation because I suck at it. But basically, he interrupts me. He says, "Eric,
What I got to do to beat Vince?"
And I used to box when I was right out of college. I boxed Golden Gloves for a couple of years. And the first thing they teach you, or one of the first things they teach you, is when you're getting your ass kicked and you're in the corner, tuck your chin and keep your hands up and look out over the tops of your knuckles. Look at your opponent. So I think, well, fuck, I don't know how to answer that question. So I'm just going to kind of, business-wise, tuck my chin and cover until I think of something. So I don't know what I said, and as my mind's racing, I'm thinking, okay, what does WWE have that we don't have? What can I say? Ted, the only way we're going to compete with them is if we have prime time. They're on Monday nights in prime time. We're on Saturday afternoons. 6 o'clock in the evening on the East Coast, 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the West Coast. You can't compete with that. Scott, give Eric 2 hours every Monday night on TNT. Scott's jaw dropped because he didn't want to do that either. If he would have known, if he would have thought for a second that meeting would have manifested with me getting 2 hours on TNT, Scott would have never let the meeting happen. It just happened.
How long before the what now feeling wore off when you left the office? I mean,
As I was walking out the door, I walked out of the door. Harvey said, okay, great. Let me know when you got this figured out. Scott went the other way. He was like pissed off. And I even tried in my own way, because it was Ted Turner, for God's sake. I even tried, well, Brad Siegel was the head of TNT, and he wasn't there. He was out of town at the time, so he wasn't even in the meeting. It was either me or Scott Sassa. No, it was Scott Sassa. Sassa said, well, Ted, well, maybe we should have another meeting when Brad gets into town. Ted said, nah, Brad's a team player. He'll understand it. He'll be happy with it. Well, okay, well, that's it.
That's it.
If that's the reaction from Scott Sassa about maybe Brad wants to have a vote, and Ted shut that down like that fast, I thought, well, what the fuck am I going to say other than, yes, sir, I'm going to go figure this out. Which literally I did. I walked out. Ted's office was on the north side of the building. I was on the south side of the building. I walked across the bridge over to the south side of the building. I literally sat down and went, now what the fuck am I going to do?
Right. Well,
That was it.
maybe we'll cover what he did do another time. Thank you very much
All right,
for
man.
agreeing
It was a pleasure.
to do this.
I enjoyed it. a
My
lot.
pleasure. Thank you for watching.
Diesel as a babyface, is this something Kevin would have wanted?
Sure. It wasn't something thought about, but like Vince, I think, knew it from Providence, maybe from the Royal Rumble.
Again, letting the fans choose if they're cheering too much for a heel.
No, just him personally, his, opinion, I guess. I mean, it wasn't so. It was. He got goo goo gaga eyes for Kevin,
Yeah.
so it didn't matter. It didn't matter what the fans thought at that point.
Or ram it down their throat, kind of.
Yeah, he was that guy then. I remember fucking Vince bringing him out like to some, black tie gimmick, and he's got Kevin dressed up in this silver fucking shirtless tux. He looked like a fucking jabroni out of the circus. I remember he fucking felt like such a fool.
The Survivor Series match, when there's 8 of you, how much is decided beforehand of how long each fall has to be? I mean, you guys have to keep track of how 7 people are going to...
Yeah, when a lot of guys like to keep track a little better than others, like fucking March, he was Mr. Gotta have everything fucking mapped out.
Yes.
Mr. Detail guy, right? And fucking, had it all written down on paper. That's the kind of shit that, like, irked me a little bit. Like, but that's Macho Man.
Right.
So there's an exception to the rule. Otherwise, like, if Dallas Page brings you your match on fucking printed out on a piece of paper, you fucking, rip them to shreds over it.
But are you expected to do that in a pay-per-view match like this, where there's going to be 8 of you and there's going to be a fair amount of traffic?
I don't think you're expected or not expected. I don't think the higher ups fucking really comprehended that all that well.
Really?
Honestly,
So you're kind of left to your own devices.
if you want it to be as good as possible, or you can follow the advice of the guy that fucking was known as Dean Ho or fucking so and so's tag team partner. Unless it's Pat Patterson telling me, hey, you should do this agent-wise, Jack Lands, Pat, Chief. Otherwise, fucking don't even,
Well, those would be the guys that would have
The
been
only
doing it at
guys.
this time, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but there's Goulet, Gurria, George Steele, like that.
Okay, so within the agents, there was a hierarchy of...
Yeah. Especially at TV time.
Why would, keep going back to... Anytime I hear a silly decision on WWF's part, Vince McMahon grew up in the business, okay, exposed to it from very young. Why would you hire an agent that can't put together a finish?
He doesn't know that. If you don't know, you don't know until you know.
But he wouldn't know that Sarge can't...
No.
Book
How
a
the
fin-
fuck would he? He's not a wrestler.
The other guys...
Yeah, but they don't know either.
Right.
A lot of those fucking guys just lucked out. I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to sound like,
Well, why is one
Well, I'm
chosen
not sorry.
to
I'm
be an
not.
agent?
Why
Why
would
is
I be
Tony
sorry
Gurria
about
an
this?
agent? Why is Tony Gurria an agent?
being
Honest? Like, what do you need in
you
an
know,
agent that
loyal guy, could trust.
Right.
I mean, you know, it was just the guys that were still around, and you know, you don't want to get rid of them, you don't want to fucking fire them, so you find a spot for them.